What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was deceived and became the White Dragon God Emperor. Issei finds the truth about his incarnation as a devil. This event sets up a chain of events that shake the supernatural world. Issei the White Dragon God Emperor. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 1. The truth. You aren't running away, you bitch. Roared Issei to Yuma, Rainer, who was trying to fly away with her wings. No, get away from me, you monster. Shouted Rainer as Issei took hold of her leg with his right hand covered in a white gauntlet and brought her closer to him. This is for Asia, you fallen crow. And with one massive punch, Issei punched her into the wall with his left hand. Rainer hit the wall with a lot of force to break it and fly out in the backyard of the church. With his opponent defeated, Issei fell to the ground only to be caught. Kiba. Yo, Casanova, you're late. Said Issei to Kiba. Sorry Issei, President orders were to not intervene. Said Kiba. Prez told you that? Said a shocked Issei. Yes, I told Kiba not to intervene because I have full confidence that you could take her down on your own. Said Riaz as she entered the basement with her queen Akeno. And I must say excellent job, my adorable pawn. Said Riaz. Ara, it looks like Issei did a good job. Said Akeno with a smile on her face and a lick of her lips that sent a little shiver down Issei's spine. Thanks Akeno. Said Issei to Akeno as she smiled happily. President. I brought the trash. Said the small white-haired girl as she throws the unconscious form of the fallen angel on the floor in front of the group. Thank you Kaneko. Now Akeno, what do you say about waking up our little jest? Said Riaz as she thanked her rook and asked her queen. Yes President. Splash Rainer was immediately awakened after the cold water hit her body. She looks around, the sight front of her made her blood chill and her body to shake in fear. Woo, you are finally awake, I see. Well, introductions are in order. I'm Riaz Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory clan, and these are my adorable servants. You already know my pawn, the others are my queen Akeno, rook Kaneko, and the knight Kiba. Not that was necessary because you're not going to live for long. Said Riaz to the shocked Rainer. Gremory. You think you won just because you're here with your servants? There are other fallen angels here with me. They will soon come to hell. They won't come to help you because my queen and I finished them off before coming here. I think you can recognize these feathers. You fallen can't see the difference in them from who they are, can't you? Riaz stopped the fallen in mid-sentence. Terror overtook Rainer as she saw feathers of her fallen comrades and allies Kalwerner, Danasak and Middleton in the hands of prism-haired princess of destruction. You want to know why you lost to this boy, fallen angel Rainer? Asked Riaz as she looks in the purple eyes of the shaking Rainer. The answer to that is very simple. His sacred gear isn't a twice critical. It's the divine dividing gear, the wings of the White Dragon of Supremacy, Aka the White Dragon Emperor. Explained Riaz as Rainer stared at her before her eyes turns to Issei. Why yo, you are saying that the legendary and one of the most powerful sacred gears in the world is in the hands of this pervert? Shouted Rainer in disbelief. Yes, it is, and just as it was told, it has the power to divide the strength of its opponents by half and add that power to his own reserves. It can do this for every 10 seconds, and if given the time he can divide and gain enough power himself to match the power of the mass and God. Said Riaz calmly. Now that explanation is over, it's time to wrap things up here and go home. But first, we need to return Twilight healing that you stole from cute little Asia, so prepare yourself, this is the end of you, fallen angel Rainer. You made a lot of trouble for my adorable little pawn and his friend. As she said that, in her hand black orb of destruction started to gather in volume. Just before she was to fire the magic that can destroy anything, a new voice made itself known. Me, here. Shouted a very unwelcome guest. Fried, save me, I will do anything, just get me out of here. Shouted Rainer at Fried, who took time to think about it. Anything? I always wanted to have sex with a fallen angel. Yes, that would be a good price for saving you. Said Fried in his relaxed tone. Don't be an idiot and save me already, you buffoon. Yelled Rainer back as she was getting really angry at the laid-back priest while her life was at stake. No sex. No save. Even if I try, I can't beat all of them together, so I will leave you. Have fun. Said Fried as he looked around till he spotted Issei and had a large smile on his face. Issei, you have such beautiful power with you. I'm getting more and more excited about killing you. So when we see each other again, let's have a beautiful and romantic fight to the death, okay. Said Fried with a wink, making Issei shiver from clear bloodlust that the crazy priest has. Shut up you bastard, I want nothing to do with you, so get lost. Issei shouted back. Now that's not how you say goodbye Issei, but whatever, bye, have fun with her. Said Fried before running away from the group. Now Rainer, it's time to finish this. Said Riaz now that the crazy priest was gone. Rainer for her part was trembling out of fear. Now that her one way out was gone, she looked around and saw her last bit of hope to get out of here alive. Issei, help me, please help me. Rainer said in her Yuma voice that was even more pleading. Why should I help you? You deceived and killed me and now you did the same to Asia, why should I help you? Said Issei with his head down, hair hiding his eyes. Although he still felt bad for her, even though she did kill him, she was still his first girlfriend. Please Issei, I will do anything just helps me, together we can beat those devils. Rainer said with her eyes full of tears. She still had little hope that she can manipulate Issei into helping her. That's enough of you, fallen angel. I will not allow you to manipulate even more my cute adorable servant's emotions, is that understood? Said Riaz as she put her hand on Issei's shoulder, which made him a little calmer. Seeing this, Rainer understood what had happened and how Issei was back to the land of the living after she blasted a hole in his guts. She saw literally last chance of saving her. Issei, how can you trust her? Rainer said to Issei, who lifted his head to look at her like she had grown a second head. She is my master, she saved me. Issei simply stated. Oh, and how that came about? Asked Rainer now that she felt a little bit of her confidence coming back. It was time for payback against the red-headed bitch. All devils tense at that full well how it came about and that it would lead to catastrophe if Issei found out. After all, even the newly awakened White Dragon Emperor can be a destructive force that can easily destroy Kuo if he unlocks Juggernaut Drive and let his emotions run wild. Issei didn't see the devils behind him tense at the question and answered the question easily. If you must know, after you blew my guts away with that spear and left me in front of the gates of death, President appeared and saved my life by reviving me as her pawn. That was all that Rainer need to press advantage on the devils and use Issei as her way out. Then why didn't she tell you earlier and save you when she had a chance before I killed you? Asked the fallen. That simple sentence made the devils even tenser and left Issei for the loop. The tension in the room was rising and doubt was beginning to fill Issei's mind. What are you blabbing about, Rainer? Asked the brunette in confusion. Still not knowing what the fallen in front of him is saying. It's simple, Issei, that redhead knows who I was and what I was doing here in her territory. It is impossible for a high-class devil to not know what is happening in her territory. She could have helped you too and easily stopped me, but she let you die so she can revive you to add you to her collection. In the end you were nothing more than artifact for her to collect and show off to her other peers. Explained Rainer, now knowing that she had gained ground and now only needs a little push and she would have Issei on her side and get out. She knew that Issei was emotionally damaged after what happened between them and she planned to take advantage of him now. Issei was known even more confused. It didn't make any sense to him. Why would Riaz, a girl he admires, leave him to die? Sure, he was the biggest pervert in history, but still, that didn't mean to just let him die. But what Rainer told him matched all the incidents that happened that day. He remembered receiving a summoning paper from the Gremory family before the start of his date. This alone was too good to be a coincidence and was a literal confirmation of what Rainer had just told him. Issei just stood there with eyes wide and not knowing what was happening. But when he turned to Riaz and the others, his was even more surprised that Riaz and other looked like they were caught red-handed. All of them had looks of guilt on their faces. Suddenly Issei felt his rage rising. Guys, is she lying? The brunette asked, his voice desperate. He wanted them to refute the fallen angel's claim, he wanted them to tell him that nothing like that happened. However, no words were said by his supposed family members. Felt his heart breaking and suddenly felt a pull in his brain which he beat back and ignored in order to stay focused on the matter at hand. What I'm telling is truth, Issei. I may have betrayed your trust and killed you, but I never lied to you, unlike some people here. Rainer said to him in the most sincerest voice she could muster. It was so easy manipulating an emotionally damaged person that it was fun. I really loved and had a lot of fun on our date, but orders are orders, I hope you know that, right? Rainer continued her act, hoping to completely break Issei and then bring him to Kakabiel as a loyal servant. Issei was now betrayed and heartbroken even more. He really didn't want to believe what the foul fallen angel was saying, but the logical part of him was sure that she was telling the truth. The fact of the summoning paper and the authority a high-class devil in his or her territory was enough evidence in itself. WWHY. He stuttered out, his voice was stunned, hesitant and laced with hurt and betrayal. It's very simple, Issei, it's the very same reason I had to kill you. Because of the sacred gear you possess. Only difference was that I had to eliminate you before you became a threat too big for us, and she used that opportunity to revive you and make you eternally loyal to her. Said Rainer with a grin as she pointed with her hand at White Wings that had replaced the white gauntlet that was on Issei's right arm. Is it what she says the truth? There was no response. Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko had their heads bowed down, having no answer and refusing to look into the brunette's eyes. That left Issei empty with his will broken, and now the anger and rage that was inside him started to let loose, releasing a lot of aura around, unintentionally causing the ground to slightly shake. He started to feel even more powerful with each second that passed. He was getting angrier and now he wasn't afraid to show that to the others. He was going to get answers why was he left to die and why he was again being manipulated. And God help those who came in between him and his answers, because after he was done with them even God wouldn't be able to recognize him, her. Riaz finally got over her shock, wanting to end this quickly before it goes even worse. She felt that the seals that she put on Issei on his revival to keep his full power at bay were start to break and he was slowly getting to his full power. So she stepped in front of the broken form of Rainer with her demonic energy gathering in her hand, hoping to end the situation and then use Issei's perversion to her advantage and then save herself. Fallen angel Rainer, you have done enough damage with your words and actions. You played with my adorable little pawn's emotions for the final time. Now prepare to die. Riaz informed the fallen with a cold and dangerous voice. That was enough to break Issei out of his thoughts. As he turned around he was met with the sight that was telling him that if he doesn't do something he wasn't going to get any answers. Begun Rainer the say when she felt that her doom was at hand. As the demonic energy in Riaz's hand grows, Rainer tried one last time to make him do anything. Issei in that moment Issei finally decided to stop this and he stood in front of the fallen with his hands spread out. Surprising everyone present. Ice, what are you doing? Move so I can end this filth, said a surprised Riaz. No one is going to die anymore tonight, Issei said as his head was down with his hair covering his eyes from everyone. His voice was eerily calm, no emotion could be picked up from it. It was unnerving to say the least. Issei, please. Riaz told him softly as she moved towards him and tried to put her hand on his shoulder. She used a soft tone in order to sate the dragon that was growling in front of her, but that wasn't going to work here. Even if she was a pure-blooded devil her words won't reach Issei today. Don't touch me, yelled Issei as he was starting to shake in rage as his aura started to grow more powerful and was now visible in the form of a whitish blue hue that was surrounding his body. Riaz was sweating now, the power Issei was emitting was equal to her when she was at full power. Right now she could only hope that she would survive the night to see another morning. Devils were in complete shock. They were in shock that their second-year friend and comrade had snapped. Even more at the girl that he was idolizing. What was even more shocking was the power Issei was emitting. It was equal to your average high-class devil. If a fight broke out there was a good chance that they would lose. Issei, please move aside so we can end this and we can talk later, okay? Riaz told Issei in the smoothest and tenderest voice that she could muster. Shut up, roared Issei, lifting his head showing the devils his eyes which were now grayish blue. He narrowed his eyes like a snake that was full of the fury and rage, with his aura increasing in volume that made all of them step back. Now before anything else happens, I'm going to get some answers, is that understood? He told them in the voice that was full of power and authority. But seeing that no one spoke or confirmed anything made him even angrier and even closer to lashing out at them. I said, is that understood? He roared as he unleashes even more aura and the church began to shake with his voice and aura. Seeing this all of them nodded in fear of what may happen if he was refused. To refuse an angry pissed off dragon is the like begging for death in a most gruesome way. Good, now then, what was the real reason you revived me, Riaz? Asked Issei in cold and dangerous tone that promised pain and death if he wasn't given the real reason. I was banking on you, that you have a powerful sacred gear. Answered the red hat. And you would have left me for dead if I hadn't had it, he asked. Riaz. Yelled Issei, seeing her trying to think of another way to answer him. And no. Issei's eyes hardened and narrowed even more, they were still blue in color, the shine that radiated from his eyes made them look even more dangerous. With that done, Issei turned to Rainer, who was now even more scared for her life. She thought that she was stronger than Pawn, but that was in an instant shot down when she took a look in his eyes at her to try anything and promising her instant death. Riaz. Issei told to the stunned red-haired heiress as she was still frozen in shock and fear from the power he emitted. Why yes, Issei? Asked the heiress. You do have some evil pieces with you, right? He didn't even bother to turn around, Riaz stiffened at his question. Yeah, I have, but you are going to reincarnate this little crow over here, is that clear? Issei ordered Riaz. Said both Riaz and Rainer at what Issei said. Riaz. Issei threatened. Why yes. Riaz quickly said in fear. Hey. Don't I have a say in this? Rainer said in anger. That was enough to make Issei took her arm and yank her toward him. Her face a few centimeters from his. You can choose. Servered your choice, Rainer. Because right now I'm so little away from snapping you like a twig. You did kill 2 innocent people. Asia and I don't want someone like Asia to be revived and serve someone who lies and deceives others to become her servants. Told her Issei in cold voice as he pointed to Riaz at the end of his sentence. Riaz wanted to argue because her pride was hurt, but yellow radiant eyes prevented her from doing it. Riaz, Rainer here now possesses Asia's sacred gear Twilight Healing, and she already has good control of it. Plus she will benefit both sides. Hey, I didn't agree to this. Yelled the fallen angel trying to get away from the angry Issei. You had your chance to choose, right now nothing is stopping me from destroying you and ripping you to shreds for what you did to Asia. Issei replied in a dangerous voice that promised death. Choose now death or servitude. This is your last chance. Told Issei, his green eyes bore holes in purple ones of Rainer. Rainer was left with one real choice and that was servitude, so she just nodded to Issei and stopped trying to pull herself off him and surrendered. Seeing this Issei just nodded and turned to Rias. Do it. It was all done quickly. It didn't take any more than a few minutes for the procedure to be done and Rainer to become half full and half devil. Good, now all of you get out, I will see you when I feel like it. Ordered Issei as he took a few steps towards the fallen form of the nun. Everyone else quickly left, not wanting to get an angry dragon even angrier and feeling his wrath firsthand. Asia. Asia, I swear to you now I won't be late ever again. I will change my ways for the better, that I promise you, and I hope that I can see you in heaven if I ever get there. Issei swore to the body of Asia as if she was still there. Goodbye my true friend and sorry for not being there for you. Said Issei as he now had tears in his eyes. After that he turned around and left, missing the green magic circle that had appeared above Asia, taking her away from the church. Oh, that was emotional, but all according to plan. Now I have you my dear Asia, nothing will separate us again. A voice said in a maniacal tone. Training. When he left the rundown church, Issei began to think of how can he become stronger. His first big obstacle came directly from the fact that he was a pervert, and an extremely big one at that. That gave others chances to use him and manipulate him in every which way they wanted by just showing him tits, and he will do anything. The next was his scrawny body and almost non-existent magical reserves. So his first order of business came at trying to somehow someway manage to toe down on his lecherous tendency, and he acknowledged that he will need help in doing that. And the next part would be to work on his physicality and finally in the end his magic and spiritual powers. On his way home Issei came across the same place where this whole madness started, at the newly built park, a place where he brought first girlfriend after a date, where he suppressed his pervert side to a minimum and was killed in cold blood and then revived into literally a slave. To a beautiful red-hair girl that till tonight he idolized so much, to the point that he thought she was perfect, only to find out that she was literally worse than him in a way. So I came again here, it's strange how fate has a funny way to laugh at you when you're at your lowest. Mused Issei as he took a look around him, feeling the cold evening wind. Oh well, better get home before my parents get there. Said Issei to himself as he departed for home. After a few minutes, Issei arrived home and seeing that his parents were asleep, he simply went to take a shower and ate something before going to bed. In his dreams Issei found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a blizzard, and from that blizzard, two shiny blue eyes were watching him with interest. Issei, hi, do we meet again? A voice full of power and authority spoke. The voice alone literally demanded respect, and that was what Issei was going to give it. WW, who are you? Issei stuttered out in fear. Ah, it seems you have forgotten me. It was me who gave you the power to defeat that wretched crow. Said the voice, and from the blizzard a colossal white dragon with blue eyes, yellow horns, and white feather-like scales. It was over 50 meters tall. The look in its eyes sent shivers down Issei's spine, as he didn't know how to react in the presence of a mighty dragon. You must be Albion, the heavenly dragon? Issei asked with a little fear. Indeed I am Albion, and from now on we are partners, don't worry, I won't harm you in any way. Said Albion. Looking down, Albion saw that Issei was now visibly relaxing after being assured of his safety. It's nice to meet Albion, as you know my name is Issei Haidu. Issei said as he introduced himself to the heavenly dragon. Yes, I know who you are, and until recently I couldn't make a connection to you, to speak with you because you were too weak for that, but your emotions and desire for power had made that connection possible. But now the question is, what do you intend to do with my power that is at your disposal? Asked Albion. Being honest, all my life I have been alone and have suffered betrayal after betrayal. The first one was my friend who left me as a kid. I know that sounds stupid, but explain it to a 6-year-old kid. After that I kinda made a decision to distance myself from everyone. I don't really know, but along the line I became a pervert to make myself a social outcast. And when I thought my heart was safe, it was broken again by the fallen angel who took advantage and killed me when I really did love her, even if I knew her just for a day. My master who I thought saved my life actually left me to die, only so that she could revive me into her faithful pawn. Being honest, I am ready to block out my heart from feeling completely. So to answer your question, I will use your power and become strong enough so that no one will mess with me. Issei answered in sad voice. The mighty dragon looked at his host with a little pity but a lot of admiration. His host had suffered so much but was still willing to work hard and secure his future. That was a very positive attitude. And he was going to make sure that his host didn't shut his heart out. Albion cared a lot about his hosts, and he won't let him keep happiness away from himself. Before Albion could reply, Issei continued and said, I also want to get stronger so that I can prevent what happened to Asia. And to protect any other people that I may come to love and care for. I will do anything that is necessary to get stronger. I will even suppress lecherous behavior as much as possible if it is necessary. Issei honestly told the White Dragon Emperor. Now Albion was amused, his host had a very keen sense of justice and righteousness. He wanted to protect the weak from the strong. That is something a dragon would do. Also to add in the fact that he still kept his heart open for any possible future relationships. This was an even better attitude. His host may be weak right now, but his potential was nearly limitless. He was 40% devil, and that automatically made him stronger than a few of his old hosts. Also, given the fact that he will live a very long life, only adds to sweet the deal. That is very interesting, partner. I can see a strong will and desire from you, but if you truly plan on getting stronger, that you must do it quickly, because now that your sacred gear is activated, you will attract both strong enemies and allies to you. Many of them, stronger than you. Are you ready for that, Isseiharem? Because if you try to run away, they will go for those you love and care to get to you. Albion asked. Issei gulped at that. That was something that he wanted to avoid at all cost. To fight the foes that are much stronger and have much more experience in combat than him was dangerous, and even worse, is that the said foes are going to go after the people that he wanted to protect if they can't get to him. Yeah, I am ready as I ever be. Said Issei to Albion as he looks up at him with a strong and determined look in his eyes. It was the look of a fighter, someone who is willing to walk the road of hardships. Albion now had little doubt that his host would be his strongest host ever. Things were about to get interesting. Specifically after what Albion had found in Issei's evil pieces. Very well, I, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, will aid you in your quest, but for now this is all the time we can talk here. But rest assured, we can now talk even when you are not dreaming. But you'll need to become stronger enough for that to happen. Albion explained as the blizzard disappeared, which woke Issei up just as his alarm was about to go off. What a strange dream. Issei mumbled as rubbed his eyes to rid them of the last remnants of last night's sleep. That wasn't a dream, partner, everything we talked about happened and was real. Albion said in his mind. So I wasn't dreaming? Issei asked out loud. No, you weren't, and you can speak to me just by thinking, you don't have to talk out loud. Now I have a plan for your training that will take 2 months to complete. But you will be able to beat most high-class beings without even using my powers. Albion mentally told him. What is it? Issei excitedly asked him. Hold in your horses, partner. First pack the things you will need for 2 months, and then find some secluded mountains for you to train in. When we get there I will tell you what we are going to do. Albion chided back. Alright then. Issei then stood up and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower he packed his things in his backpack. He then wrote a letter to his parents, explaining how he had found a camp that helped defeating your perversion, and that he would be at that camp for 2 months. He then sneakily packed some food before leaving. Reaching a secluded area he released his divine dividing and flew up towards the mountains in the distance. After arriving there he said, alright Albion, we are here. What do you have in mind? Pretty simple, partner. I am going to use the magic from your evil pieces to change you in a devil-dragon hybrid. Albion explained. I see. So according to you, how will this alter my power if I go through with it? Issei asked back. Well, for one thing it will increase your strength and speed almost alarmingly. You will become strong enough to punch craters in the ground. After that your magical reserves, which are non-existent right now, will increase and rival high-class beings. Apart from that, your senses will become much sharper, and your brain will be able to process things in nanoseconds. And finally you will have an unnaturally high affinity for ice, which happens to be my main affinity. Now I will ask again, are you willing to go through with it? The only repercussions are that you will be in pain for the entire process, and that dragon-slaying weapons will be more effective against you. Albion explained. Let's do it. The pros outweigh the cons, and I can finally show the world that they can't mess with me. Issei exclaimed. At that moment Issei suddenly felt a searing pain in his heart and fell down unconscious even before he had the chance to scream out in pain. Time skip 1 week. As soon as Issei regained consciousness he was immediately hit by multiple noises and multiple scents. The influx of new information was too much for him to handle, and he grabbed his head in an attempt to lessen the headache. That was until Albion spoke up and said, welcome back to the land of the living, partner. Albion boy, am I glad to hear you. How did everything go? Issei asked. The process went off without a hitch. You are now 60% dragon, 40% devil. Your magical reserves are now the same as your master, perhaps even slightly larger. You have grown a few inches in height. You will be feeling heavier, that is due to the rebuilding of both your bones and muscles. Also your eyes have changed from the usual brown to bright blue like mine, and your hair have also changed color from brown to white. The current look you have will cause girls to have nosebleeds just by looking at you. Albion explained. That's perfect, I can always make excuses as for why I look like this. So Albion, now what's next on our agenda? Issei excitedly asked. Our next step will to use 3 weeks for you to get reacquainted with your body and get used to the changes. You will be physically training to get all your bodily functions back. During the night I will teach you how to call on and use your draconic abilities and will also help you in harnessing your ice affinity. Albion replied. Thanks Albion, you are the best. Now let's get to training. Issei exclaimed as he stood up and wobbly began walking, trying to get his control on his body back. Time skipped 3 weeks. So Albion, what now I have mastered my body and my draconic powers along with a fair control on ice. What do we do for the second month? Issei curiously asked. Well, now that your body conditioning is over, I have calculated that your body can take almost 350 divides. We are going to unlock your balance breaker and try and increase the number of divides your body can handle. Now to unlock your balance breaker, I want you to jump off that cliff without your wings. Albion said. As he finished, Issei snapped his neck and shouted, are you insane? I will die if I jump off without my wings. Shut up, you brat. The balance breaker is only unlocked by intense emotions or by going through a life or death situation. Also don't worry, I will save you before you touch the ground. Albion said. Fine then, let's go, said Issei as he made his way to a tall cliff. Gulping his throat, he took it deep and then jumped before he started screaming I. He opened his eyes and screamed even loudly. He was getting closer to the ground, just 30 meters from the ground. His divine dividing appeared from his back and Albion's voice roared, vanishing dragon balance breaker. In a flash of white light, Issei was covered in a white draconic armor and was floating in the air. Wow, this feels amazing, Issei exclaimed as he began testing his armor. I could get used to this feeling. Congratulations, partner. I am proud of you. Now we will work on increasing your time with armor. And I will also teaching you the abilities that have been unlocked along with armor. At your full power you could go head to head with cadre level beings. Albion proudly said. Thanks a lot Albion, it wouldn't have been possible. You are the best partner possible, Issei honestly said. Thank you Issei. You saying that means a lot to me. Normally all of my hosts discard me as a tool for them to use and don't even talk to me. Thank you, Albion said. Hey, don't be like that. You are practically family to me. We are also the strongest duo in the world and we will only get stronger, Issei happily said. Albion burst out laughing and heartily nodded, and then Issei resumed his training. Time skipped 1 month. So I am finally back. I won't lie, it isn't good to be back, Issei thought. I get what you feeling, partner, but it is necessary if you don't want to be seen as a stray devil, Albion said. Mentally nodding, Issei sighed and made way to the school. As he entered the gates, a series of whispers broke out in the courtyard. Hey, look, who is that? A girl said. He is so handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Another girl said. I wonder what class he is in. A third girl said. These were the general thoughts of the girls in the school. The males, on the other hand, were cursing his existence. Issei mentally smirked. The girls who hated him were now typically fantasizing about him, and boys who used to bully him were begrudgingly showing him respect. He could get used to this. Making his way to his old class, he went sat down on his old seat and began staring outside of the window. Soon the teacher entered and found the entire class staring at a certain individual. He then asked, excuse me, are you in the right class? I wasn't informed about any transfer student coming today. Well, that is just sad, Miss Akira, all of you forgot about me despite the fact that I was gone only for 2 months. It's me, Issei Haidu. Issei answered with a grin and mentally began to count down. That's Haidu. When did he get so hot? What's with those hair and eyes? The kids in the class shouted. Sheesh, settle down, I dyed my hair and wear contact lenses. What's the big deal? As for my body, I trained a lot in martial arts in the last few months, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. But I am glad that you like my new look, Issei boredly answered, still looking out the window. Okay. Well, your parents informed us, so it's fine. Go collect your missing work from the office after school, the young female teacher said with a blush. Hi, answered Issei. As the teacher began the lesson. In a class, a pair of violet eyes were carefully observing Issei's every movement. As soon as break was signaled, Issei quickly dodged 2 punches, courtesy of his old perverted friends Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei, you traitor. Both of them shouted at Issei, who ignored them and pulled out a Pocky from his bag and started eating, and then looked at his 2 friends and said, you say something. Both of them face faulted and fell down. Leave that, Issei, we have found a great spot for peeping, it gives a good look into the changing rooms. Let's go and see, Matsuda said with Motohama nodding behind him. Sorry, I am not really interested, I have other things that need to be done, Issei boredly answered, already knowing the reaction of the class. Which was another round of whats. Issei, to avoid unnecessary drama, just got up from his seat and left the classroom with Rainer closely following behind. He went and sat by a tree near the kendo club and continued eating his pocky. It was then Murayama and Cadis walked up to him and said, "So Haidu, aren't we good enough for you to peek on him? It's not that you aren't beautiful, in fact both of you are among my top 10 girls in the school. I just have too much on my plate now to actually do something as trivial as peeking," Issei casually replied. The fact that Issei found them attractive caused both girls to blush before they apologized and left. It was then that the break was over and Issei returned to his class. After school, Issei was about to leave before he was intercepted by Rainer. Well, look at who came back after 2 whole months," spoke a familiar voice filled with sarcasm from behind him. "Oh, Rainer didn't know that you are in my class," said surprised Issei as he turns around to the familiar voice, only to look at Rainer, and was not surprised to see her in her Yuma form that she used to get him on that fateful day. "My name in school is Yuma, remember that?" hissed Rainer as she stepped closer to him. Yeah, so what do you want, Yuma?" asked Issei in his uninterested voice. "Where have you been, you jerk? And Riaz wants to see you after school," nearly yelled Rainer, who was furious at the boy who ruined her life. "Where I was isn't important and you can tell Riaz that I don't care what she wants. I will come to the clubroom tomorrow and start going on those stupid requests. I just got back today, so leave me the hell alone," Issei told her in a serious voice while arising a little bit of his aura for her to get a point that Issei was serious. Rainer cringed a bit when she felt his aura come near her. She still remembered well that night at church when he was close to snapping and when he almost killed her. Fine, be it your way," said the half-breed as she made her way towards Orc to tell her king what the pawn said. "Well, that went better than I expected," said to himself Issei as he left for his home. As he walked out the gate, he saw Murayama surrounded by 3 of the more popular guys in the school. But none of the girls dated them because of their attitudes. "I told you I won't go with you, Ken, leave me alone," Murayama shouted. "You say that but you know you want to go. Just let go and we will show you a good time," Ken said as he grabbed Murayama's arm. He was about to drag her off. But before he could, Issei grabbed his hand and squeezed it so hard that Ken's fingers almost snapped in half. He then pushed Ken back and protectively stood in front of Murayama. "What the hell are you doing here, you pervert?" Ken shouted as he massaged his hand. "Saving an innocent girl from trash like you. Now leave before I make sure you end up in the hospital," Issei said in a voice so cold that it felt as if the temperature in the surroundings had actually dropped by a few degrees. The tone alone sent shivers down the boys' spines. The look Issei was giving them told them that he wasn't bluffing and could deal with them without any problem. "Grrr, you'll pay for this, you bastard. Take your bitch, she isn't even that pretty. She looks more like a boy," Ken shouted with the other boys shouting in agreement. Ken smirked when he saw tears building up in Murayama's eyes. She was doing her best not to appear weak in front of the boys. Issei caught the tears almost leaving her eyes and disappeared in a burst of speed. He punched Ken in the stomach so hard that he coughed out a lot of blood before he fell down unconscious. Issei turned and coldly stared at the other 2 boys and said, "Take this piece of fucking trash away. Before I kill all of you. You have 30 seconds." The other picked up their friend and scrambled away. Issei then turned and started walking towards Murayama. Before she could thank him or even speak, Issei brought her into his chest and in a soft soothing voice said, "It's okay to cry, you know. Keeping it in will make it worse." His voice was enough to break all of Murayama's barriers and she started crying into Issei's chest. After several minutes of crying, she stopped and looked at Issei, who was softly smiling at her. He then said, "Let's go, I will walk you home." She just nodded, not trusting her voice, and started walking home with Issei walking by her side. As they were walking, Issei's senses picked up the smell of alcohol. He immediately wrapped his hands around Murayama's shoulder in a protective manner and they continued walking towards her home. After 10 minutes they finally reached her place and Issei said, "Well, here we are. Good night, Mura," he said and turned around. He was about to leave when a blushing Murayama grabbed his hand, turned him around and kissed him on the cheek before running into her home. Issei stood there stunned before his hand went up to his cheek in a robotic fashion and he touched the place that had been kissed. He unknowingly smiled softly before turning around and going home. If anyone could notice, they would have seen a skip in his footsteps. It was the first time in his life that Issei Haidu was happy. Murayama on the other was on her bed. Her mind racing and her heart beating frantically. Why did I kiss him? His eyes are so beautiful. Wait, does this mean I am falling for him? These were her thoughts before she was overtaken by sleep. Somewhere in the underworld, a man was seen sitting in a shadowed room surrounded by 15 figures. "Soon you will be mine, Riaz," he said out loud before he started laughing. The Phoenix. The next morning when Issei Gotti for some unknown reason felt giddy. He then thought, why am I feeling this way? It was Albion who answered and said, "Maybe it's because that the girl you like kissed you on the cheek." "Hey. Who said anything about me liking Mura?" Issei asked back after a snap of his neck. You forget the fact that I literally live in you. Even if we weren't able to communicate before, I knew about everything you thought about. And your crush on that Murayama girl is included. The dragon answered. Issei blushed red and confirmed the dragon's doubts. He then said, yeah, I have liked her since middle school, but by then I was already a big pervert, so I never really got a chance to even talk to her, bar the time she was try kicking my ass with her kendo stick after my friends and I were caught peeking on them. Being honest, the only girl I peeked on was Murayama. I didn't peek on the days she was absent. And I am kinda glad that no one ever noticed that fact. You do know that if you want to be with her, you will have to explain about yourself and the supernatural. Also, you will have to keep her away from your master. She will obviously try to add your crush into her peerage to have some leverage over you. Albion said. I hear you, buddy, I hear you. Well, we can still ponder over what to do later. Now let's get in some morning training before school. Issei said as he picked up his clock, which showed that the time was 5 o'clock am. Issei got up, went to the washroom before coming out and wearing his training gear. He then left his home, taking flight. He went high into the sky and then banishing Dragon Balance Breaker. After donning his balance breaker, he began fighting an imaginary opponent that Albion had created for him as a battle simulator. Issei was grateful for this, it helped keep him on his toes and kept his battle instincts sharp. He would also get a chance to use several of his balance breaker abilities. Albion had informed him of the fact that several of his abilities were still sealed and would only be unlocked as his power grew. He told Issei that the abilities were called Deflect. It gave him the power to deflect any attack thrown at him in any direction he wanted. The second was Reflect. This ability gave him the power to send an attack straight back to the person who launched it, regardless of the power of the attack. The third ability was called Refract. It gave him the ability to alter the direction of any projectile attack. The fourth was called Diffract. This allowed him to spread his attacks over a long area range and cause more damage. These were mainly defensive and support abilities, however the gear had two very strong offensive abilities as well. The fifth ability and the first offensive ability was called Contract. This ability was one which put an unreal amount of force on his opponents and could literally wipe beings out of existence by dividing their very being. The final and strongest ability of the divine dividing was the Reduce. It was Albion's signature breath attack. It was an icy mist that could dissolve anything, even gods. The only beings on whom this mist breath was ineffective against were his rival Drag, the infinite dragon god Office, and the dragon of dreams Great Red. Issei, during his dragnification and training, had managed to unlock Reflect and Refract. According to Albion, it was because of his draconic blood and much higher base level, which was bigger than most of his normal hosts, that he had unlocked the third liberation of the gear as soon as he had unlocked Balance Breaker, giving him the two techniques. Back with Issei, his mental sparring was now over and he made his way to the ground at 6 o'clock am and began a brutal physical workout. He did this until it was 7 and then he returned home. After eating breakfast, he got ready and left for school. As he was walking, he saw Murayama come out from a corner and start walking towards the school. He ran up to her and said, "Hey Mura, how are you?" She blushed at the sight of him and quietly answered, "I am fine. Thank you for yesterday." "Oh, don't worry about it. I will save you from any and everything. Whenever you need me, just call me and I will be there," Issei said. Murayama blushed a little before she found her confidence returning and she smirked and said, "Ho, since when did you become my Prince Charming, and since when did I become your damsel in distress?" Let me think, how about since now?" Issei playfully said back. Both of them stared at each other before they started laughing. The rest of the walk passed on with a comfortable silence between the two. They separated before the final turn to school and made way to start yet another day at school. After school, Issei begrudgingly made his way to the Occult Research Club. He opened the door to find Ria sitting behind her desk, Akeno dutifully standing behind her. Kiba was sitting on the couch reading his book, whereas Rainer and Kaneko were busy eating sweets. Walking up to Riaz, he rudely said, "Give me a request. The sooner I finish, the sooner I will be able to leave." Riaz grew irritated at what Issei said and she snapped right back and said, "Is that all you have to say to me after you disappear and then come back?" "Of course, that's all I will say. Let me spell it out for you. I hate you. The only reason I am here is to avoid being marked as a stray. Now give me a goddamn request already. Just standing here is giving me a headache," Issei non-clatantly said. Riaz looked at him with a hurtful look before she handed him a request and said, "This is one of Kiba's regular customers. As Kiba is double booked, you will have to cater this in his place." Taking the paper in his hands, Issei channeled a little magic into it and he was teleported to a good-looking apartment. Sighing, he knocked the door and said, "Hello, is anyone home? I am here as a devil of the Grimmery family." The door flew open a few moments later and in front of him stood a blonde-haired woman. She had big breasts and shoulder-length hair. She stared at Issei for a few moments and said, "You are not Kiba." "Yes, well, he was double booked, so I was sent instead. Is there anything I can help you with?" Issei asked. Well, you can do what Kiba usually does. Cleaning the house and cooking. She said, to which Issei nodded. Entering the apartment, Issei removed his coat and started cleaning the apartment. It wasn't very messy, so he was able to kludge the whole thing in about an hour. After that he went into the kitchen, washed his hands and then called out, "Ma'am, is there something you'd like to request for dinner?" Nothing special, just surprise me," came a lazy reply from the woman. Nodding, Issei got to work and began cooking. It took him 45 minutes and he finished making his pasta. He then put it on a plate and served it with a glass of wine. She first looked skeptical, but after taking the first bite she literally inhaled the food. She gave a satisfied sigh after she finished and then looked at Issei before saying, "Damn kid, where did you learn to cook like that?" she asked. "From my dad," Issei casually replied as he was washing the dishes. "I like you, what's your name?" the woman asked. Issei, "Haidu." "Yours?" Issei said and asked. "Mina Terumi. Here's your payment, I have decided to make a contract with you as well," she said as he handed Issei a suitable amount. "Thanks, I guess, bye," Issei said as he left the apartment and slowly made his way back to the orc. Suddenly a magic circle opened near his ear and from it came the Kendo's voice. "Issei, there has been stray devil sighting, we are already there at the site. Hurry up and get here." Issei sighed before activating his divine dividing and flying off in a distance. Soon the whole orc was at sight and entered the building. What Issei saw made his blood go cold. The stray devil was about to eat Murayama. He forgot all semblance of protocol and in flash he was in front of the stray devil. He punched it hard, launching it into the wall behind it. As soon as he hit, Albion's voice rang out, "Divide." Issei then picked up Murayama bridal style and took her to safety near the orc. He looked up with cold eyes and said, "I am going to kill that devil, don't you dare interfere or try anything to manipulate her." I understood the look in his eyes and the power that was coming off him made Riaz take an involuntary step back before she gave him a shaky nod. Issei then turned around and gave the stray devil an even colder stare. The look made the stray devil flinch before it shouted, "How dare you interrupt my meal." As soon as he said meal, Issei's aura magnified, causing the temperature in the surroundings to decrease exponentially. One could actually see their breath. Issei then spoke and said, "Big mistake." He then launched himself at the stray devil before punching it into the air. Using his speed he got to the top before punching it to the ground. The stray devil hit the ground with so much force that it cratered the place it crashed in. In the air, Issei took a deep breath in and shouted, "Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar." As he finished, a concentrated beam of ice left his mouth and hit the stray devil head on. After the attack was over, the stray devil was an ice sculpture before the structure broke down, leaving behind nothing. He sighed and stopped releasing his power, causing the temperatures to return to normal. This caused the orc to release a breath they didn't know that they were holding. Issei then made his way to the group and to the wide-eyed Murayama. He picked her up bridal style and kept her head near his shoulder. He then turned to the orc and said, "Well, good night," he said before taking off. Murayama was in complete shock. This evening was beyond confusing. First she is chased by a monster that almost eats her, and then in the next moment a boy she has a crush comes in and uses superpowers to defeat the monster. And finally the most popular girl in the school is a devil. What the hell is happening? She incoherently started muttering what? How? What? But was cut off when Issei gently kissed her on the forehead and said, "I am taking you to my place after what you experienced today, you deserve a good night's rest." She just nodded, not knowing what to make of the situation. But she couldn't deny that the current situation she found herself in was a very attractive one. Her crush was carrying her bridal style and they were flying under a night sky. She could definitely get used to this. Her thoughts were interrupted when Issei stopped and teleported into his room. Murayama was shocked. She was in her crush's room and found that there was no perverted stuff inside it. Picking up on her confusion, Issei said, surprised that there is nothing perverted in here. She just nodded, not finding her voice. "Well, I gave up on that stuff 2 months ago. Now go lay down on the bed and get some sleep, I will be on the floor," Issei said. Nodding, Murayama went to his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. The events and the reveals of the day finally took their toll on her. Issei chuckled at that before going to washroom and taking a shower. He then removed his shirt and wore his nightwear before exiting the washroom. THW whole process took an hour as he had taken a long shower. When he came out he saw that Murayama was whimpering in her sleep. Must be rewatching the memory. Issei mused before he went up and joined her in bed. After throwing the blanket over both of them, Issei wrapped his hands around Murayama and pulled her into his chest. After a few minutes he felt her snuggle and move deeper into his chest, which for her was a source of warmth. Sighing in relaxation, Issei let himself drift to sleep. The next morning Murayama groggily got up and groaned as the sunlight invaded her eyes. Last night was the best sleep she had in ages. Not knowing the reason, she tried to move but found herself to be held by something or someone. Opening her eyes she was greeted with the sight of a sleeping Issei in front of her. She blushed at the sight of him and looked down to find that she was on his chest and he was holding her in a protective manner. As if trying to protect her even in her dreams. She softly smiled at him before she remembered the events of last night. Deciding to wait until Issei got up, she put her head on his chest again and drifted back into sleep. Both of them wouldn't be going to school today. After an hour both groaned and got up together. Opening his eyes, Issei saw light brown orbs staring right into his blue ones. Both Issei and Murayama were captivated by each other's eyes. But before they went too far, Issei said, "Let's get ready. I will drop you off at your place. Get a change of clothes and then we will go out where I will explain everything to you. Is that acceptable?" Murayama nodded before smirking and saying, "Yeah, it's fine, but I don't know by the sounds of it, are you asking me out on a date? Well, you could call it a date, but before we go further, I want you to know the truth about me. Until then it is just a meeting, nothing more, nothing less." Issei replied in a serious voice. After Issei got dressed, he teleported to the roof of Murayama's place and said, "I will be around that corner. I will be waiting." When he finished, he disappeared in a bluish and white magic circle. As he was waiting, Issei had sent Kib a message telling him that he was dealing with Murayama, which is why he won't come to school, but he would drop for the usual requests after school. He soon received confirmation from Kiba which told he had been given the go-ahead from Rias. Issei scoffed at that and thought, as if I need her permission to do anything. He was brought out of his musing when Murayama caught up to him. He blushed at the sight of her. She was wearing a white summer dress with a cute pink jacket on top. Her hair were neatly made into twin tails. Overall she looked very beautiful and Issei couldn't fight back the blush coming on his face. Seeing that, Murayama smirked and said, "So Issei, how do I look?" "Well, I will just say wow. I thought you looked beautiful in your school uniform, but this takes the cake. Now let's go," Issei said as he grabbed her hand and led her away. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of orange-brown eyes were looking at them and the owner was now following them. Soon, however, Issei picked up on the figure's presence and sighed before saying, "You can come out now, Caddis." The pink-haired girl looked a little sheepish before she stepped out. However, before any of them could say anything, Caddis pointed an accusing finger at Issei and said, "What are you doing with her, you pervert? Mura, how are you even going with him? Don't you remember he is a pervert?" "No, wait, I am sure he must have blackmailed you in some way," she ranted on. Issei gave her a deadpan stare before he turned to a giggling Murayama and asked, "Is she always like this?" Murayama nodded and said, "Issei, would it be okay for me to tell her about last night? She is my best friend, I share everything with her. Heck, both of us also decided that in case we ever like the same guy we would share him as well." Issei looked at her for a while and then nodded, saying, "Yeah, you can tell her if both of you promise to keep it a secret and not tell anyone else. Also, don't think my opinion of you will degrade in any way if you guys end up sharing a boy. Harems are a normal occurrence in the supernatural world, so I am not really affected." Murayama blushed at the harem news and then moved towards Caddis. She took Caddis's hand and led her to a secluded part of the street to tell her exactly what had happened in the last few days. Starting up from the Ken incident. Needless to say, Issei wasn't surprised when he heard a loud shout of what coming from their current position. Sighing, he waited and after a couple of minutes both the girls returned. With Caddis having an embarrassed blush on her face. I am sorry for jumping the gun on you, Issei. Mura told me everything. Would you mind if I accompanied you during the explanation?" Caddis asked. "Sure, I don't see a problem," Issei said as he led both of the girls to a karaoke bar where bought a private booth and the three of them entered the room. "Now, do you believe in the supernatural?" asked Issei. "After last night I don't know what to believe, so tell us what you know," said Murayama. "Alrighty then. First of all, you need to know that every myth or legend made up by humans is real and exists. That includes Japan's Shinto gods, the Christian God, devils and angels. Now we go back 3 months in time and I am chilling doing what I normally did in those days. So on one fine day after school I was walking home when Yuma came up to me and asked me out on a date. Being the desperate pervert I accepted it at once. Now I will leave what we did on the date out as it is unnecessary information. On the end of the date it turned out that Yuma was actually a fallen angel that had been sent to kill me. She busted my gut open with a light spear, killing me. It was at that moment that Ria's Grimoire, a high-class devil, appeared and reincarnated me into her peerage. A peerage is a group of people that are reincarnated by a high-class devil using evil pieces. Evil pieces are equal to chess pieces that are synchronized with a high-class devil, making them the king. In Ria's example, she is the king, Akeno is the queen, Kiba is knight, Kaneko the rook, Yuma the bishop, and finally me the pawn. 2 months ago I found out that Ria's new Yuma was out to kill me, but didn't stop it. She wanted me to feel that she saved me so that I'd be eternally loyal to her. I was attacked and reincarnated because of my sacred gear. A sacred gear is a gift of the biblical God to humans, giving them the ability to combat the supernatural. Among the sacred gears are a group of 13 gears that have the power to kill gods when their full potential is unlocked. I have one of those 13 gears called the Divine Dividing. It contains the soul of one of the heavenly dragons in it. Yes, dragons exist, and heavenly dragons were dragons that could kill almost anyone. The biblical God was scared of them. Now when I disappeared for 2 months I was actually training. The change in my hair and eyes was caused by the fact that I let myself be changed into a dragon. As it stands I am 40% devil and 60% dragon. After my training was complete I came back here and you both know what happened next. I understand if both of you are scared of me and want nothing to do with me. So if you want to leave please do now. Issei calmly told them. He closed his eyes and waited for them to leave. It was one of the reasons that he hadn't led Murayama on. He however was brought out of his musings when Murayama took his hand in hers and said, Issei, I want to be with you. I have had a crush on you for a while now, but because of your perversion and my image I had to stay away. But now with all the walls down I don't want to lose you again. I don't care about the dangers, I am sure you will protect me and I will also train so that I can defend myself. Also in the future I would like to join your peerage if you ever become a high-class devil. Issei was stunned. You mean you like me? He stuttered out. Murayama nodded to Shai to continue. Before any of them could say anything Kata spoke up and said. Mura, what are you doing? You promised we would confess to him together after we observed him for a while. Hold up, are you saying that you like me too? Issei asked in an incredulous manner. Well yeah, both of us had a crush on you. The only reason we beat you was to stop the other girls from killing you. We didn't really mind you peeking on us. Kata answered. Albion, are they being serious right now? Because if not I'd rather not have my heart broken again. Issei thought to Albion. It seems they are telling the truth. I don't feel any deceit or any other negative emotion coming from them. Albion replied. Mentally nodding, Issei smiled before saying, if that is the case would you both want to take a chance? Both of them nodded before the three of them started making small talk. During the small talk the girl said that they couldn't believe that the girl everyone idolized as the perfect girl would be so heartless. He then countered and told them to avoid the supernatural as much as possible and to act as if nothing happened, as Rias was expecting him to have erased their memories. After dropping both the girls at their homes, Naruto made his way to the Occult Research Club and went on 3 requests, getting 2 subsequent contracts under his name. After that he left the club with saying a word, leaving behind a frowning Rias. He sighed as he left for his home. The rest of the day up to bedtime was rather normal on Tile. Just as he was about to sleep a red magic circle appeared in his room and from it came Rias as she looked depressed. Rias, what are you doing here at this time of night? Asked Issei as he was confused as to why she was here. Sorry, Issei, but I have no choice. She spoke as she quickly climbed on top of him and started undressing. What are you talking about? And why are you undressing yourself? He questioned as he felt uncomfortable. You are the only one that will do this for me. Kiba won't do it since his knight's pride won't let him and I can't think of anyone else. Now stay down, I will do the rest. She answered as she unhooked her bra and threw it away. Issei, hearing this, started to get angry. He hated being used by others and she was trying to get a personal end closed and he was just a measly means to do it. In one swift motion he pushed himself back up and pushed Rias away and said, what makes you think I will let you do it with me? What? Am I not good enough for you? She questioned, with her eyes slightly narrowing. That's right, I have certain standards and double-crossing bitches are definitely not a part of them. Now leave. He sternly replied. However, before she could reply they were interrupted by a blue magic circle that had formed on the ground. As the circle shined brighter a figure appeared out of it. When the light died down Issei was left like he just saw a figure revealed itself to be a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, featured a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. She was wearing a maid outfit that made her look, in his opinion, even sexier. Seeing her, Rias sighed as she knew that it was too late for her plan to work. So what brings you here, Graphia? Was it father, brother, or is this of your own accord? The red-haired princess asked as she lifted herself from her pawn. On all 3 accounts, my lady. The woman known as Graphia answered in a regal tone that very impressed Issei. Why do lower yourself to this worthless specimen, my lady? You should know better than to expose yourself to the lower classes, you are the heiress of the Gremory after all. Said Graphia as she looked at the position the 2 teens were. Issei didn't know if he felt insulted or to be thankful to the maid for stopping Rias. So he settled for both. You know I'm not some peasant, lady. So I guess it would be better if you take back what you said. He told her sharply. That made her look at him and just raise her eyebrow at him. Graphia, even though you are my brother's queen, I will not tolerate how you treat my cute and adorable servant. Is that understood? Rias said as she released a small amount of her power to show her point. Graphia knew that even Rias and her peerage combined couldn't stand up to her even at 10% of her full power, but she also knew that she couldn't do anything to her since she was the little sister of her husband and he was way overprotective over his little sister. So she just did what was expected of her. I'm terribly sorry for my words. My name is Graphia LUCIFUGE, the head maid of the Grimoire and the queen of Ria's brother. She stated as she bowed. Ria's never told me that she had a brother, Issei thought, until he remembered that he didn't show at the clubroom for more than a month, so even if she wanted to tell him, she couldn't. Apology accepted. My name is Isseiharem, the current Hikariku and the pawn of Ria's Grimoire. It's pleasure to meet you, Graphia. He said as he stood up and bowed to the maid. Graphia widens her eyes a little bit at hearing that her sister-in-law had gained a very powerful piece. Now that the pleasantries are over, my lady, we need to go. We have a very important meeting to attend to. Stated Graphia as she dressed Ria's and a little later activated her circle. Can Akeno come with me? Asked Ria's as she was now Dri's Princess of Thunder. I see no problem in that. It's acutely a very good thing to have a king escorted by his queen. Was the reply from the silver-haired maid. So Elby and you there, we need a plan on how to deal with the raiding game. I for one am not going to fight for that manipulative bitch. Issei thought out to his partner. I believe I have a perfect solution. I could just knock you into a coma just a day before the game. That way you won't have to fight for her and she will then automatically lose. Albion replied. Issei smirked at Albion's reply and mentally nodded before drifting off to sleep. The next day was good for Issei. He had met Murayama and Caddis before school. The three of them had shared their lunches on the roof. During the break, he had escorted them both back to their homes. He also received a surprise when he was kissed on the cheek by both of them. And now was the part of the day that he didn't really look forward to. He had to go and report in the occult research club. Making his way, he found Graphia standing there behind Ria's and the orc doing their normal lounge around routine. Mistress, do you want me to tell them? Graphia asked. No, I will do it myself. Thank you, Graphia. Ria's replied before turning to the group. Imengag. She was however cut off when a yellow magic circle appeared on the ground. Looking at the circle, she only said one thing. Phoenix. Ria said with venom as she saw who appeared out of a magic circle. Out of the circle stepped a young-looking man that appeared to be in his 20s. He had short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit was a burgundy blazer with matching pants and black shoes. Underneath his open blazer was a simple white shirt. Ah. It's been so long that I have set foot on Earth. Voiced the young man. Riser. What are you doing here? Ria's questioned as she tried to keep her voice neutral, but it was obvious that she was very close to exploding. Ah, Ria's my love. Have you already forgotten about it? Replied the now named blonde man as he took her arm. No, I didn't forget, and it was agreed that I have at least until I graduate from college in the human world. So I ask you again, what are you doing here? She said as she yanked her arm from his grasp. Seeing this and not knowing about anything that was said or what was the talk about, Issei wanted to ask the obvious question that was on his mind, but stopped after he saw that this was a position Ria's didn't want to be in, so he kept quiet and opted to keep watching the show. What the fuck is going on here and who is this guy? Rainer asked. Yuuma, this here is Riser Phoenix from the Nobel House of Phoenix. Kiba politely answers, making Yuuma look at him. And that means what? She questioned again, still not understanding the situation at all. Riser, seeing this exchange, decided to intervene. Riser is surprised that a simple peasant doesn't know who I am. The Riser is disappointed in Urias. I thought that you told them about Riser. He said while referring to him in a third person, making everyone want to fassip him. Hard. Who are you calling peasant? You overgrown fried chicken. Yuuma demanded as she glared at the nobleman. Predicting that the fight is about to begin, Graphia decided to intervene. Yuuma-san, Riser here is from a noble house of Phoenix, as said he is also Ria's fiancé. And thus they are in an arranged marriage. She said. Yuuma was left stupefied with this info. While she didn't like Ria's, she hated arranged marriages. What was the point in being with someone for eternity if you don't love that person? Issei on the other hand smirked. Albion's plan was flawless. Her losing the game would make her the chicken slave for eternity. That would be a fine revenge for what she did to him. Ria's was still fuming about an idea of having to marry a playboy devil who wanted nothing more than to fuck her senseless. She wanted to get married to someone she loved and who loved her back. Not for political or any other thing, just from love. She wanted nothing short of killing Riser, but she also knew that she didn't have power and experience to do it. That was why she had the White Dragon Emperor. Even one as weak as Issei, oh please, could beat him, given enough time to train. While she was in deep thought, Riser decided to take this opportunity to check out the other girls of Ria's peerage, specifically her queen. Come on my dear, let's get married already, you know it's for the greater good of our race. He told her after he finished his gazing and grabbing her hand. That made her return to the real world, where she immediately pushed him back. For the last time, no Riser. I will not marry you, I will marry someone that I love and that loves me back. She snapped at him, while her eyes turned red and a scary aura surrounded her. Before Riaz could reply, Issei spoke up and said, I don't see what the problem is, my king. He did say it for the betterment of the devil race, so I think you should accept. Riser likes you. What is your name? Riser asked Issei. My name is Isseiharem, and I am this generation's Shiraukite. Issei said, causing Riser's eyes to widen before they returned back to normal. Anyways, that's enough, let's go, Riaz. He said as he tried to grab her hand, but she flared her power of destruction and mean-singingly said, I have already told you I won't marry you. If you don't want to marry me the easy way, then Riser will do it the hard way. Riser said in a serious tone as he started generating extremely hot flames in his hands, ready to incinerate anything. What do you say, Riaz? If Riser burns you servants to ashes, will that finally make you see reason? He questioned as he was lifting his arm up and pointing the flames toward Issei and Rainer that were standing opposite of him. He fired the flames at them. Rainer panicked and jumped away, whereas Issei just calmly sat there and released his divine. Dividing from it came Albion's voice, divide. The flames all died down to nothing. Issei looked at Riser and gave him a thumbs up and said thanks for the juice. It was at this moment that Riser decided to be wary of Issei. He was masking his power very well. Finally, having enough of this bullshit, Grafia released some of her power to terrify them and to make them take this talk like nobles, like they were supposed to be. She wasn't sure anymore. Enough of this. My lady, your parents and brother have expected this from you, so they propose a rating game between Lord Riser and you. She said as she was about to freeze both high-class devils to cool down a little. So they still don't understand. Fine, I will accept what they propose. If I win, I'm free, right? She stated as she looked at the maid, who just nodded. Ha 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 ha, you really think you can beat Riser? Riaz, you are far too fucking weak, and is this all you have to offer in our match? Just 5 people, all of which are as weak as fuck except your queen. She can maybe match my Rook Shulin, and that is if she is lucky. And Riser has a whole set to boot. Riser arrogantly declared as he snapped his fingers, and another magic circle of fire appeared with 15 people exiting it as the fire swirled around them for a few moments before returning to the circle and disappeared along with it. Issei hated to admit, but this fried chicken sure had a good eye for well-developed or some who had a potential to evolve their figures even further. Women that were present were very good-looking and hot. Some had breasts that could match Akeno's and Rainer's in her fallen form, while others had a little bit above average. Not that he minds, he welcomed good tits any time of the day, but what caught his eyes was a blonde-haired girl that had her hair in a twin drill-like curls, one on each side, dark blue eyes that were mesmerizing, and she was wearing a pink dress with a darker pink bow at the front. She looked a lot like Riser, and if he had to jest, she was his little sister that was also good-looking. As you can see, Riser here accepts. Riser has a full set, and so Riser will give you a handicap. You have 10 days to prepare for the battle to come. Riser continued with an arrogant tone, knowing that he had this in a bag. Very well, if both sides agreed with this, then I, Grafia, will inform the heads of both houses to your agreement. Grafia spoke before disappearing into a magic circular. Riser was about to leave also, but seeing that Issei was looking at his peerage with leech's eyes, he decided to give a final display for today. You Balloona, come here. He ordered, as the busty-looking woman with long purple hair that went all the way to her lower back, she also had purple eyes just like her hair color, and was wearing a navy blue tunic top with some golden accents and a white shirt that showed her large breasts that bounce and threatened to burst free from their prison, much to Issei's delight. Yes, ma. She didn't finish her sentence as Riser forcibly kissed her and again started to grope her in front of everyone. Issei was burning red with jealousy as this guy got to do this to a bombshell of a girl. The purple-haired girl could put to shame more than 80% of school's female population without breaking a sweat. After a few minutes he stopped and left the orc with his peerage. As soon as he left, Riaz stomped up to Issei and swung her hand to slap, only for him grab her hand. What? He said as he coldly stared at her. She gulped under his cold gaze before manning up and saying, how dare you support him? You are my servant, you should have taken my side. Issei's glare hardened and he said, listen here, you spoiled little princess, you may have manipulated me into your peerage, but you sure as hell don't own or control me. So whatever I think or whatever I do doesn't matter to you. Are we understood? She shakily nodded as Issei released her and went back to sit on the sofa. After a few seconds, the Grimoire magic circular appeared and from it, Grafia appeared looking as regal as ever. The rating game is in effect. Both heads agreed to it. You have from tomorrow 10 days to get ready for the upcoming battle. Use them well, my lady. Grafia informed them as she bowed and then disappeared in a flash of light. Good, that will give us just enough time to get strong enough to beat Riser. So all of you pack your stuff and we will tomorrow go to one of the estates that my family has and there we will train. Riaz informed everyone, who all nodded in response. As soon as Grafia disappeared, Akeno moved up to Issei and put his hand in between her breats and said, Issei, you look even more handsome when you dominate others. I don't know if I will be able to keep myself in check. She finished with a red face and a giggle. Watching her blush and giggle made her look even cuter in Issei's opinion. But he stopped that very train of thought because he still hadn't forgiven the orc. Maybe after he became a high-class devil he would consider it, but definitely not now. Before anyone could speak, Yuma spoke up and said, "Mind telling us why you were in a private karaoke booth with 2 of our classmates?" "How do you know that, Crow?" Issei asked, his voice laced with cold rage. Our king instructed me to follow you to make sure you don't go on a path of destruction," she stuttered out. Issei turned and glared at Riaz, who gulped and quickly answered, "You were behaving strangely, so I had no choice but to have you tailed." "And how was I behaving strangely, my dear king?" Issei finished in a sarcastic tone. "You weren't spending any time in the club. Now tell me, why were you with the girls?" she asked. "I don't have to tell you anything, but since I know you are a bitchy spoiled princess who won't stop until she knows, I will tell you. I was explaining to them about the supernatural. Before you throw a tantrum, they promised not to tell anyone. And if they do, their memories can always be wiped," Issei said as he snickered. Riaz grew a tick mark at his insult, but didn't say anything. Akeno on the other hand giggled and said, "Ara Issei, you are such a womanizer, having 2 girls in a private booth. I wonder what sort of deeds did you do?" Issei blushed red at the accusation, but smirked and whispered something into Akeno's ear that caused her to develop a blush as red as Ria's hair and then start muttering refusals incoherently, causing Issei to smirk victoriously. Saving her from further embarrassment, Riaz clapped her hands and said, "We will leave on a training trip for 10 days. We leave tomorrow at 6 am. Everyone nodded and left. Issei, as he left, phoned Murayama and Cadis, telling them to come over to his place. When they arrived, he explained them that he has to leave for 10 games for a game and would be back after. He explained to them of Rizer and Ria's engagement as well. Cadis left after dinner while Murayama stayed, saying she wanted another night with her body pillow. Both of them soon fell into deep sleep, awaiting the next morning to sun to rise. Training, the game. The next morning, the whole occult research club were waiting for Issei to appear so that they could leave. He appeared after a few minutes and the whole group teleported away to the foot of a mountain. After that, everyone picked up their luggage and started climbing the mountain. Issei had decided beforehand that he would hide his abilities. He had already decided that the only power he would show would be his physical power. As they were walking, everyone except Issei and Kaneko were beginning to pant. By the time they reached the top, everyone else was on their knees, with Kaneko panting slightly and Issei not looking tired in the slightest. Even after 30 minutes, all of the others were still on the ground. Watching the scene in front of him, Issei couldn't help but sweat dropped and thought, damn, if someone like Albion was training now, they'd be dead. Damn right they would. They are complete weaklings. It's confirmed that they will lose this game. Your master is merely delaying the inevitable. Albion replied back. Well, they could win if I decide to help, but meh, I don't even care. We will go with the original plan. They don't deserve my help. Specifically if they aren't even willing to try and work for it. Issei said, to which his dragon mentally nodded. Issei then scoffed and said, I will be in the mountains training. Don't disturb me. Or I will attack you like a threat. He was about to leave when Riaz spoke up and in a winded voice said, wait a minute, you can't just leave, stay and give me a demonstration of your power. She demanded. Ho, since when did I give you the permission to demand anything from me? He said as he released his draconic presence, causing all the members of the orc to sweat. To them it felt like being eyed by an apex predator ready to hunt them. Not waiting for an answer, Issei punched the ground and created a small crater. He then looked at the group who were shocked at that display of power and said, this along with my sacred gear is the full extent of my power. Now I will training in the mountains, don't disturb me. Or else. As soon as he finished, he released his wings and flew away into the much higher and rather inaccessible regions of the mountain, leaving behind his stunned club mates. They soon were brought out of their musings by Rainer, who reminded them that they did not have time to waste and needed to get on with their training. After that, Riaz gave her peerage the order to work on whatever they wanted, as they would know what they needed to improve. Kiba had decided to up his defense, power and instincts. It was because of this he had requested both Riaz and Akeno to use their magic to create the toughest obstacle course they could think of. In the end, the result was one which Kiba liked. The obstacle course would help him garner a slightly larger pain threshold and would undoubtedly hone his reflexes to the max. Kaneko decided that the best course of action for her would be to increase her speed. She knew that she didn't lack strength, but when it came to speed she was slower than most. To help increase her speed by a respectable level before the game, she decided to wear weights. She was currently wearing 30 kgs on each of her wrists, 40 kgs on each of her legs, whereas a 50 kg training vest under her clothes. She was sure that if she completed her physical menu and they performed all her moves with the weights, her speed would be much higher than its current level at the time of the game. Rainer was the team's all-rounder. During her time as a devil and the time that Issei had beaten her, she had taken an interest in hand-to-hand combat as well as sword fighting. For her the plan was to wear weights up her speed and get more techniques under her belt. After that she decided to work on her demonic magic a little more. She would never admit it, but she was slowly starting to enjoy her time in the Gremory Peerage. Things were peaceful and there was no constant performance pressure. She did decide to give it her all in order to help her team win the game, so that her time in this peace could continue. Akeno was the only part of the peerage who was rationally worried. She knew for a fact that even with Issei on their side, they were likely to lose this game. She knew that her magic was limited to lightning. So she decided that her training would involve getting the rest of her elements up to par. For Ria's sake she decided that she would even bring out her other powers. But she also decided that she would only use them versus Riser. She did not want to kill someone in a non-official game. She sighed as she began her training, hoping to increase her arsenal by the time of the game. Ria's was the confident one in the group. For some reason she had complete confidence that she could take on Riser on her own. She knew that he had the advantage in numbers, but she felt that after all the games of chess she had played against her arch-rival Sona, she would be able to produce satisfying strategies that would allow her to win. For her training she arrogantly thought that her control over the power of destruction was sufficient and she only needed to improve her reserves. To do that she decided to continuously exhaust her magic reserve and let them refill, ultimately increasing them. She just hoped that the increase would get her through the finish line during the game. Lastly, Issei was the most relaxed of the group. He had a plan that would let him sit out of the game and would make Rias and her crew lose. But that didn't mean he wouldn't use this time to train. He was a part of a much bigger picture. He was to have his fated match with the Red Dragon Emperor and he needed every opportunity he got to train and get stronger. As he landed on his preferred training area, he immediately asked his partner for suggestions on training. "So what do you think we should work on, partner?" Issei asked. "I am thinking of teaching you two of my ice moves. Frozen Fissure and Ice Field. These are wide area moves made for mass impact," Albion replied. "Sounds legit, let's do it," Issei exclaimed as he started listening to Albion's description of the techniques and then the ways on how to pull them off. After the talk and explanation was over, Issei had finally started to practice both of the techniques. Time skipped 10 days. The whole of the Occult Research Club were waiting in the clubroom for the game to begin. Rias was sitting on her desk, Akeno dutifully standing behind her. Kiba was wearing a little protection on his arms and legs so as to prevent damage that could slow him down. Kaneko was wearing a mixed martial arts gear and looked to be ready for everything. Rainer was sitting on one of the couches doing nothing. However, just before Grafia arrived, Issei decided it was time to put his plan into action. He straightened up and was about to move before he blacked out and fell down headfirst into the ground. This action elicited calls of worry from around the room as they had gathered around their fallen comrade in a flash. This was the scene that Grafia had walked in on when she appeared in her classic blue Gremory magic circle. "What is the matter, mistress?" Grafia asked in her usual regal tone. "We don't know." He was standing one moment before he collapsed on the floor unconscious. "We have checked his vitals, they are all stable, and everything else except the fact that he is unconscious seems to be normal," Rias replied. Before anyone could say anything, the wings of the divine dividing appeared on his back and from them Albion spoke and said, "Do not fret, queen and sister of Lucifer. Partner here is unconscious because of the change that the gear is about to undergo." "What change are you talking about, Albion-sama?" Grafia asked in a respectful tone. The gear was close to undergoing an evolution that would take it to its third liberation. It was because of that all his reserves are being used for the evolution, causing him to be in a minor coma. He will stay in this state for 3 days and will not be able to take part in this game, Albion informed them. Rias looked horrified. Issei had been her trump card for the game. With him out of the picture, they were already half a shoe-in for a loss. She was thinking of ways on how to get out of the situation and only one thing came to mind. Turning to Grafia, she desperately asked Grafia, "Will it be possible to delay the game for 3 days?" Grafia just shook her head and said, "I am sorry, Oju-sama, but the elders have decided that the game will happen today. If you don't comply, it will be considered as forfeit and you will have to marry Riser-sama in 4 days." Rias bent her head dejectedly and sighed. She had Grafia transport Issei to a safe medical ward before she and the rest of the peerage were transported to the raiding game arena. After dropping them off, Grafia disappeared via a magic circle, leaving the orc alone in their thoughts. After a few moments, Grafia's voice could be heard and she announced and said, "Hello everyone. I am Grafia, a maid from the House of Gremory, and today I will be the arbiter of the raiding match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my master, Sirzich's Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match." By using both Rias and Razor opinion, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Ku Academy, which Rias attends to in the human world. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Ria's base would be the Occult Research Cub's club room located in the old school building. Razor base would be the student council's room located in the new building. For For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. You have 5 minutes to strategies. After 5 minutes the game will begin. Your time to strategies begins now. Kiba, can you please bring me a map of the school? She requested her blonde knight as he nodded and left to look for it. It only took a few seconds before the blonde boy returned with a map with him that he spread in front of Ria's. Here it is, President. President, if you would, I can make traps in the forest near our base, so that when Riser's pawns make their way through there we can ambush them and put them out of commission. He said as he presented the map of school to Ria's and showed her where he was planning to set up his traps for the unwanted guests that would be making their way here. Yes, that looks like a perfect place to set them. Kiba, you go do that, while Luceno will create a mist so that they don't spot the traps. She agreed to his plan as it looked perfect for reducing the manpower gap between them. Yes, President. Was the reply from both the blonde knight and priestess of thunder. Meanwhile, Kaneko, I want you to go to the gym and hold of Riser's pieces that will be there until Luceno finish making her mist and when she gives you the signal, retreat so that she can blow it up. And hopefully, take some of the enemies with it. After that, you will regroup near the track field with Kiba and push forward towards Riser's base. Riaz told her group. And what do you want me to do, Princess? Rainer questioned as she noticed that she wasn't mentioned in the plan. I need you to stay here and support me if some of the enemy's piece break through here. Since you have a healing gear, it would be a suicide to send you to the front with others. On that note, if some of you are too injured, retreat so that Rainer can heal you. Even if one of you are to be put out of the game, it could be catastrophic for us. She explained her whole plan to the group as she knows that she would need all of them to beat Riser. Yes, President. Came the reply from her group as they went to finish their preparations for the upcoming battle. Rainer here. Akeno said as she threw the duo 2 small transceivers. What are they for? Rainer asked as he looked over the small transceiver that he was given. That's for communicating with us during a fight. Everyone has one, and don't worry, each high-class devil gets his set of transceivers so that it can't listen in during the game. So when I finish with the mist I will tell you when to evacuate so you don't get also blown up. Akeno snickered as her sadistic side begun to creep up, making Rainer back away from her as she shivered in fear. Why, yeah, I will keep that in mind. Thanks, Akeno. She said as she compassed herself to a task ahead of him. Your 5 minutes to strategies is up. The raiding game between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoniax begins now. Grafia announces as the school bell rings to signalize the start of the battle. Ring, 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 ring. All right, my adorable servants, go out there and make me proud. Yes. They all shouted as they left the orc building to face off against whatever Riser had to offer. Akeno immediately took to the skies and started creating a mist to cover Kiba as he started putting traps in the woods just west of the clubroom to ambush and take out any opposition that may come. Kaneko made her way towards the gym that was a strategic position from where both sides could come into direct contact with one another. In essence, who controlled the gym controlled the field. So instead of controlling it and in fear of losing her pieces, Riaz decided to, after getting the opening skirmish with Riser's pieces, to evacuate hers and let her queen blow up those that were left inside. Time skip 3 days later. Do you think Issei will be alright? Akeno asked as she entered Issei's room to bring some food for Grafia, who was patiently sitting in one of the chairs in the room. Yes, you don't need to be worried about him, Akeno. He will be alright, he should be waking up soon if what Albion explained us was true. Grafia replied as she gracefully took the food and thanked the Queen of Riaz for it. It's no problem, Grafia. Thank you for keeping an eye on him. We appreciate it. Akeno spoke as she bowed to the strongest queen and exited the room, leaving both Issei and Grafia alone. As Grafia continued to watch over Issei while eating the food she got from Ria's queen, she couldn't help but remembered what she was told by her sister-in-law about the White Dragon Emperor. She trusted Riaz, but the way she acquired him didn't make sense to her. It was as it was all set up too perfectly to be the truth. And she was worried that what might did happen was the worst case. Flashback. As Riaz was reading over some papers related to the devil business, she suddenly felt a magic circle forming in her clubroom. Seeing it belonged to her clan, she expected it to be from either her brother or his wife. Which, moments later, showed that she was right as the latter appeared through it wearing her normal maid outfit. Grafia, it's nice to see you. How are you been doing? Riaz asked, not showing her uncomfortableness that she felt at seeing her. Riaz, it's also nice seeing you. I'm good, though I'm here on the orders from your brother to tell you that you have less than 2 months to prepare for Riser. He started to pressure for the marriage. Grafia explained, seeing Riaz flinch and starting to get angry at the message. I thought that I still had time till that cursed marriage. Riaz shouted to no one in particular as she was getting even angrier at the thought of her and Riser. Yes, you did, but Riser along with the elders are pushing this. Grafia replied. Well, I do have someone in my peerage that will force Riser into the raiding game and Riser will lose to him. Riaz confidently said to the maid. And who do you have that can beat him? Maid asked, not knowing who in the Riaz peerage was strong enough to beat Riser. That's easy, I have found White Dragon Emperor, and he is now my servant. Riaz told her in the voice full of pride and confidence. Grafia, hearing that Riaz has acquired the legendary beast, had her eyes wide for a second before she got her shock under wraps. Though, that begged the question on how she was able to convince the heavenly dragon to become her servant. It was common knowledge that dragons loved their freedom. And how did you manage to get him to become your servant? Grafia questioned her sister-in-law. Riaz clearly didn't expect Grafia to question it. Sweating a little bit, Riaz quickly lied in a convincing voice. When I found him in school, I approached him and asked him to come to my clubroom. After that, I explained to him that I could sense a great power within him and that he would be approached by other supernatural beings and that he would be in danger. After he understood it, I convinced him to join my peerage, which he accepted. And from then on, it's all history. Riaz quickly lied to her, hoping that Grafia will buy it. Grafia for her part just nodded, but it was something about what Riaz said that made her suspicious. She knew that Riaz was like a mother to her peerage, but she also knows too well that Riaz was too prideful to go out of her way to warn some human being, even if it had a powerful aura around him. She could only hope that she didn't do anything stupid to the White Dragon Emperor, because that would be catastrophic. But for now, she would accept her words. With all said and done, Grafia excused herself and left, leaving Riaz to sigh in relief at the close bullet that she dodged. Flashback end. As Grafia was eating her food, she suddenly heard a grunting sound coming from Issei's bed. Lifting her head a little, Grafia saw Issei sitting up and looking around a little confused. I see that you have awoken, Issei, that's good. Grafia told him, making him turn his head around to look at her. Where am I? Was all Issei could say as he was still confused about his surroundings. You are in your room, Issei. I brought you here too after you passed out before the game 3 days ago. Grafia answered him as he looked around his room before returning his gaze at the maid. I see, so what happened in the game? Issei asked. Oju-sama lost. Came Grafia's reply. I see, so what happens next? Asked Issei. I was assigned to give you this pamphlet when you woke up so you could get to the party. Grafia spoke as she handed him a pamphlet with the Grimoire's magic circular. Why do I need to be there, Grafia? Issei asked as he took the paper from the maid. I'm here more as a messenger, Issei. My master said to tell you this, if you wish to free my sister, crash the party. Those were his words, Issei. The party is in a few hours. Grafia told him as she prepared a circle to go, but was stopped when she heard Issei say something that made her widen her eyes. Hell no, I'm not going to help that murderous bitch that let me die for her own gain. Issei mumbled to himself, but to Grafia it was loud and clear. Turning around, Grafia looked at Issei, who was still holding the paper she gave him. However, his eyes were full of hatred, and if you looked closely, you would have seen his blue eyes giving an ominous shine. She felt pity for the boy as she remembered that her own sister was in serious trouble that might end up terrible for her. So she decided to stay a little longer and see why he said what he said. Issei, what do you mean about letting you die? She softly asked him, making him flinch a little at that since he'd forgotten that Grafia was still here. Issei looked up from the pamphlet he was given with a sigh and gestured for Grafia to take a sit, which she did as he started to explain what he meant. Did Riaz ever tell you that I was White Dragon Emperor before that night? Issei asked. Nodding her head, she replayed him. Yes, 2 months before the raiding game she said that she gained the White Dragon Emperor as her servant. And did she mention how she had gained him? Issei questioned, feeling his blood slightly starting to boil from anger. She told me that she found you at school and she approached you and asked you to come to the clubroom where she explained everything to you and where you accepted to become her servant. Grafia told him what Riaz said to her about him. Issei was at first shocked, then his shock vanished with it being replaced with extreme rage about the lie she used to tell Grafia. He unconsciously started releasing all of his power in his base form. The outflux of raw power was causing the house and the land surrounding it to shake slightly. Even though Grafia was way stronger than him, she was still in awe at the power that Issei had in him. This power easily rivaled most of the upper-tier high CLSS devils. The moment Issei's aura exploded, she knew that what Riaz told her was a lie, and now she knew that she was going to hear the truth and she would like it. It took a few minutes for Issei to calm himself before telling Grafia the truth of how she gained him. That bitch, I should kill her now. Issei whispered to himself but was again heard by Grafia. As much as you want to kill her, you can't, Issei. You would become stray and then be hunted down till you're dead. Grafia told him. She knew that her master and husband would kill Issei in a flash if he hurt her, let alone kill her. I know that, but still. He sighs heavily before taking a deep breath, calming himself. Know this, Grafia, what she told you was a complete lie. What she did, was letting me get killed by my date and then swooping in and reviving me. If she did what she told you, I would have gladly accepted her offer of becoming a devil. But she didn't go down that path, so you can understand why I'm not going to help her, and I don't give a flying fuck about her. I hope she suffers. Issei explained to her in the shortest version he could. He still had nightmares from that date. Grafia was in complete shock when she heard his story. She now understood why he was completely against helping Riaz, and if Surzicas did that to her, she would have ripped his head off. Though Issei's next words gave her small hope for both him and her sister. All I ever wanted was to be loved by someone. I know I was a huge pervert, but still, what I went through on that day was something I wouldn't wish even my worst enemy, the Red Dragon. I swore over my friend's dead body that I will not be manipulated ever again. And that I will be strong so that no one will mess with me. Issei said. Grafia just stood there and listened to him as he let all of his emotions out. Issei was an emotional person, she could see that clearly, so she just stepped closer to him, and before he could do anything she embraced him in a warm hug. Let it all out, Issei. I can see that you are still hurt from what she did. I know it's hard, but you have to keep going if you ever want to break loose from her. Grafia told him in a soft and warm voice that made Issei cry. He was emotionally in such mess that he needed to tell someone how he felt and let all of it out of his system. Grafia understood this, so she put it on herself to be his support until he was ready to move on. Issei cried in her embrace for nearly 10 minutes before managing to get control over himself. Sorry Grafia for seeing me like this. And for ruining your outfit. Issei apologized to the maid as he tried to get himself out of Grafia's grip, but she wouldn't let him. Issei, what would you do if I told you that there is one person that is in similar pain that you are in? That the person is so emotionally in chaos that it nearly sent her to insanity? Grafia softly asked, still holding tightly to Issei. Trying to see what would be his reaction to her question. Issei, hearing that, immediately answered her without thinking. He was that kind of the guy, he would always help anyone in need. Without question. I would do whatever it takes to help that person. He said with conviction. When Grafia heard his reply, causing her to smile at him and tightened her grip on him. Issei, I am going to tell you a story about that person, and I hope that you would truly help her since she desperately needs it. Nodding his head, Grafia released him and motioned for him to sit as she took the chair she was sitting in not too long ago. What I'm about to tell you, Issei, is the story about my little sister and what made her almost go insane. No one knows about it, and I hope you will keep what I tell you to yourself. Grafia told him in a serious tone that made it clear to him that if word about her got out, he would be in unimaginable pain. Issei gulped a little hearing her tone, but he nevertheless nodded, which made Grafia smile again. Well, this all happened during the Devil's Civil War. Flashback. It was moments before the final battle of the war. Both sides were gathering their troops in position for the showdown that would finally end this needless bloodshed and bring peace to the realm of the devils. On one side of the battlefield was the old Satan faction, which was led by descendants of the original Maus, and on the opposing side was the anti-Satan faction led by the strongest devils alive. The location for the battle was none other than the capital of the devils, Lilith. As the battle started, both sides pushed for supremacy in both land and air. The casualties were horrendous, so much so that even the largest battle in human history, the Battle of Kursk, was like a skirmish in comparison. Millions upon millions dead on both sides. During the Battle of Lilith, as it was called, two siblings were fighting against two other people. One of the two that the siblings fought was none other than their older sister Grafia, while the other was a red-haired man that looked to be in his late 20s. Grafia, I didn't know that you could fall so low that you sided with the traitors. Do we mean anything to you, big sis? One of the siblings asked. He was a tall, handsome-looking youth in his early 20s, with long silver hair that went to a ponytail and red eyes. He was wearing a silver suit with some accessories. That's not true, Euclid. I realize that if the descendants win, there wouldn't be any of us anymore. They will make the devils go extinct, and that is one thing I don't want, dear brother. Grafia replied as she blocked an attack from the other sibling that was a girl that looked like she was in her late teen year, with short silver hair with light purple tone to it and dark blue eyes that were full of rage directed towards her sister for abandoning their cause. That doesn't matter, big sis, our clan gave full loyalty to Lucifer and his clan. And you side with the enemy of his, that makes you our enemy now. The girl told Grafia as she attacked her again, only for the red hair man to block it. Now ain't I thought that you are smarter than this. The red hair man told the girl. You, Surzicas, shut up. If it wasn't for you, both my brother and I wouldn't have to battle our own sister. Ain yelled as she started bombarding the duo with all she had in her. All of her rage went into her attacks that consisted of fire, her most powerful element. The attack caught both Grafia and Surzicas by surprise. They knew that Lucy was powerful, and to take her down, they would need a bit more power than any ordinary high-class devil. They both put their strongest barriers up to block her bombardment as it was going on. Each hit on the barrier made a small crack in it. Thankfully to both members of the anti-Satan faction, the relentless attack stopped before it could break through their defense. While the attack left Ain exhausted for overusing her magic powers. Quickly using her exhausted state, Surzicas sent his attack at her, hoping to put her out of commission and then battle Euclid without worrying about Ain. But to both Graphia's and Ain's shock, Euclid positioned himself in front of Ain and took the attack head-on, which caused a huge explosion to erupt, where he stood that sent Ain flying back a good 20 meters. As the debris was clearing, it left the two girls in horror. Where Euclid stood now was only a 10-meter wide crater with no trace of Euclid to be found, as if he never existed. Seeing that, Graphia started crying as Ain stood there shocked to the core. With the loss of her big brother, she was left broken and just surrendered with no will to fight anymore. Flashback end. After that battle, Ain was imprisoned as a prisoner of war. Though a few months later she was released, but she is still unwilling to do anything, and she is almost always locked in our clan's estate where she rarely leaves it. She is now like a shell, all life left her that day. Graphia finished her story with a sad smile. Issei just listened to the story and was shocked at what he heard. He couldn't even imagine how it must have been for both girls to see their brother get killed in front of them. So Issei just stood up and hugged Graphia tightly, surprising her. "Is there any way to help your sister come out of her shell?" he softly asked her, making Graphia's eyes widen at his question. "I honestly don't know, Issei, I hope there is," she replied. Nodding, Issei just released her and turned around looking at the pamphlet he was still holding. "What would you say, Graphia? If I could help your sister, would you help me get free from Rias?" he questioned, turning around to look at the mate of the grimoire. The look of determination in his eyes gave her hope that he just might be able to help her. Without hesitation, she nodded with a smile. "You have my word that I would support and help you in any way I can." That answer made Issei smile. "Then we have a deal, Graphia. I will help Rias to get out of this marriage and will do whatever I can to help Ain. And you will help me get away from Rias," Issei said. "That is acceptable, Isseiharem. Now then, I'll take my leave. Remember, you only have a few hours before the party. Use them well." With that said, Graphia teleported away. As soon as she left, Albion spoke up and said, "Are you sure you want to help the redhead?" Who said anything about helping her? This was simply a part of a deal. Though I genuinely want to help Ain. No girl deserves to go through with what she did, and I will make sure that she returns to her former self," Issei finished in a determined tone. He got into his battle gear, which was a blue t-shirt with black jeans. On top of that, he wore a long white coat with blue flames on the edge of it. The outfit went very well with his hair and eyes. Looking in the mirror, "Damn, I look good," he thought out loud. Straightening up, he took the summoning paper Graphia had given him and then teleported to the wedding site. He soon appeared in front of a decorated building that was guarded by a large number of guards. Approaching the gate, two guards blocked Issei's path and said, "Halt, who goes there?" Shrugging, Issei said, "I am no one of importance. I was invited by Lord Surziches and Lady Graphia to the wedding, and that is why I am here." He finished as he handed them the used summoning paper. Both of them examined the paper before nodding. They then stepped aside and bowed, letting Issei pass the gates. Inside the wedding hall, Riser was standing on the stage with a smug look on his face. He suddenly clapped his hands, and everyone turned their heads to see him. He then said, "Allow me to introduce you to Riser's wife." As he said that, he clicked his fingers and from one of the doors Rias appeared wearing a very revealing white wedding dress. She slowly moved to stand next to Riser on the stage. She was using every last bit of her willpower to not cry. Before the ceremony could begin, the main doors to the hall were suddenly burst open and two guards came flying in before hitting the walls and landing on the floor unconscious. Everyone was waiting to see who had done such a thing, while Graphia gave a very uncharacteristic smirk. Soon a freezing aura filled the room. It was accompanied by a mist at the door. Slowly but definitely, nearly everyone started shivering. After a few minutes, a figure appeared in the mist. The only thing definite about the figure were its shiny blue eyes. "Yo, I am not late, am I?" said the figure, who turned out to be Issei. He gave everyone a look before waving to Graphia, who waved back. He then felt a hot aura surrounding him. Looking around, he found the source to be not Riser, but his older brother Ruval Phoenix. Hardening his gaze, Issei released his aura even more, and it started clashing with the other aura. Soon, however, they were equal in intensity, and figures of a dragon and a phoenix could be seen. Both of them glared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move before battle for the ages. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Ruval asked in a stern yet regal voice. "The name's Haidu, Issei, this generation's White Dragon Emperor and the pawn of Ria's grimoire. I had to sit the game out because of an evolution in my gear. But now I am at full strength and want to impress the audience. And Lord Lucifer presented me with the perfect opportunity when he invited me here," Issei replied with a smirk. He was happy that someone on the ultimate class level was challenging him. He knew he could beat Riser even without trying in his base form, but Ruval was another story. He was practically oozing of power. "You will have your work cut out for you. The only chance you will have on winning will be if you go balance breaker," Albion mentally said. "Yeah, I know, but I will first see how much does my base form compare to an ultimate class," Issei replied back, to which his dragon nodded. As Issei finished talking, murmurs broke out. Some were surprised that the White Dragon Emperor was in the hall. Others were plotting ways they could get him into their families, and finally some were murmuring about the boy lying. Before anything drastic happened, Supremacy walked up and said what he said was true. I called him along to provide some entertainment in my sister's wedding. A dragon versus a phoenix, it seems like an exciting prospect. So Riser, will you accept? Supremacy said in a tone of authority. Excuse me, Lord Lucifer, my brother won't be contesting this fight. It will be me. Since you want entertainment, I am sure the strongest phoenix will do better than an ordinary one. Ruvel said. Supremacy looked at Issei, who shrugged at the suggestion, causing everyone to sweat drop at his nonchalance. Very well, then let us go to the raiding game arena. What would you like if you win, Issei-kun? Supremacy asked. But you can't give him anything, Lord Lucifer, he is just a low-class devil. Said a random devil from the crowd. Well, I did invite him, so it's natural that he should get it. So Issei-kun, what do you need? Supremacy asked. Oh well, since my master lost the game, we will place the same bets here. I win, she goes free, I lose, it goes through. Issei said with a nonchalant shrug. Very well, then let us go. Said Supremacy as he ignored the protests of the people surrounding him and made a magic circle that transferred everyone involved to the raiding game arena, which took form of an arena. Both competitors were staring each other off. The fight had already been signaled to start. After a few seconds, Ruvel disappeared from sight, and in one swift movement, he threw a vicious haymaker towards Issei. The occult research members had their eyes wide in worry. They hadn't been able to follow Ruvel's pace. Just as the punch was about to connect, Issei's fast brain reflex kicked in, and he was able to catch Ruvel's fist just before it hit. Issei then in one swift motion hit a Ruvel with a roundhouse kick that sent him skidding back on the ground. When he stopped, he felt something moist on his face. Checking it, he saw blood. Wiping. But he looked back at Issei, who was now on both feet again. Issei's face lost its impassiveness, and his mouth twitched upward to give Ruvel a tauntive smirk. Ruvel suddenly felt his blood pumping. This was the fight he was looking for. In front of him was an opponent who he could go all out with. That's why he returned the smirk in kind, and both disappeared in a burst of speed that only clan heads and the Mao-level devils were able to follow. The whole stadium was filled with shockwaves that were being originated through the collision of Issei and Ruvel's fists. Punches and kicks were flying everywhere. Issei went in with a upper sit, which Ruvel blocked and countered with a sucker punch that was caught by Issei. Issei then went for the uppercut, which Ruvel caught, but it was faint. Using his flexibility, he jumped up and hit a vicious kick towards Ruvel's head, which Ruvel caught again before grinning at Issei and then spinning him around and throwing him into the air. Issei manipulated his body in midair and landed gracefully. He charged forward as soon as he landed on the ground, and another series of punches and kicks were exchanged between the two. Issei was suddenly hit by a vicious haymaker which stunned him temporarily. Ruvel, taking full advantage of that, launched a full offensive, and Issei was hit by a series of vicious blows before he retaliated and hit Ruvel with a heavy headbutt before sucker punching him back. Both of them created a little distance between each other. They were both not bleeding and were only slightly winded. The display had caused the jaws of the entire occult research club to drop down on the floor. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Grafia was grinning. After a display like this, Issei was sure to permanently enter the gossip group of the underworld and would be a well-talked topic among the higher-ups. He had already shown power needed to be a high-class devil. This was good. How can he be this strong? Riaz quietly asked, to no one in particular. Maybe he had a strong reason to push forward. Grafia answered her in a regal tone that caused Riaz to flinch. She knew that her secret was out. Riser was watching on in slight awe. For him, his brother was third strongest fighter he had ever seen. For someone to match his speed and power was something that frightened Riser. He needed to be careful around this White Dragon Emperor. He was definitely stronger than him. Back to the fight, Ruvel grinned and said, "You are definitely high-class devil material. But now it's over. I am going to go to the next level and fight you as an ultimate class devil. It was fun, but it ends now. Heck, come and get me. It's not like I am going all out." Ice Dragon Emperor's roar. He finished with a shout that sent a large torrent of ice energy towards Ruvel, who quickly jumped back and shouted, "Hellfire, Hell's Blaze." A large torrent of fire left his hands and met Issei's ice in midair. Both the attacks kept on fighting for dominance. Before the fire overtook the ice, Issei dodged and flew towards Ruvel, shouting, "Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Fist." As he said that, his fists were coated with ice, and he rushed towards Ruvel at high speeds. With his divine dividing wings out. Ruvel, however, was now on a completely different level. He was easily blocking all of Issei's attacks. Suddenly he sent a vicious punch towards Issei, which sent him flying upwards. He suddenly took a stance that nearly everyone recognized. It was one of Ruvel Phoenix's ultimate finishing moves. Riaz paled at the sight. Whereas Riser smirked. Both thought that Issei had lost. Grafia, however, knew that was the case. Issei hadn't used the divine dividing even ONC3 during the match. He was waiting for something, but for what? Surziches was looking on worriedly. He knew Ruvel had honor unlike Riser and wouldn't kill Issei, but the worry for his sister was almost beginning to show. Grafia seeing this gave his hand a comforting squeeze, which caused him to relax. Back in the fight, Ruvel had finally called his move Ascent of the Phoenix. As he said that, his entire body was engulfed by a hot flame which took the form of a phoenix. He flew into the air and punched Issei on the back and pushed him all the way to the ground, causing a loud explosion and smoke to appear. When the smoke disappeared, Ruvel could be seen removing his fist from Issei's body. Ruvel looked at Issei with a respectful look and said, "You did very well, not many can force me to use that move. Keep training, get stronger and come face me again. But today it's your loss." As Ruvel was talking, the Occult Research Club looked on in worry for their friend. Whereas Riaz looked near to tears. She had lost her only chance at freedom. Suddenly, however, the Divine Dividing appeared on Issei's back, and from it, Albion announced, "Divide X10." As soon as he said that, Ruvel felt most of his power leave him and he became disoriented, causing him to go on one knee. Issei however then stood up with a smirk and said, "You didn't think you won, did you? My last attack was a trap and your blocking it made it easier. Now I am going to show you my full power. The power of a heavenly dragon. You should feel honored because you are the first one to ever witness my true power. Also, let me remind you of why dragons are the kings of the skies." Ruvel looked at Issei with a furious look. The last line was utterly disrespectful. Issei then floated into the air, a whitish blue aura surrounding him. He then whispered, "Balance breaker." As soon as he said, the aura around him intensified and the Divine Dividing began to shine as Albion roared, "Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker." The whole stadium was engulfed by a bright white light that caused everyone to cover their eyes. The flash of light soon condensed into the form of a figure wearing a white draconic armor. The Divine Dividing on its back. And the yellow eyes staring down at Ruvel. Lord Phoenix was looking on in fear now. "That's the forbidden move." "How does he know that?" Surziches asked out. The power was rolling of Issei in tsunami-like waves. In this state, Surziches had no doubt that Issei could give a large number of ultimate class devils runs for their money. He was in ultimate level. Grafia was almost grinning ear to ear. With Issei's natural determination and the power that he possessed, she had little to no doubt that he would be able to break the shell that Ain had created around her. He would free his sister of her own chains and bring her back to her real self. Surziches spotted her uncharacteristic grin and sent her a questioning look, to which she responded with a later. Nodding, Surziches turned back to the fight, where both the fighters were going to start round 3, which would undoubtedly be the final round. Back in the fight, feeling the power coming off Issei, Ruvel began to chuckle and he said, "Well, aren't you full of surprise? But you should know that I wasn't my clan healing's Abelites. Now that the traps and techniques are out of the way, it's a battle of stamina. Let's see if you can outlast a phoenix." As soon as finished talking, he released his wings and flew up to Issei's level, where both of them stared at each other. Soon both of them were covered in their respective auras and they were flying around the air, clashing against each other. In the air, streaks of blue and yellow were seen flying around and clashing like fireworks. Suddenly the auras broke and Issei punched Ruvel hard in the stomach, causing him to cough out blood. A moment later, Albion called out, "Divide." Issei used the new influx of energy and channel it in Gauntlet, creating 2 spheres of bluish-white energy. He then threw them both at Ruvel, who was still recovering in front of him, and mid-air the 2 spheres hit him dead on and he was sent hurtling into one of the arena walls. Ruvel came out of the debris and was panting as his phoenix regeneration started healing him. Issei, on the other hand, was starting to feel the effects of this long drawn-out fight. The damage he took earlier and the numerous divides were beginning to show their effect. He was panting in his armor as he thought, "Damn, this is getting tiring. I wonder how long I can keep going." Albion was quick to reply as he thought back, "And that is what you get for screwing around and not being serious from the start. And to answer your question, you can still maintain and fight for at least 5 hours. However, I don't recommend that. Finish this as soon as you can." "And how do I do that? No matter what I try, the bastard keeps getting back up," Issei said as he reflected a wave of flames back to Ruvel, who dodged before starting his assault. Both of them met in hand-to-hand combat again, sending even stronger shockwaves around the arena. A little of the dimensional field could be seen thanks to the damage done by the shockwaves. As they were fighting, Albion mentally said, "To win you need to hit him with something that knocks him out. I suggest that you use Ivding Maximum and Louch, your strongest attack. It will destroy the field but will ensure your victory." "Alright then, let's do it," Issei replied as he spread his wings and sped towards Ruvel. The change of pace took Ruvel by surprise and he was caught off guard. Taking advantage, Issei hit him several times before sending him hurtling to the ground. Issei then spread his wings and Albion called out, "Half dimension, dividing maximum." The spectators along with Ruvel felt power leaving them. Issei, on the other hand, grit his teeth as his body was now under strain thanks to the number of divides. He then channeled the energy into his palms and pointed them upwards before shouting, "Take this, Ice Dragon Emperor's frozen son." As he said that a gigantic orb of pure ice energy was created on his orbs. Without a warning he threw it at Ruvel, who had no choice but to take the hit. As the orb connected with its target, it sent a very large explosion out which destroyed the dimension completely, and Issei found himself and an unconscious Ruvel floating in the gap. Soon however Graphia appeared and took them both back to the underworld. Thereafter dropping Ruvel off to his family, Issei was taken to where Supremacy was waiting for them. As soon as they stopped, Issei dematerialized his armor and groaned. His body felt sore from the last move he pulled of. As he landed he was greeted by the orc and Supremacy. A deal is a deal, Ria's Gremory is free. Supremacy told everyone as Ria's and all of the orc hugged Issei tightly with tears in their eyes. Thank you Issei. Ria's softly to him. You're welcome, so let's go home. Issei told them as he and the group went outside, where Issei turned the pamphlet around and from it, a beautiful griffin appeared with silver wings and a mighty roar. Well, that's one way of traveling. Issei spoke, making everyone laugh. Come on Ria's, let's go home, guys, talk to you in the morning. He said as he lifted Ria's into her seat and getting into his. With one mighty swing of its powerful wing, the griffin took to the skies, leaving the orc members alone on the ground. As they were on their way back, Ria's tried everything to get Issei attention, but to her disappointment, she saw him staring into the distance clearly and thought. Frowning, she lightly shook him, making him turn to her. You need something, Ria's? He asked. Nodding, Ria's spoke. What would you want for a reward for saving me? That made Issei think for a few moments before he turns around and told her something that she didn't expect. I want more freedom in my actions. Such that I don't have to report everything I do to you. Issei answered back. You don't want my virginity or my first kiss? Ria's asked, hoping to draw his perverted side out. Understanding her to be trying to manipulate him again using his perverted side, Issei seethed before calmly replying. Nah, I would like to have some more freedom. He told her, and after that, the ride to Kuo was spent in silence, comfortable for Issei, uncomfortable for Ria's. XXXXXX. As they finally got into Kuo, Ria's decided to from now on sleep with Issei, so she announced it to him. And also to move in with him into his house. From now on I would move in with you. That way we could expand our bond even more. But to her shock he just outright refused her. Hell no, I did save you, but that doesn't mean that I will let you do whatever you want with me. I'm off to sleep, sleep well princess. Issei told her before she could say anything to stop him. She had forgotten that he was still mad at her for what she did, and that he would soon find his way free from her grasp. With Supremacy and Graphia. Graphia smiled as she watched Issei and Ria's fly away on the griffin she had provided. You look happy, Graphia, what's the occasion? Supremacy asked as he neared his wife. I'm happy that Isseiharem won the match and that it's time for both of us to do what we agreed. Graphia answered him, still looking into the direction that the king and pawn flew away. Oh, what is that, dear my beauty? Supremacy asked, wanting to know more about this deal that his wife and the young hacker Yuku that just frauded made. I will tell you when we get back, though there is also something that you should know about him. Graphia replied, and seeing that Supremacy is about to open his mouth. Later. Was the sentence that put this conversation to a hold until later on in the night. Nodding, Supremacy just turned his head also in the direction where the duo went and smiled a little, knowing that with this young white-haired boy is going to have a very interesting future. On the other balcony, another conversation was taking place with both heads of the houses that just lost this marriage speaking to each other. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Phoenix, about this. A red-haired man in white tuxedo said. No, my friend, there is nothing to be sorry for. It was our greed that put this event into motion, and personally I'm grateful that Riser finally lost. The ash blonde hair man in an orange tuxedo with golden accessories told his fellow devil. Blinking in confusion, Lord Phoenix chuckled a little bit before decided to elaborate what he meant. What I mean to say, Zeodicus, is that I'm grateful and wish to thank the hacker Yuku for finally showing Riser that, even though he comes from the House of Phoenix, that he can't always rely on his regeneration to help him through a fight. And I think that the hacker Yuku finally showed him that there is always some opponents that would find a way around an obstacle. This time was regeneration. Specifically, seeing the big brother he admires lose will no doubt set Riser straight. And at any rate, we both have pure devil grandchildren. So this one isn't that much of a problem. Finally understanding what Lord Phoenix said, Zeodicus gave his 2 cents. Well, that is true, Demigra. Now a new question is set in motion. What would happen when the 2 dragon emperors meet? Demigra nodded at that. Also wondering what would happen next. Now that vanishing dragon has made his appearance, both devils were sure that the battle between the red and white emperors that raged on for almost millennium will soon continue. XXXXXXXX. As the wedding party ended, both Supremacy and Graphia returned home to discuss what Graphia said. Making themselves comfortable in their room, Supremacy put up a barrier to prevent people from hearing what was discussed. Now Graphia, will you tell me? he asked in pleading tone that made his wife giggle a bit before she turned deadly serious, that made Surzic's flinch a little bit. He may be the strongest devil alive, but compared to his wife's fury he is weak and hopeless. What I'm about to tell you doesn't go out of this room until Issei or I tell others, is that understood Surzic's? She questioned in a way too sweet tone that made it crystal clear that if he tells anyone that he would pray for death over the torture that he would experience. Nodding furiously he saw that his wife smiled a little at his understanding. Issei, the pawn of your sister would not have come to save her if it wasn't for me and the deal we made to make sure that he would do what you asked. Grafia told Surzic's as he was in shock that Ria's own pieces wouldn't want to help his master. Though that shock lasted for a moment before he becomes angry and started to release his huge magic reserves. Grafia seeing this narrow her eyes at her husband before she also released her magic, making his stop dead in his track. He could feel that she was starting to get pissed and that made him pale. Calming down he asked the oblivious question. And why wouldn't Ria's own piece help her get out of the marriage that made her so angry? He asked. That's because the way Ria's used to get him into her peerage in the first place. Was the reply that he got. And what was the way she used? Surzic's asked again, thinking that his sister did what she also told him. That she asked him and that he accepted without questions asked. Though the response he got shocked him again, this time to the core. She let him die by the hands of fallen angel that is now also in her peerage in her own territory. I find it hardly to be a coincidence. We both know that Azazel always tells us where his fallen are just in case to prevent something happening and starting the war. Grafia said in bone-chilling tone with the emphasis on the word die. What? Was the only question he could ask in a disbelieving tone. Nodding, Grafia told him exactly what Issei told her a few hours before the wedding when she was keeping an eye on him to make sure that he recovers. To say that Surzic's was in shock was an understatement. He was sure that Ria's would never be able to that to anyone, let alone a weak human that was willing to listen to her and willingly become her servant. If only she asked him or told him to stay clear from the fallen. He just can't believe she would let him get killed. Collecting himself, Surzic's asked about the deal that was made between the two of them. It's very simple, my dear. I would help Issei get to high class as soon as he can, and in exchange, he would help Ain return to her old self that was destroyed on that fateful day. I think that is reasonable, don't you? Grafia told him precisely what they would do for each other's help. Surzic's just stood there watching his wife with wide eyes. He thought that she would make another deal, but this was crazy. He knew that Ain was still hostile to anyone that wasn't Grafia and that the boy would be hard-pressed if Ain let her rage take over and attack him. Even though he had witnessed what Issei was truly capable of. That's crazy, Grafia. You know as much as myself that he would get killed if goes near her. Are you sending that boy to his death? Surzic's asked, only to regret that a moment later as Grafia's eyes started shining in silver color that he last saw during the war. Surzic's Gremory, don't tempt me or I will easily kick your sorry ass. I know what I'm doing. No one besides Euclid and me knew her better. So just do what I ask and keep quiet about this. I will go to collect Issei in a few days. Also, I think you owe him for saving your sister. He could have easily rejected your idea. Grafia coldly told him with her silver eyes still glowing with power that made Surzic's nod in fear. Now with that done, let's go to sleep. We will have a lot of work to do in the next couple of days. Grafia said, though this time it was her normal sweet tone that made the great Mau take a breather as he just dodged a nuclear explosion that would have happened if he didn't comply to what Grafia told him. That is acceptable, though bring him tomorrow during lunch break here. I want to properly meet with the hacker Yuiku and hear it from his own account of what actually happened. Surzic's said to his ice queen as she just nodded as they both got into bed. As they snuggled close, they told the other goodnight and went to sleep. Back at Kuo, the sun was slowly rising as Issei slowly started opening his eyes. When he got home from his duel with Riser, he barely had any energy to wash up before falling into his bed completely exhausted from the fight and using the maximum number of divides his body could take. Waking up, Issei felt something to his right. It was giving a hot signature, making him wonder what it could be. Moving his head to the right, he saw what made his right side feel hot, and the sight made him angry. In his very bed on his right side peacefully slept the naked form of Ria's Gremory, the girl that he now started to hate even more. He remembered last night very well, and he remembered clearly telling her to fuck off and that he didn't want her near him. But it looked like she didn't care for what he said or thought, and that made him even more angry. Kicking her roughly out of the bed, Issei stood up and called his sacred gear. He heard a painful uff. Before seeing Ria's looking at what happened, only to look up seeing Issei's pissed off blue eyes looking at her full of hatred. Ouch, Ice, why did you kick me out of the bed? Ria's asked, rubbing the place where Issei kicked her. I thought I told you to piss off and that I don't want to sleep with you in bed. Issei harshly told her using his draconic side that he learned from Albion to frighten his enemies. From the looks of Ria's eyes, it was working. But I'm your king and. she started to say, only to be again harshly told by Issei what he thought about her as his king. And I don't give a flying fuck about that. Yes, you are my king and I'm your pawn. But to me that means nothing. I would have much preferred that you didn't save me, that way I wouldn't have to deal with you and your shit all the time, you spoiled princess. The only reason I even came to help you last night was because Grafia struck a deal with me. Now get out. That made Riaz mad. She felt that her pride got hit hard and that her authority over him was little to none. Starting to flare her power at him to intimidate him, she was met with something far worse as her plan backfired, as he also started to flare his, which unsurprisingly was higher than hers. Riaz Gremory, get out of my house before I do more damage to you than what I did to Ruvel. Issei threatened as he flared his power even more just to make his point. He knew that it was overkill, but he honestly didn't care. Seeing that he just might do what he said, Riaz reluctantly collected her stuff and teleported out of the room. Not a moment later Issei heard his mother shout to him. Issei, did you again fall out of the bed? Wake up already, it's time for school. Issei's attitude went back to normal as he smiled at his mother from his room. Yes mom, I'm coming down in a bit. He shouted back, picking his clothes as he started getting ready for school. Making his way to the school, he was thinking about what Grafia had told me. Losing your brother in front of your very own eyes was a very painful thing. But somehow, even though he trusted Grafia, he couldn't help but feel that something about the story was off. She told him that Surzich's attack was meant only to knock Aine out, not kill her. So how was it possible that Euclid, who was older and stronger of the, died when the power it held was only enough to knock the initial target out? This was something he felt like talking about with Grafia. He was brought out of his musings when he heard Murayama's voice. Aheyo Ice-kun. Smiling slightly, Issei replied, Aheyo Mura-chan. How are you? I am fine. Murayama replied, but was cut off when Caddis ran up to join them. She then in a quick whisper asked, so how did the game go? Oh, they lost. Issei answered casually. Both the girls gasped before Murayama said, did you not take part? Issei shook his head and then began to tell them everything. Both of them were surprised that Issei had taken on a mass general level devil and had come out victorious. They made their way to the school talking and laughing together. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of blue-green looking at them in anger. Riaz was furious at the girls because of their closeness to Issei and was furious at Issei for rejecting her. She planned to call a peerage meeting and set things right. Unbeknownst to her, a storm was brewing that would shake up her entire life. Meeting the one true love. It was after school and Issei was about to drop Murayama and Caddis home before he went on his requests. As they were about to leave, Issei was confronted by the person he hated the most. Ara, Issei, where are you going? Riaz asked in a slight tone as she and Akeno walked up to the group. To drop Mura and Kadov to their places. I will be back for the meeting and the usual requests. Now leave me alone. Issei replied in a cold and stoic voice. Now it's not a worry since they already know they can come and attend the meeting. Riaz said as she signaled Akeno. Akeno started collecting her magical energy, something that Issei picked up. He knew that he could take on any take that Akeno could dish out and that realized the peculiar timing. Riaz waited until he was with his two friends so that she could use them to manipulate him. He decided that he would go, but one warning before leaving would suffice. He raised his aura, making the air grow cold. Along with it, he released his draconic predatory presence as well. He saw all four girls were on their knees. With Murayama and Caddis ready to pass out, while Riaz and Akeno were panting. He then spoke, his voice having the might of a dragon along with its usual coldness. Fine Gremory, I will bite. We will join the club room, but if you try anything with them I will show you what a frozen hell looks like. Are we clear? Riaz shakily nodded in fear. His presence itself had caused her to almost wet herself. She now understood the real difference in their powers. Issei then suppressed both his aura and presence and helped Murayama and Caddis to get on their feet. He waited until Riaz and Akeno were gone before he checked on the others. Before he could lead them on, Murayama stopped him, and while looking down she said, Issei, please wipe our memories of everything. After experiencing what I felt today, I don't want to experience it again. Please clear all of the memories, that moment with Ken, that hunt with the stray, everything. We can't be in a relationship like that. Both Murayama and Caddis were looking down, and they heard Issei sigh. He then said, well, it's not like I expected anything different. Very well. He touched both of their foreheads, making their eyes glazed. After a few moments they came back to the present, and Issei was nowhere present, and both of them had no memory of what happened. They shrugged and went back to their homes. Issei watched them go away as he flew in the air. He had a slightly look in his eyes. He then mentally said to Albion, it's almost like God is screwing with me. It's another ... Don't think like that, partner. Think of it like this, you haven't yet found the one for you. Not all humans have a heart like yours, so don't judge them with that standard. Heck, you see me as a partner rather than a tool. Albion replied, trying to cheer up his partner. Thanks Albion, I didn't see it that way. Don't worry, I won't ice my heart yet. I still need to help a damsel in distress. And you are not my partner, you are like an wise older brother to me. Issei replied with a soft smile, a little color and emotion returning to him. That's the Issei I know. And thank you, none of my older hosts ever saw me as something other than a tool. What you said means a lot to me. Thank you. Albion said in an honest voice. Hey, we are the strongest duo in the world, don't underestimate us. We still have to kick the red one's ass. Issei said as he turned and started heading towards the Occult Research Club. Hell yeah. Albion replied as both of them laughed as they made way to the Occult Research Club. Entering the room, he sighed and sat down on one of the sofas besides Kiba and closed his eyes. Today had been eventful to say the least. Issei, where are your friends? Riaz asked. At their homes. Issei answered in a monotone voice. Very well, but why did you tell them about the supernatural? Do you know how dangerous is it for two girls to know about how we work? Riaz snapped. Don't worry, I erased their memories of everything, even me. Talking about danger, do you know how cruel it is letting someone die for your own selfish gain? Issei snapped back, making Riaz flinch at his tone and accusation. But I didn't. She started to say but was cut off when a Gremory magic circular appeared, and out of it, Graphia stepped out, still in her maid clothes that Issei remembered. Gee, Graphia. What are you doing here and now? Riaz questioned in fearful tone as she eyed her sister-in-law. Looking around the room, Graphia spotted Issei, and she gave him a small smile. She then turned to Riaz and said. Hello Lady Riaz, and hello members of the Orc, it's a pleasure to see you all well and healthy. Graphia replied, ignoring her earlier question. Getting the same greeting from the peerage, she smiled softly, but before she could say anything, Riaz decided to intervene and she asked. Graphia, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by my brother's side? Riaz asked. I'm here under orders from your brother to come and collect your pawn. Your brother wants us to speak to him in private. Graphia said. This shocked everyone in the room, even Issei was shocked that the Mayu would want to meet him in private. What does my brother want with my adorable pawn? Riaz asked again, not believing that Surziches wanted to talk to her Ice. That is something that I can't tell, my orders were simple. Go to the Orc and collect Isseiharem, the White Dragon Emperor. She replied with a shrug of her shoulders. Ice, it's a great honor to be called by my brother. You should. Go and see him. Riaz told him, feeling proud of her servant. Yeah, princess, I am sure that he is a much better person than you. Issei said as he stood up and walked towards Graphia. Hearing that, tears began to gather in Riaz's eyes. Why do you hate me so much, Issei? I did revive, I saved your life, isn't that enough of a reason to at least respect me? Riaz sadly thought as Issei and Graphia left in a magic circle, leaving a stunned Occult Research Club behind. In the underworld, as both Graphia and Issei appeared in the hallway of the office building of Surziches Lucifer, Issei couldn't help but question why Amayu wanted to meet. Issei, do you know why Lord Lucifer wants to meet you? Graphia asked him as she turned her head towards him. Issei was shocked that she asked him that question since he was about to ask it himself. Honestly, no, I don't, but something tells me it's about the deal we made. Issei replied, getting a nod from the silver-haired maid. You are correct. Now please follow me. She said as she led Issei away. With that, the both of them walked in silence through the hallway where Issei saw a few statues, no doubt of devil's origin, and some paintings showing some of the influential devils through history. Though what caught his attention was a picture of the current Lord Lucifer and 3 other people with him and Graphia. There were 2 other males and 1 female on it. One of the males had a bald head that looked like he was in his early 30s with armor on with a cape that was purple. The next male was a lime-haired man that, similar to Surziches, looked like he was in his late 20s and had a green robe around his shoulders. The last person was the only female besides Graphia. She looked like a teenage girl no older than Issei and was shorter of all of them in the picture. She had black hair that was split into 2 ponytails that went all the way down to her back and was wearing a green suit. Graphia, who are they? The other 3 in this picture? He asked as he pointed at the picture. Ah, those are 3 other Mayus that govern the underworld, along with the current Lord Lucifer. They are Mayu Beelzebub, Mayu Leviathan, and Mayu Asmodeus. She replied after seeing what picture he pointed out to her. I guess they are extremely powerful. Issei asked in slight fear. Immensely, they are powerful enough to destroy Japan several times with just a flick of their wrist. Graphia answered him, making Issei pale. Now Issei, we must not keep Lord Lucifer waiting, he has also many other things to do. Graphia told him again as she continued to walk towards his office. Quickly following her, Issei soon found himself in front of double doors that looked like they were made from pure gold with a lot of engravings on them and the crest of what he guessed was Lucifer's. Stopping in front of the door, Graphia turned around and fixed his collar a little bit while instructing him how to behave and talk to the current Mayu of the underworld. Issei nodded in understanding of how he would need to behave. Seeing that his clothes were fixed, Graphia turned to the door and knocked a few times before she heard her husband telling them to enter. Inside of his office, Surziches was filling some documents that he started to wonder if this job was worthy and enough paid. He couldn't understand why he would need to sign even the stupidest of thing. He was sure to get payback on Leviathan for giving him this extra work for her to go and shoot a new episode of her show. Sighing to himself, he heard a knock on the door, which was no doubt Grafia waiting to enter. Releasing a quick breath, he told them to come in. As soon as the doors opened, it revealed none other than his beautiful wife and the young white three-haired boy that he met during the Riser's wedding party. The same boy that showed great power and will can overcome any obstacle. He would have loved to keep him in his sister's peerage, but he knew that the more the boy stayed there, the more the chances of him hurting Riaz, and that was something he would try to avoid at all costs. Lifting himself up and walking around his massive wooden desk that held to him his worst enemy, towers of paper that needed to be read and signing, Surzicus stood in front of them with a smile welcoming them. "Welcome back, Grafia and Issei Haidu. It's pleasure to meet you again," he said in a pleasant voice. Bowing respectably, Issei answered him. "It's the honor to meet you, Lord Lucifer, and on the better occasion. I hope I didn't stir the pot too much and cause too much trouble for you." No, you didn't do anything as such, and I thank you for helping me there. And please call me Surzicus, I am honestly not one for formalities. Now please have a seat, we need to discuss why I called you here. Grafia, would you mind if you bring us some tea?" Surzicus waved him off, before gesturing for Issei to take a sit on one of the sofa with him sitting on another, while Grafia went to prepare tea for them. After a minute, Grafia returned with a tea, and on Surzicus' nod cast a barrier to prevent people from entering or hearing what they would discuss. As they took a sip of Grafia's tea, Issei couldn't help but comment how good the tea was that she made before going to business. "Grafia, this is the best tea I have ever had in my life. Now Surzicus, I was told that you are busy, and by the look of those towers of paperwork, I assume that you have a lot of work, so shall we just get to the point?" Issei said, making the couple smile at him. "Yes, Issei, we should. The reason I called you here is to discuss the deal you made with my wife and what happened to you before you become a devil. And how you became one," Surzicus told him in soft voice, knowing that this was a sore point to the hacker Yuku. Sighing heavily, Issei nodded before asking him. "What would you want to hear first, sir? The deal or what happened?" After thinking for a moment, Surzicus answered him, "How you became a devil if you don't mind nodding again." Issei told him all he knew and what he had figured out with Albion about what happened months prior of him becoming a devil all the way to his death. After Issei finished the story, both Surzicus and Grafia paled at hearing the full story of how the hacker Yuku become a devil. Needless to say, it unnerved both of the senior devils. It explained perfectly why he refused to do anything for Riaz until Grafia intervened. I don't know what to say, Issei. I didn't know that my lovely sister was capable of doing that. Understand this, Issei, that while we are indeed devils, even we are not that cruel to let a human being get killed for our own selfish desire. I hope there is something, anything at all that I can do to make amend this." Surzicus told him sincerely, as he could understand that if something like that happened to Riaz or Grafia, hell even him, he would do anything to free them or himself from that person. "If you won't mind, sir, I need a little help in my pieces. It's related to something you call the illegal move in chess," he answered, causing both Surzicus to go wide-eyed. "Now would you want to remove that restriction?" Surzicus asked in a confused voice. "Albion told me that if I combined the power of all three promotions together, I could create a new form that will be slightly stronger than the Juggernaut drive. I presume you know what that drive is?" Issei asked. Both Surzicus and Grafia nodded grimly. They had witnessed the devastation caused by the Juggernaut drive firsthand. As they thought about Issei's request, Surzicus turned and curiously asked him. "Wouldn't the said form be harder to control as it has a greater output of power?" he asked. "On the contrary, as there won't be any negative influence on me controlling it, would the same as molding and controlling magic." As he said, both Surzicus and Grafia nodded in understanding. "Alright, Issei, I will arrange for you to go to my friend Ajuka, who will remove the seal on the pieces and enable you to use the illegal move," said Surzicus as he arranged a magic circle and sent a message to his best friend and rival. "Now to the deal," Grafia this time said while drinking her tea. "Yes, and the deal, Issei Hai," Surzicus started to say, only to get interrupted by Issei. "Please sir, just Issei or Ice, whichever you prefer, and Grafia, the same thing applies to you, you can call me Issei or Ice," he told them, making them smile a little before Surzicus continued. Yes, now that onto the deal, Ice, what do you intend to do when you get to Grafia's sister?" Surzicus asked a question that made Grafia looked at him as if trying to read his mind, but stopped since she too also wanted to know how he would go about this. "Honestly, I don't know yet. I don't know in what state she is and how she will react to me. So any advice you guys could give me I will gladly take, as it would help me. You know her way better than I do. But know this, I won't stop until her shell is gone. I will divide it until the only thing that is left is a cheerful ain." Issei responded honestly, seeing them nod before Surzicus turned to Grafia and with a short nod, gestured for her to explain what he should expect. With a heavy sigh, Graphia told him exactly what to expect when he goes to Ain and what to watch out for when dealing with her. To say that Issei gulped in fear a few times would be an understatement. Though the laughing from Albion didn't help his case. He was sure that he got a sadist as a friend in his mind, but got pleased by the fact that he would get beaten to shit by a girl. Compassing himself, Issei asked. So, when do you guys want me to go to her? I will send Graphia to you tomorrow. She will send you to the LUCIFUGE castle where Ain now resides. Though Graphia will also give you a pamphlet, so if you are in bad shape or in danger, you could retreat, and don't worry, both Graphia and I wouldn't hold it against you if you did that. Now though, I think it's time you go back to school, and don't worry, I will tell Riaz that you are on a mission from me. Surziches told him as he knew that Ain was still the powerhouse she used to be. She could the lower ultimate class devils a very good run for their money. Nodding, Issei stood up along with the couple before bowing. He along with Graphia started to walk towards the exit to the room, but stopped when they heard Surziches' voice. Though if you manage to succeed in this, I will see what I can do about your promotion to a middle-class devil. Call it the making for returning the favor. You did save my sister-in-law, and I help you go up the ranks and get yourself free. That made Issei shocked, but he quickly collected himself before nodding in joy and leaving with Graphia, who escorted him out of the room before teleporting him back to school. As soon as Graphia teleported Issei back to Orc, she returned to the office room only to see Surziches holding his head in his hands, clearly still not coming to grips of what his sister had done to the boy. You sure it was a good idea to send ice to her this early? Graphia asked as she saw him lifting his head and nodding. It's better that than seeing my sister in a hospital bed with a full body cast courtesy of the White Dragon Emperor. I have a feeling that he will break through to the real Ain and maybe become your future brother-in-law. He said in a serious tone before giving her a sly smirk with a wink at the end. Maybe you are right, though I wouldn't mind if he truly becomes my brother-in-law. Heh, maybe those two can rebuild the LUCIFUGE clan back up to its former glory. She replied with a soft tone and a smile on her face. With that, both of them returned to their regular everyday business, with Graphia going to Ajuka to help him ready the counter formula for Issei's restriction seal. As the morning came, Issei felt nervous and scared for obvious reason. Today was the day he would try to save Ain from herself, however he kept thinking about the deal between him and Graphia and decided that this one won't be part of the deal. If he would save her, the last thing on his mind would be some deal. He felt as though something was telling him that meeting this girl would change his life for the better. As he went through his usual ritual, Issei soon found himself at the front gate of the school that changed his life so much. Taking a deep breath, he walked through the gates and into his classroom. As the day went by and classes finished, Issei said his goodbye to his friends, and he started to make his way to the occult research club to wait for Graphia to come and pick him up. Entering the room, he found everyone talking with each other and Graphia calmly waiting for him, which made him have a small smile seeing her. Ah, Issei, perfect timing. Graphia just told us that you are to go do some mission for my brother. Do the best you can and make me proud. I have faith in you. So go there and show them why you are my adorable pawn. Riaz told him in a voice full of confidence, clearly not knowing why he was going away. Thanks, I will try. Issei replied as he nodded to Graphia, who flared a little bit of her power to teleport him away. See you guys later. Issei said before teleporting to the LUCIFUGE estate. Leaving his comrades to return to do what they were doing before he showed up. XXXXXXX. Appearing in the underworld right in front of the LUCIFUGE estate, Issei was in awe at seeing it all. It looked perfect. It was a peaceful place with a castle that was way bigger than the Phoenix Castle and looking more luxurious, though what made him be at awe was the nature around the castle. It was giving the peaceful vibe that made him feel like at home, meadows full of all kinds of flowers, forests of conifers that went from the end of meadows all the way to the mountains in the back that dominated the surrounding area with their heights, a few streams that could be heard in the background, and the air was all making him want to move here and not move anywhere else. Graphia, seeing Issei's reaction to her former home, made her smile. Ice, this was my formal home before moving into the Grimory household. All that's left here is Ain and the nature around this place. Turning his face toward the maid that stood to his right, he nodded. I see, well, Graphia, lead the way. I think it's time for me to meet Ain LUCIFUGE. He added with a smile that made Graphia smile also. This way, Ice. She replied as she walks him through the castle to the living room where Ain usually spends her days. As they made their way through, Issei couldn't help look around, seeing all the statues, paintings, creatures and many more things that made this place take his breath away by its beauty alone. Though if he thought that this place took his breath away, he was about to be knocked on his butt by one and only Ain LUCIFUGE and her sheer beauty that radiated not only her looks but also her power. Sister, I didn't expect you to come here so soon. Issei heard a voice full of warmth called out. Sister, I didn't come here alone. I would like you to meet someone. Graphia replied as the owner of the voice showed herself to the duo. What Issei saw was a girl about his height that looked like she was in her late teens and had the looks that easily beat Grafia in the looks department. Seeing her beauty made him blush madly. The girl had long silver hair that went all the way to her back, she had dark red colored eyes that Issei was sure looked a little dead now, as if all hope and will for living was sucked out of them. Not for long, I will bring the color back in those eyes. A face like that deserves a smile, not a dead look. Issei thought to himself. The girl was wearing a baby blue dress with a silver color mixed in with it, the dress went down to her knees and had a V-shaped neck opening that showed her perfectly developed chest with a blue emerald jewel necklace that was around her neck. She also wore small silver high heels. That somehow made her beauty even more perfect. Ain was also surprised that her sister had brought this boy to her. She could tell that the boy was powerful and that he wasn't here to fight. Centuries of dealing with people made her able to read body language easily, and his aura was calm and not threatening or challenging. Isseiharem, this is my little sister Ain LUCIFUGE, the heir of the LUCIFUGE clan. Ain, this is Isseiharem, the White Dragon Emperor. Grafia introduced them to each other before she turned to Issei. Ain's eyes widened at hearing that the boy in front of her was none other than the fabled hacker Yuku before returning to their normal dull-looking state. Though when she looked at him closely, she could not deny that the Hakuryuku looked perfect in her eyes. His white hair and blue eyes along with his perfect body made Ain blush a little before she composed herself. Blushing madly, Issei bowed and in a shaky voice introduced himself. Hello, my name is Isseiharem, a pleasure to meet you Ain LUCIFUGE. Nodding to herself a little, Ain introduced herself as well. Hello, my name is Ain LUCIFUGE, it's nice to meet you. Issei, I will leave you now, take as much time as you need to get to know her and help her get out of her shell. Grafia told him before turning to Ain, who was looking at Issei and checking him out again, which made her give a sly grin. Ain, she said as the girl turned to her and saw her sly grin before blushing a little, knowing her sister and her mind that hadn't changed from their youth. Yes, dear sister? She asked as she composed herself. Like I told Ice, I want you to get to know him better. Maybe he will be the one that can finally bring the old lovable Ain back from her shell. Grafia said with a slight shrug and sly smile that didn't go unnoticed by Lucy. I understand. Though I make no promises, sister. Ain answered her. Don't worry, Grafia, I will help her with anything. I will do anything in my power to return your sister back to normal. If it won't be enough, I will keep trying until I succeed. I am a dragon that divides all, I will divide her sorrows until only happiness remains. Believe it. Issei told Grafia, making Ain widen her eyes as a small flash of life was seen in her dead red eyes. Thank you, Issei. If you need anything, just call me and I will come to help. With that said, Grafia teleported away, leaving the two alone. After a few moments of silence, Ain decided to speak. How do you plan on doing what you promised? She said in a low voice that was devoid of any emotions. Issei turned to her with a large grin, making her cheeks gain a tint of pink as Issei responded with the complete opposite tone of voice. Just like I said I would. I will divide your sorrows away. Issei said as he gave Ain a soft smile, with his eyes having a soft look in them. Ain for some reason felt a tad peace looking at his smile. She blushed a bit before turning away and leading him into the castle. Two broken hearts. As soon as he said those words, Ain turned around and walked back towards the living room with Issei following here. As he entered the room, he could tell that this was something that you could only imagine in your wildest dreams. Everywhere he looked, he found that it was full of all sorts of furniture, a large LCD TV with a fireplace under it. There were also a lot of pictures and statues that made him wonder if all of the high-class devils' homes were filled with these type of things. There were also many games to his surprise, like a pool table, pinball machine, and a lot of other game platforms that he saw in the human world but couldn't afford it. Ain sneaked a quick look at Issei's figure when he started looking around, once more unknowingly blushing softly at how hot he looked in his casual clothing. Somehow she couldn't explain it, but he looked perfect to her. She couldn't explain it, but something was attracting her to him. It was like a magnet pulled her towards him, and it grew stronger with every look she threw at him. It was like a string that was getting compressed and pulling them closer with each look they gave each other. As Ain made her way toward one of the tables in the room, Issei saw that she was looking at a photo. Getting closer to her, he saw that there were 3 kids in it. 2 of the kids had slick silver hair, while one was a boy, the other one was a girl that looked like a younger Grafia, while the last one was a girl that also had a silver hair, but with a purple tone to it that made it obvious to him that that was Ain in her younger days. She looked even cuter as a little girl. Issei though, as he looked at the younger Ain in the picture. White Dragon Emperor, I suggest that you leave now before I hurt you. I know why you are here and I don't care about it. I want to be alone. Ain suddenly told Issei in cold voice that made him flinch a little, but he gritted his teeth as he saw that Ain had a few tears running down her face as she turned around to face him. And why would you do that? I'm not here to fight you. If I wanted to fight, I would have entered Balance Breaker the moment that Grafia left. Issei told her softly, trying to calm her down, but to his disappointment, that had a very different result. I will not let my sister do as she pleases. She is more than welcome here, but I don't like being used as some tool to help anyone. I can guess what she said to you and I don't like it. So get out of here. Ain started in a slow and cold voice before she yelled, releasing a large amount of aura, and her hand started to give out steam with the fire she was making Issei take a few steps away. Ain's eyes started glowing in dark red color, as if all the fury she held inside of her was about to unleash at the young hacker Yuku in front of her. Ain. He softly said as his eyes were filled with sadness. He saw the fury in her eyes, but he also saw that underneath all of that rage was deep sadness that showed him she was that much hurt. Issei growled slight seeing the sadness and loneliness and stood his ground. I know how you feel. Issei said watching Ain clench her fists. What do you know about being used? You never had to fight someone that is your flesh and blood or watch them getting killed in front of your own eyes. You don't know how it was for me when people first started to try and use me to get close to my sister and her husband. To be manipulated, to be ignored later on when they finish with you. To feel lonely all the time. So I'm telling you now, get out hacker Yuku or I will kill you. Ain yelled again as she shot a powerful fireball at Issei who stood his ground as he raised his own aura. The new coldness dissipated the fireball halfway through to Issei, making Ain's eyes go wide. Ain, I know how it is being used a tool and watch someone close to me die right in front of me. And you are right, I won't lie to you. At first, it was because she told me to help you, but seeing you now. That has changed. I will help you all on my own. So Ain LUCIFUGE, hold on to your horses because you are in for a very bumpy ride. Issei shouted at her in a determined voice as he summoned his gear and looked at her, giving her his cold fighting stare. Sorry Graphia, Surziches, but if this is the only way to bring her back then so be it. Issei thought as he yelled. Do it Albion, vanishing dragon balance breaker. Albion roared as Issei's armor appeared in a bright flash of white light as Issei entered into a battle stance with his Draconic aura swirling all around him, freezing the very air around him. Ain, if this is what will take it to break through you then so be it. Now come on. I never gave up on anything and I'm sure as hell won't start now. Issei said as both Ain and he charged at each other at full speed. Meanwhile, at the nearby cliff, Graphia stood with Surziches looking at the castle that towered the surrounding area. As they watched the LUCIFUGE estate, Surziches turned to his wife. He saw her looking at the estate with interest as if waiting for something to happen. Graphia, what are we waiting for? He asked her, wanting to know why they didn't go home yet. Turning her head a little, she smiled. You will see in a moment. If what I think is going to happen then we may soon have a new house head. Surziches was staring at her with a dumb look. He still couldn't understand what his wife meant with that. That was until he felt two strong auras shooting through the roof. One was as cold as the frozen tundra of Cocytus, whereas the other resembled the very core of the sun. Two opposing auras and elements were colliding. Quickly turning around toward the castle, he saw and heard massive explosions going on as the attacks were coming from every which way. Graphia, seeing this, just giggled as she knew what was happening, which forced Surziches to tear his gaze from the castle towards her. What is happening down there, Graphia? Surziches asked, a little scared for the young white dragon emperor, as he could tell that both Ain and he started to clash. After giggling for a bit more, Graphia told him. That my dear is what Ain needed. Whoever approached her was weaker than her and only tried to use her. After what needed to be done was done, they would leave her never to return. If Issei can somehow manage to be on par with her or overcome her, then that would show her for the first time in her life that he is there to help her, not use her. You know that people don't think clearly when in rage. Well, that is Ain in a nutshell. She is filled with rage, and if Issei could weather the storm that is Ain, she would slowly open up to him. Seeing the logic, Surziches just nodded his head, turning his attention to the battle that was going on in the castle, with the hope that Issei would be able to do impossible again. Good luck, Issei, hi to LUCIFUGE. Ain may be rough on the edges, but she is soft inside. Treat her well, Issei, I know you can. With that thought, Graphia tapped Surziches on the shoulder and motioned him that it was time to go. With a nod, Surziches made a magic circle and left with Graphia, leaving a young emperor to fight a battle that will change his life forever. Ice Dragon Emperor's Frozen Wings Slash. Burn Fireblaze. Ice Dragon Emperor's Iron Fist. Fire Tornado. Ice Dragon Emperor's Eternal Blizzard. Firestorm. Ice Dragon Emperor's Frostbite. Fireball Fire Rooster. One by one they flew around the estate, firing attacks at each other. Each collision caused a large explosion, sending enormous amount of force in every direction. Suddenly Issei dashed forward, punched through Ain's incoming projectile, and sent a powerful punch towards her. She managed to get a block in, but was still sent flying back as she used her wings to stabilize herself before glaring at a grinning Issei. Not having his helmet on, Issei called out and said, so how you feeling, Ain? Screw you. She shouted as fired a large elemental attack, giving Issei no chance to dodge. Issei immediately brought his fist up, and from it came Albion's voice, reflect. The attack turned its direction and started flying towards Ain, who barely dodged it. She grit her teeth and looked in Issei's direction. She was surprised to see he wasn't there. Frantically looking around, she barely blocked the punch that came from behind her before sending a strong kick at Issei, which sent him flying into a wall. As soon as the debris landed on him, Albion's voice rang out, "Divide." Ain felt her power leave her, but she shrugged it off and started powering up again. Both of them met each other in both close and long-range combat again, and all of those time Issei found himself being thrashed into walls. Ain was very skilled in hand-to-hand combat and was a great evader thanks to her natural body flexibility. Along with it, her monstrous reserves, which had only grown since the Civil War, meant that she could outlast him. What shocked Issei was that she was able to shrug off the effects of Divide as if they were nothing. She then punched Issei on the face, breaking his helmet before sending him flying into a wall. She had to admit she was very impressed by his determination, and he didn't seem to know when to give up. Slowly but surely she felt her rage leaving her, and she was beginning to tire. She needed to finish this off quickly. Coming out of the debris was a grinning Issei. He looked at the flying Ain and said, "You really are something. You hardly have any openings. I won't be able to beat you if I keep holding back." This surprised Ain a lot. She was overpowering him as she was going all out from the beginning. What did he have in store that could help him beat her? "Oh, pray tell, what are you going to do?" she sarcastically asked. Issei grinned again before saying, "Have you ever heard of the term illegal move?" Flashback the night before Issei's room. It was night time and he had just been dropped off back to the occult research club. He had been given permission to go home as he was tired from his meeting with the Mao Lucifer. At his home, after he had his dinner and shower, he was about to go to bed when he spotted a familiar magic circle form on the ground. From it came out Grafia and a tall man with green hair. Issei recognized him as Mao Beelzebub from the picture he had seen today. Issei was immediately bowing down as he said, "Good evening, Beelzebub-sama, how may I help you?" Grafia smiled as he had remembered what she had taught him to do. Ajuka hummed and said, "I am here because of the favor Surzich has asked of me. I am going to free your pieces from the restriction, giving you the freedom to perform your promotions. Now stand up." Issei nodded and stood up. As soon as he did, Ajuka's hand glowed green and he touched Issei's chest where the pieces were located. After a few minutes, Issei felt his power to rise slightly and the pulse to be a lot more stable. Ajuka looked at him and nodded before saying, "It is done. But thanks to you I have a new idea. I will be creating something for you which will link both your pieces and your gear, bringing a combined effect. Until then I want you to practice and master the other 4 promotions. Good night." Ajuka then disappeared in a green magic circle, leaving Issei and Grafia alone. Both of them talked for a while before Grafia bid him farewell and left. Issei then grinned before he slept. He then entered his mindscape. He, along with Albion, both practiced his new ability to promote, creating one sure-shot combo. Flashback end. "Yes, I am aware of what it is. What has it got to do with what's happening right now?" Ain asked in a confused tone. Issei just smirked and said, "This promotion night." As soon as he said that, he disappeared and appeared behind her before she could move and shouted, "Promotion Rook." He then sent a full-powered punch towards her. She took the full force of the hit, sending her flying into a wall. Issei then sped towards her before shouting, "Promotion Bishop." He landed in front of Ain, who was under a rubble of rocks, and formed a strong dragon shot and pointed it at her. Ain soon came out of the rubble and found her face inches away from a wide orb. Looking at it, she knew it was very strong and that if she'd take the hit, it would cause very much damage to her. She sighed and said, "I yield," before she suppressed her power again. Issei released his balance breaker and plopped down beside Ain. He then took her head and placed it on his shoulder. She was first stiff at the touch, but soon relaxed and enjoyed the warmth that Issei was emitting. Which was pretty ironic considering that he was an ice drake. "Hey Ain." He called her, making her look up to see him, heaving a smile on his face as he got closer to her, making her blush. "Why yes," she answered, her voice stuttering a little bit. "That was fun. We could do it later again if you are up, but now I think it's time we clean up and have a little talk to get to know each other. Don't you think? I have all the time in this world for you," Issei told her as he put a hand on her shoulder, making her blush a little bit more this time at his touch. Not resting her voice, Ain just nodded and she got up to show him where the bathroom was and where he would be staying. After cleaning up and refreshing a bit, both Ain and Issei met in the living room that was a battleground not 15 minutes ago. Ain gestured for him to take a seat while she goes and brings something for them to eat and drink, while Issei started reflecting on Ain's behavior while she was off. "Albion, do you know why Ain was like that?" he mentally asked his resident dragon. That during the battle stayed quiet and didn't interfere much to his gratefulness. He wanted to show his resident that he could stand against someone who was stronger and more experienced without their help. "Honestly, partner, it could be many things, so it's better to ask her directly," Albion said as he was just as lost as Issei was. "Well, it's like you said. It's best to hear it from the source," Issei said just as Ain returned bringing a tray of food and some juice. She gently placed the tray on the table that was between them with a small smile on her face as she sat down across from him. Eat up. I know that you are hungry, that left you exhausted just like me. Ain told him in a soft voice as a little tint of pink was seen on her beautiful face. Thank you, Ain, I'm starving from it, though it was fun like I said. You are pretty strong and intelligent. Issei thanked her in a tender voice with his face also adoring a little pink on his cheeks. As they started to eat they slowly made small conversation about what he knew about the devil and supernatural. Before Ain's face turned from a ghostly smile to serious. Issei, tell me, why did you come here to me honestly? I know it has to be something big. Ain's voice told him that there was no room for any sort of argument. Nodding, Issei answered her honestly. Like I told you before the fight. I know how it is to be devastated and to be used as a tool. I was once a normal human boy that was only, and I might regret saying this, interested in porn and perverted stuff. That made Ain burst out laughing for the first time in a century, as she found it funny to be only interested in porn and perverted stuff. She was laughing so hard that she literally fell from her chair, rolled on the floor laughing. It took a few minutes for her to get her breath back before sitting up, but she was almost sent into another laughing rage as she saw Issei's face that was red from embarrassment and had a pout which she found extremely cute. Sorry, I didn't laugh that way in almost decade. Sorry, Ice. She said, still collecting her breath as she was now red from the laughing with a beautiful smile that made Issei's blush even worse. It's fine, as long as you have that smile you can laugh at me all you want. It's honestly the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. A wonder of the world like no other. You should smile more. He told her in a very sincereful voice, causing her to develop an atomic blush. As I was saying, I was only interested in porn and perverted stuff before I was asked out on a date that would change my life. As that date was ending, the girl that asked me out turned out to be a fallen angel that was on a mission to murder me. And she did just that. After I had been killed, Ria's Gremory arrived and revived me by turning me into her pawn. Though later when we raided the church, I found out from the fallen angel that killed me no less that Ria's knew all about her mission to kill me. She let me die so that she could use me to get free from a marriage agreement with Riser Phoenix. I initially didn't take part in the game, causing them to lose. Later on though, I raided the engagement party and fought his older brother before beating him and freeing. At first, I was against it as we lost a game against him. Though when Graphia told me about you, I knew that there was something about you that felt similar to me. We lost something important to us, you with your brother, while I lost my freedom and humanity. So I made a deal with Graphia. I will help you break free from your depression and your sadness. In exchange, she will help me go up the ranks and I would finally be free from Rias. Issei said, getting Ain to look down, thinking he was just like everyone else. However, what he said next made her look up in hope. Though when I saw you and how you behaved when Graphia left, I could tell that what you did in her presence was a very good mask and that you were also hurting even more inside. That's what gave me resolve to help you no matter the cost. I decided at that moment that deal or no deal I was going to bring you back, even if it meant visiting the realm of the dead and coming back. Can't have that beautiful face not having a real smile on. Issei told her honestly with a sad face as he lowered his head looking at the floor, as he knew that there was nothing wrong in telling her, though he was surprised at what she did. Ain, hearing his story, had a sad look on her face that was replaced with a look of pure rage as she heard what Rias did. Though how he finished it made her have a bright red blush that he thankfully didn't see. She could understand what it was to lose something important. Though Issei didn't lose his family, he lost something also very important. He lost a big part of himself. He lost his freedom and his humanity that from the looks of it he really held in high regard, so to make him feel a little better, she did what she thought would cheer him up. She stood up and walked around the table towards him while Issei was looking down. He didn't see her getting closer to him and eventually hugging him from behind, making him go red as his armor and her warm breath that he felt only made him even more redder. Issei, I can somewhat understand how you feel. You cherished your humanity and what Rias did. If it happened to me I would have killed her 10 times over by now. It looks like you have an incredible will to suppress your hatred and work up the ladder. She softly told him as he slowly turned around to look at her eyes that finally showed some emotions. Ain. Was all that Issei could say as he was mesmerized by her beauty, and being this near her was like he was in heaven. Now then Issei, I think it's time you heard my story. It's only fair since you told me yours. Ain told him as she released a hug that made Issei want to protest, but he kept that inside of him. As Ain returned back in her seat, she took a moment collecting herself before looking directly into Issei's eyes. Issei could practically feel that what she was about to tell him was something that was a very, very sour subject, and that it was still something that was hurting her a lot. It was during the Devil's Civil War me and brother Euclid were devastated. Our bigger sister and the one we looked up to had abandoned our cause and joined the rebel forces. We were given the orders to fight her and kill her. The 3 of us grew up together. Our parents died when all 3 of us were young. So we grew up being more than just siblings to each other. During the fight I grew angry at Supremacy and used an attack that emptied my reserves completely. Supremacy used that opportunity to try and knock me out. But my brother intercepted 2 different attacks at once and was destroyed. I lost my brother, my father figure right in front of my eyes. Issei cut her off and pulled into a tight hug. As soon as he hugged her, all her emotional barriers broke and she began to cry, releasing all of her pent-up emotions. Issei on the other hand pulled her into his lap and started rocking her slowly, rubbing her back and stroking her long silver hair. Her scent was captivating. It made Issei tighten his hold on her and never let her go again. Ultimately his scent, his warmth and finally her emotional stress caused her to fall asleep in his arms. He soon felt her rhythmic breathing and smiled softly. She had moved on and had freed all of her pent-up emotion. Issei then picked her up in a bridal carry, making sure that her head rested on his shoulder. He then carried her to one of the rooms and laid her on the bed while he sat on the side. Soon he himself felt sleepy and was about to leave when he noticed that Ain was holding on to him like a lifeline. She had a peaceful look on her beautiful face. Issei mentally vowed that he would do anything in his power to keep this pea safe. God and the devil be damned, he was her dragon, he would protect her. Something in his heart was telling him that she would not betray him. He decided to give it one final chance before he coated his heart with ice. If she betrayed him, he wouldn't trust again. Getting comfortable, he casted a simple spell that changed both of them into his pajamas. He then lay down next to her, covering both of them in the blanket. He then finally wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Her head was in the crook of his neck and his chin rested on her head. Soon sleep overtook him. It was the best sleep both of them have had in days. It was finally a night without any nightmares. An hour or 2 later, both Grafia and Supremacy had arrived to take in a glimpse of the situation. They were surprised to find the living room empty and decided to check Ain's room. They however found it empty. It was now that Grafia was worried. They finally decided to check the room Issei was staying in. When they entered, Grafia had to stifle a sob as what she saw finally brought her the peace she had been seeking. In front of her were Issei and Ain sleeping together. It meant that Issei had succeeded and her sister was now back. She let a few tears escape her eyes as she saw how Issei had wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. Supremacy warmly smiled at the scene before he tapped Grafia on the shoulder. She nodded and both of them left, leaving the to-be couple alone, healing the broken. The next morning when Ain woke, she sighed blissfully. Last night was absolutely fulfilling. She hadn't slept like that in a century. She decided to wake up and get some breakfast. But soon found out that she couldn't move and was being held down by something. Opening her red eyes, she saw the sleeping form of Issei. The closeness of their faces, along with the fact that overnight Issei had straightened, pulling Ain with him so that she was now on his chest and both of his hands were tightly holding on to her slender waist. The situation caused her to develop an atomic blush and she did not know what to do. She had never been in this kind of situation before. When she was younger, her older brother always drove away anyone who was interested in her as he didn't want anyone to taint his cute little Ain-chan. The other boys that had come in her life were weaker than her and just used her to get some influence before leaving her. When she was younger, she did read a few shoujo mangas, but after her brother's death she stopped them. Right now she was cursing herself for not being sufficiently prepared. God, she needed to have a conversation with Grafia. She was bought out of her inner ranting when she felt Issei shift a little. His eyes then fluttered open and the first thing he saw was the cute blushing face of Ain. He saw the position he was in and developed a blush so red that it would rival the color of the Red Dragon Emperor. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. They were unconsciously moving closer as the blue stared into the red. At that moment both of them realized and thought one thing: she is the one for me. However, before things could escalate, both of them let go and sat up, staring in opposite directions, doing whatever they could to avoid each other's gaze. Www, well, what do you want to do today? Ain stuttered out. I guess you could show me around the mansion and then we could spend some time in the gardens. Issei stuttered back. Nodding, Ain stood up and left towards her room with her heart pounding in her chest. She then looked down and saw that she was wearing pajamas that were not hers and came to the conclusion that Issei had changed her clothes last night. She then removed the clothes before taking a shower and heading to the living room. She found Issei sitting there wearing a lilac v-neck t-shirt and a blue jeans. She went and sat next to him. However, at that moment a magic circle appeared and from it Grafia came out and smiled at the duo. She got a big smile from Issei and a small but an original one from Ain. Grafia was stunned. Her sister, who had been emotionless for nearly half a century, had shown emotions. She fought back her tears and looked at Issei in gratitude, who shook his head. He then bowed Ain's head to his shoulder, whereas his other hand was holding hers, softly stroking her soft skin. Ain blushed to the point she was like a tomato but didn't push Issei away. This made Grafia smile. She could already see that both of them had genuine feelings for each other, but still hadn't admitted it to each other. As Grafia watched them, she couldn't help but not smile, seeing the silent interaction between the two youths. She remembered that it was almost the same thing with her. She at first hated Supremacy, but after fighting him almost all the time during the war, her hatred slowly turned into love, the same she now saw in both Issei and Ain. Only difference is their progress was far quicker than what she had. Well, that is something I didn't see in a long time, Ain. You are smiling again, it's nice compared to your fake one. Grafia told her as she had taken a sit opposite of Issei. Thank you sis, it's nice to be free from those thoughts. Ain answered from beside Issei. Both of them did not mind that they were close. On the contrary, it made Issei relax while it made Ain feel secured. Nodding with a smile, Grafia suddenly turned serious, making both of them gulp with a little fear. They both knew that Grafia won't do anything to them, it was still unnerving to see her serious-eyed. Now I assume that Issei told you about his story, correct Ain? Grafia asked her little sister. Nodding, Ain answered her. Yeah, he did, and I can understand why you sent him to help me. You both have my gratitude. Issei just shook his head at that. You don't need to thank me, I would do anything to help someone in trouble no matter how much it took. Like I told you before, anything besides a smile doesn't suit that beautiful face of yours. He finished. Ain turned to look at him and again smiled, making him mentally swear to protect that beautiful smile that she had and to keep her safe from anything that would endanger it. Nodding, Grafia turned to Issei and told him why she has come here. Ice, there is a reason why I came here. I know that Ain most likely tried to tell you why she was in that state, but couldn't, so I will tell you. Keep in mind you too, what I tell you doesn't leave this room. Understood? Grafia questioned. No, she told me alright. I know what happened from her point of view. And believe me when I say I don't even know how to say sorry. Issei answered in a sad voice. Alright, then I will tell you the actual events and reasoning of everything that happened on that day. It all started after the Great War, as three sides were left decimated without their leaders. The descendants of the original Mayus wanted to continue what their fathers started, seeing that it would lead to the complete annihilation of the Devil's race. At first, I was like you, Ain, thinking that we are the strongest, but as the anti-Satan faction formed, I started to realize that even if we marched with our full force and somehow managed to win, it would be the worst kind of victory. With a completely destroyed race and with nothing to gain out of it. The other factions would pick off the scraps that were left and there would be nothing of us left. Completely forgotten by the history. Though that was after I met on a field of battle Supremacy, and after battling him for hours and hours, I finally understood why he was against the next Great War. Grafia stopped a little to let it settle into their minds, and after a minute or so Ain's and Issei's eyes went wide as they understood it crystal clear. If they went to war, it would be the end of devil kind. Clear and simple. Now, after I understood it, I tried to make both you, Ain and Euclid understand it also, but you were too blinded by the words of those bastards to hear it clearly. So on that fateful day when the final battle was taking place, Supremacy did what he did, though he didn't want to kill him, he was aiming at you to make you unconscious, so he could fight Euclid without you jumping in between. But somehow he underestimated Euclid and unleashed more power than he should have, killing him. Grafia told her sadly as both her and Issei saw that Ain had tears in her eyes that were beginning to stream down her cheeks. Issei was quick to pull her into his lap as he hugged to let her know that he was now here for her. And that he would never abandon her. After a few moments Ain collected herself enough for Grafia to continue. Ain then nodded a little to Grafia, made her continue the story. After that event, as you remember Ain, you were in prison as a prisoner of war, but due to the intervention of Supremacy and you were released. Though after that he tried to apologize several times, but you would just attack him, which would force him to leave, as he did not want to hurt you even more than he already did. Though now that Issei managed to break through your defenses and make you open up a little, it looks like it all went good. Grafia continued. Yes, it all ended up good. You don't have to worry Grafia, I will do whatever is in my power to keep Ain safe and sound. Even if it kills me. Even if I have to burn the entire world to do that. Issei told them with passion as the fire was burning in his eyes that made Grafia have a big smile, while Ain was bright red again, this time with steam coming out from her ears at his passionate words. What is happening to me? Ain thought as she looked up at Issei from his shoulder before quickly looking away as he turned to her. This reaction made Grafia giggle a little. That is nice to hear, Issei, and like both Supremacy and I told you, your path to freedom is now on a right track. If you manage to surpass your own abilities and keep doing what is thought impossible, you will be very soon on becoming a high-class devil. Grafia answered him, making his eyes go wide with a big smile on his face at the thought of being free. Ain, hearing that her sister was helping Issei, also smiled a little, as she knew that he deserved it after fighting two high-class devils and coming out on top. She would only hope that when Issei became a high class that he wouldn't forget her and move on. Sensing her doubts coming back, Issei quickly pulled her into his chest and said, "Enough of those thoughts, Ain. Even if I become a high-class devil, I won't let you go, ever. Though when the time comes I would like you to join my peerage." Ain started crying again as she hugged Issei tightly while she chanted thank you. After that, both of them started thinking of possible future situations. As the two of them were in their thoughts, Grafia decided it was time to leave and give them some time for them, as she could see the love forming in them. Grafia would love to have Issei as a brother-in-law. It would be a lot of fun teasing him in the future over this. "Now it's time for me to leave. Enjoy your stay here, Issei. This is now your home also, and I don't think that Ain will argue with me on this one." Grafia told them, breaking their thoughts as both looked at her and nodded. "Well, I will come later for you eyes, but for now take care both of you lovebirds." Grafia bid them goodbye with a sly smirk before teleporting away, leaving a steaming red duo glued to their seats. Ain was worse as she was literally sitting on Issei's lap. After a few minutes, Issei turned down to look at Ain before saying, I think we should get on with the day. How about you show me around?" Ain smiled and nodded before both of them got up and left. All through the day they walked round the estate. Ain was giving him a tour of all the facilities in estate. All the while she was holding his hand and had her head on his shoulders. All around the day, the servants who had returned sometime last night were sending the couple warm smiles. They were extremely thankful for bringing Ain out of her depression and were already calling him the young master of the LUCIFUGE family. He blushed when they called him that, causing Ain to giggle cutely at his expense. He however then smiled softly when he heard her giggle. She looked cute. He then said, "They care a lot about you, don't they?" Referring to the servants. "Yeah, I am very thankful to all of them. If it weren't for them, I think I'd have been much worse than when you found me. Though I am still surprised that you managed to do what you did," Ain replied back. Puffing out his chest, he proudly said, "Well, you shouldn't expect anything less of the White Dragon Emperor." Ain giggled at his proclamation. The tour continued for a few hours, after which they decided to go on a picnic. Ain immediately rushed into kitchen and cooked the snacks for the picnic herself. She took extra care to make sure that everything was cooked to perfection. The chefs in the kitchen smiled. They knew the only reason all extra precautions were being taken because their mistress wanted to impress their young master. When everything was ready, she neatly put them in a basket. Picking up the basket, she went into the lounge where she found Issei talking to one of the butlers. He was holding 2 blankets in his arms. Spotting Ain, he looked at her and gave her a smile, which made her blush. He then said, "I have found a good spot for the picnic. Let's go." She nodded and walked up to him before they left together. Making their way, they found a spot that gave them an overall view of the whole estate and its surroundings. Issei laid one of the 2 blankets on the ground and both of them sat down. Ain then opened the basket and served food. She was happy when she saw a little drool coming out of Issei's mouth. She waited for him to take the first bite. He took the first and his eyes widened. This food was heavenly. Looking at him, Ain shyly asked, "Oh no, how is it?" Issei looked at her and gave her a loving smile which made her go red. He then said, "This is the definition of heaven. I thought I was a good cook, but this takes the cake. You're really the best, Ain," Issei said as he leaned forward and gave her a soft kiss on her cheek. Ain blushed and steam was seen emerging from her ears. It didn't help that Issei's caring nature had switched on. He started feeding Ain from his plate. She was only meekly nodding and eating, feeling too shy and embarrassed to say anything. After they had eaten and the sun had set, Issei stood up and said, "Let's go back." "You wanna watch a movie?" She nodded and they went back into the estate. Issei then let Ain choose the movie. He wanted her to feel special. She had suffered so much in her life. He wanted her to feel like the special person she really is. Which was why he would give her his unconditional love. Ain, on the other hand, had decided the same thing. She knew that she would never find someone like Issei again. She decided that she would do anything to stay with him and would give him her love unconditionally. After the movie was over, Ain yawned cutely, causing Issei to giggle at her. She pouted cutely before punching him on the arm and muttering, "Jerk." The cute reaction caused him to laugh even louder, which caused Ain to go red with embarrassment. He then stopped laughing and said, "I am really sorry, but that was way too cute for me to handle, and my brain was overloaded by it. So I am sorry," Issei said with a smile before he said, "Anyways, it's getting late, let's get to bed." As he was about to get up and leave, Ain held his hand, causing him to look back at her. She looked down shyly, and while fiddling with her fingers she said, "Ito, will it be fine if I slept with you again? Last night was the first in Maya knows how long that I had without a nightmare." She was still looking down, awaiting rejection. But what she received was a warm hug, after which Issei said, "Of course you are welcome. If it helps you, we can sleep together every day. I already told you I am here for you. So don't hesitate to ask me of anything, I will get it done for you." She smiled a true smile before nodding and heading to her room. Issei was in the washroom today. He was in his normal sleepwear. Just as Ain entered his room, he exited the washroom, shirtless. Looking at him, Ain could finally appreciate of his toned figure. He had a chiseled chest with a very firm six-pack to boot. She blushed as soon as she saw him and froze. Issei chuckled at that reaction as he had received it several times during gym class at school. Making his way to the frozen Ain, he picked her up before laying her down and joining her. He then put her head on his chest, wrapped an arm around her waist, and then both of them drifted off to sleep. The next morning when Issei woke up, he was greeted by the sight of a sea of silver hair. Smiling to himself, he leaned forward and kissed Ain on the head. He then laid back thinking about how he had to return to the human world today. He was wondering whether he could get Ain to come with him to the human world. He decided to get an apartment as a favor from IsseiOC for both of them. After a while he felt himself go red in the face and that his perverted tendencies were coming back in full force. "Are Issei like what you see?" she teasingly asked. I. He started stuttering but was cut off by Ain, who went up and hugged him before she whispered, "I don't mind if it's you." However, before they could continue they heard someone coughing. Both of them froze before stiffly turning around to see an amused Graphia standing in the door. Before the two of them could say anything, Graphia said, "Me and IsseiOC are waiting for you in the living room, see you there in a few minutes." She didn't wait for an answer and left. Both Ain and Issei stared at the door, slack-jawed. They both then scurried off the bed and ran to get ready for the day. Making their way to the lounge, they saw IsseiOC and Graphia sitting and patiently waiting. Issei and Ain both sat down together opposite of IsseiOC and Graphia. IsseiOC was positively surprised to see the small smile on his sister-in-law's face. He immediately apologized for what happened that day, telling her that he regrets what he caused that day. Ain in change told him that she has moved on and has forgiven him. When all business was done and dusted, Graphia began and said now it's time for Issei to return to the human world. He needs to return to school and also needs to report for his duties as Ria's pawn. So let's discuss a schedule through which you guys can meet. Ain looked down, she had just started feeling for someone she could not afford to be away. However, all her fears went out the window when Issei said, "Actually, I was hoping if you could get me and Ain an apartment in the human world. She could join me in my class at Kuo Academy. That way we will be together and she will be able to interact with others as well." Ain looked at Graphia with a pleading look in her eyes. Graphia smiled at her sister and nodded. IsseiOC then said, "That can be arranged. The apartment will be ready in a few hours. We will teleport you there when it's ready. Apart from that, I will leave her under your protection, Issei. You can count on IsseiOC, I will protect her with every fiber of my being." Issei replied in a strong voice. "Very well, then we will be leaving. I will come to take both you to your new apartment in a few hours. By the way, Issei, what will you tell your parents?" Graphia asked. "That I have started a job and am rooming with someone," he casually answered. Nodding, both IsseiOC and Graphia left the love-struck teenagers. As soon as they left, Ain launched herself at Issei and kissed him square on the lips before he could react. He was stunned for a moment but soon began kissing back. Soon they broke the kiss and Ain then started sputtering. "I am so sorry, I didn't know what came over me, She however was cut off when Issei smashed his lips on hers. He had immediately become addicted to softness of her lips. When they broke apart, Issei looked at her lovingly and said, "Was that enough to answer your doubts?" She nodded before quietly saying, "I know that we just met recently, but I love you. In 2 days you have done more for me than anyone has in a century. Please don't leave me, I don't want to feel alone again." Issei smiled softly before lifting by the chin, making her look at him. He then gave her a soft chaste kiss. Before saying, "I love you as well. I fell in love with you as soon as I saw you 2 days ago. I won't let you go. Please don't leave me, my heart won't be able to handle you leaving me. I want you are the one for me, I will destroy anyone that comes in between us." Ain answered in a sincere voice. Issei hugged her tightly and muttered a thank you. They then broke up a few minutes later. And Issei then said, "So Ain, will you take a chance and be my better half?" Yes, 100 times yes. Ain answered as she hugged him tightly in excitement. They then broke apart and stared into each other's eyes. Red met blue, a strange pull was established pulling the two of them close until their lips met each other. In that moment both of them didn't care for anything. She didn't care that she was the underworld's fire princess, he didn't care if he was the White Dragon Emperor, she didn't care if she was the heiress of the LUCIFUGE clan, he didn't care that he was a pawn of the Gremory family. The only thing that mattered at that moment was that they were together and nothing in the world was going to change that. Holy sword. Graphia was overjoyed when she learnt that Issei and Ain were together. She gave them both her blessings and wished them well for the future. Their apartment complex was ready and the only thing left was for them to actually move into it. Her things were already packed as Issei and Ain after their confessions, and then the impromptu make-out session went to pack all the belongings that she may need in the human world. Issei was happy, his heart felt at peace. He was unsure about many things, but one thing was carved into stone. If anyone, and he means anyone, would harm as much as a hair on Ain, they would receive the full wrath of the vanishing Dragon Emperor. Soon they were teleported into a 4-roomed apartment. It was furnished, had all of the necessary requirements. An indoor onsen, an entertainment room and an artificial training space that was strong enough to hold Surziches and Graphius sparring at their full powers. After getting Ain's room ready and said, Issei turned to her and said, "Well, I will be off, princess, I will be back in an hour or two after I get my things from my place." Ain nodded at that before giving him a kiss on the lips. Issei was moving at a leisured pace towards his home. As he made the final corner he felt two tingling sensation. He was immediately on guard. There was someone with a holy power inside his house. He calmly entered and said, "Mom, I am home." "Ah, Issei, come in and see who decided to visit," his mother replied. Making his way to the lounge he saw a boy his age with silvery white hair, two girls, one with gingery orange hair and one with blue hair with a green streak in the middle. He noticed that they were all wearing robes and had a bandage package over their backs. Issei recognized the boy immediately but not the girls. Grinning he said, "Yo Sieg, it's been a while, how have you been?" The boy grinned back before he frowned a little and said that it has ice, you sure have changed, haven't you? That I have, the same can be said about you as well, what's with the get-up and those toys? Issei asked back, referring to the swords on the backs of the three churchgoers. However, before anyone could answer the ginger-haired girl launched herself onto Issei and hugged him tightly. Confused I said, "Excuse me miss, but do I know you? You are so mean nice you forgot about me." The girl pouted cutely and said, How exactly do I know you?" Issei asked, still confused. "Me and Sieg-kun used to play as kids, don't you remember?" the girl asked. Issei thought for a moment before it clicked and he jumped before hugging the girl back and saying, "Iri-chan, how are you? It's been ages." Irina blushed red as soon as his hands wrapped around her waist. Because of that she couldn't say anything. Issei then turned to his mom and said, "Mom, why don't you get us something to eat? I won't be here long, I am moving in with a new roommate from the company I joined a few months ago." His mother nodded with a slightly glazed look in her eyes before leaving. Siegfried then turned to Issei with a hardened look and said, "So Issei, mind telling me why you have the signature of a devil?" "Just so you know, I was forcefully reincarnated into 1 and 2. I am majorly dragon, but I have suppressed my power. Now why are good old church folk like you doing in a rundown place like Kuo?" Issei told them and asked back. "Why should we tell a devil like you?" The blue-haired girl snapped at him. Issei just shrugged his shoulders before saying, "Since you bought your swords here, I can only presume that you are here to meet devils in charge. Well, not that I can do anything about it. See you guys later, maybe we can have a drink or two tomorrow. For now I need to get back to my roommate." Standing up he left the trio and went up to his room before magically packing all of his possessions and then teleporting to his new home. Exiting the magic circle he saw Ain sitting on the sofa snoring slightly. He chuckled a bit before taking a blanket and sitting next to her. Throwing the blanket over them he wrapped his arms around Ain as she snuggled into him and both of them fell asleep. The next morning both Issei and Ain were walking to school. When they reached near the gate Issei spotted a boy around his age with grey hair and greyish blue eyes. As soon as they neared him Issei back flared in pain while the boy's left hand twitched. The boy turned to look at Issei and smirked at him. "It's the red one. Exert caution, this host of Drag is a strong one." Ablian warned as Issei nodded. Issei then turned to Ain and smiled before saying, "You go on ahead, I have something I need to take care of, I will see you after school." Ain looked a little worried but nodded nonetheless before disappearing into the school. Issei then cracked his neck and then clicked his fingers erecting a barrier before he turned to the smirking boy and said, "What are you doing here, red one?" "Oh, nothing, white one. Our sacred gear is sure a link, I sensed you unlock your balance breaker and came to see it for myself." The teen replied, still smirking. Issei returned the grin in kind and said, "So you want to take it somewhere else?" The teen grinned before nodding and both of them headed towards the mountain range near Kuo. "So you got a name?" Issei asked his divine, dividing and erected a barrier. "Volley." The teen replied, activating his boosted gear. Both of them were standing in front of each other. Before they could begin Issei asked, "So are we gonna all out or just to get a feel of each other or just to talk?" Volley grinned and said, "Just to talk today. You interest me a lot, Issei. Hi do. A devil for 3 months and you have already defeated an ultimate class devil in combat. Impressive. Hey, it seems you did some research on me. So how about you tell me about self and the fact why Albion felt Lucifer on you?" Issei asked back. Volley froze for a moment before he frowned and said, "I am the great-grandson of the original Lucifer. Born to a pure-blooded and a human mother. And the Red Dragon Emperor." Whistling Issei said, "And that's a heritage to project, don't you think? And you are the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake sure got lucky you got your natural body strength and reserves. I had to build them to the current level on scratch." Still frowning, Volley snapped and said, "It isn't all that glorious, shut up bastard, you know nothing." He finished and burst towards Issei and sent a strong punch towards Issei, who was shocked by the speed and force the punch had. Narrowing his eyes he released his dragon form with his eyes turning to slits and bluish scales forming around his body. He then retaliated and sent a strong punch towards Volley, who barely managed to block but was taken aback by the force the punch had. Both of them stared at each other before disappearing in bursts of speed and started a fist-fighting match. As they were colliding, both rival dragons were mentally talking. After all, it had been a long time they had seen each other. "So Drake, want to tell me why your host suddenly snapped?" Albion asked. "It's not my place to say, Albion, though. Please tell me, why the hell does your host have an affinity for ice that could potentially match yours when in your prime?" Drake replied and asked back. "It's not my place to say, Drake," Albion said to Drake, who just knew that Albion was smirking. "Touché. I think we should break them up. We will have our fight later on, but it's too early and I want to stay with a single host for now," Drake said. "Agreed," Albion replied as both of them yelled stop, causing both of their hosts to leave their deadlock and look at each other. "It seems that's it for the spar, Volley. See you soon," Issei said as he repaired his uniform and left for school. Volley simply net and disappeared into a magic circle. Volley was happy that his rival was someone worthy. Whereas Issei was worried Volley was stronger, much stronger than he was. He needed to up his training if he was to beat Volley in their destined match. It was already break time and he entered the classroom where he saw that Ain was surrounded by both girls and boys. Girls asking her about random things like her likes and dislikes. Whereas the boys were pestering her for a date. Sighing, he went over to her seat and took her hand before pulling her into his chest before giving her a chaste kiss on the lips. He then let her go and turned to the rest of the class and said, "I see you guys have met my fiancée. I hope you guys didn't disturb her, did you?" When he received no answer, he turned to a blushing Ain and said, "Ai-chan, let's go get some lunch before the next class," he said as he took her hand and let her out, causing murmurs to break out in the class. By the end of the break, the whole school would know that the new transfer student whose beauty eclipsed even the four queens was the fiancé of one Issei Haidu. Issei took Ain to the roof where he summoned 2 lunch boxes and they started eating. They made small talk about Ain's first experience at the school. Soon she curiously asked Issei, "Who was that guy you went off with in the morning?" Issei sighed. He wasn't going to lie to Ain, she was his girlfriend and was slightly stronger than he was, so he had nothing to worry about. He was the Red Dragon Emperor who had come for a talk. Ain's eyes widened at that piece of information. She immediately began checking Issei for wounds, but relaxed when Issei assured her that they didn't even use their balance breakers. "You know, I was worried, we just got together." Then the wretched red one appeared. Ain quietly said. Issei's eyes softened when he saw her expression. He then pulled her into his lap and gave her a soft kiss on the lips and said, "Don't worry, I have fought and won against enemies much stronger than me. You won't get rid of me that easily." She lightly punched his chest and muttered "Baka." They enjoyed each other's presence until the bell rang and then made their way to the occult research club. Issei had convinced Ain to not do anything that will cause permanent damage to Ria's peerage members. However, he was surprised when he saw his 2 childhood friends and their teammates sitting on one of the sofas. It seems the talks were about to begin. Issei entered along with Ain and said, "Yo Sieg, Iri-chan, Aoi-chan, how you doing?" "Fine, good, don't talk like you know me, devil," said the church trio. "Ara Ice, it's good that you are here, we were just starting the meeting." "And who is this?" Riaz asked as she pointed at Ain, who completely ignored her, causing Riaz to grow a tick mark. "She is my girlfriend Ain LUCIFUGE, the heiress of the LUCIFUGE clan. And mind your business, Gremory, I am only yours to command during raiding games, other than that you have no power over me," Issei harshly replied, causing Riaz to bite her lip to stop her tears before she started the meeting. "Well, we are here to inform you that we have a retrieval mission of 3 Excalibur fragments that were stolen," Siegfried Kami stated. "I see, so are you requesting our assistance?" Riaz asked in a regal voice. "No, we are telling you to stay out of our way or else," the blue-haired Excarist said. Riaz flared her aura and said, "Listen here, this is my territory, I won't tolerate the tone you are using, Excarist." Before the blue-haired Excarist could respond, Lorena interrupted and said, "Zenobia, stop. We are not here to make any problems. I am sorry for her, she is a little hot-headed. Also, we request that you let us do our searching on our own as it is church business." Before Riaz could answer, Issei spoke up and said, "Nasig, who stole those fragments, if you want us to stay away, you could at least give us all the information. We won't tell you anything, let us do what we want or I will smite you," Zenobia snarled, causing Issei to chuckle, which earned him incredulous looks from everyone. "I wonder how the current Mao Lucifer will feel when he learns you smited his little sister," he said, still chuckling. "Lord Mitchell will smite him and his whore of a wife himself if he got involved," Zenobia smugly replied. Before Riaz could reply, the room was filled with a very potent killing intent. Issei's eyes now had lost all of their playfulness, they now held a cold hard glare. He then spoke in a very cold voice, "Insult the spoiled princess as much as you want, but badmouth Lord Lucifer and Lady Graphia, and I will end you myself. Do I make myself clear? Is that a threat, Issei?" Siegfried asked in stiff tone. He was the only one in the room along with Ain who seemed unaffected by the killing intent that Issei was giving of. No. What your teammate said was a threat, what I said was a promise. Issei replied coldly as he released his divine dividing as a sign of serious he was. That's perfect, then let's take it outside. Kiba said as he glared at the swords Zenobia and Irina were holding. Riaz tried to stop the fight, but for some reason it went through. With Issei refusing to fight as he stated that his point had been made clear. So Rainer and Kiba were sent to fight Irina and Zenobia. During the fight Issei and Siegfried were making small talk. They had no qualms and understood that at times they will have to stand up for their respective factions. It was necessary, but that didn't change the fact that they were still best of friends and trusted each other. The fight ended in a 1-1 draw with Rainer beating Irina and Zenobia destroying Kiba. In the end it was decided that the churchgoers would involve the devils if the threat level increased and affected the whole of Kuo. After the spar the three excorists left. Kiba seethed before he left the group, saying that he would have his revenge, even if it meant going stray. Issei just shrugged and left with Ain to their apartment complex. As soon as they entered they found Surziches and Grafia waiting for them. Seeing them Ain said, Nisama, what are you doing here? Surziches smiled. Ain was out of her shell and had accepted him as her sister's husband, finally calling him her brother. He then looked at Issei who was looking at Ain with a happy and loving smile. That was a look he knew well. Surziches then said, we would like for you to meet someone. As soon as he said that a green magic circle appeared and from it a figure with purple eyes, a goatee, and brown hair with yellow tips appeared. He looked at Issei and Ain and said, yo, it's nice to meet this generation's White Dragon Emperor and the Underworld's Fire Princess. Seeing the confused expressions of his sister-in-law and to-be brother-in-law spoke and said, Ain, this is Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. He has some information for that involves Kuo. I think you will find it highly useful. Yo, so what does the leader of the fallen need with little old me? Issei asked sarcastically as he referred to Rainer. Azazel bowed his head and said, I would like to begin by saying that the group that attacked you was a rogue contingent. It is led by Kakabiel, who I believe is involved with the Excalibur incident as well. Both Issei and Ain were surprised by the fact someone who had fought and survived in the old Great War was behind the whole setup. Ain then spoke up and asked, then why don't you go and hunt him down? No offense, but he is under your jurisdiction. It could also be that he is doing this under your orders. Surziches replied before Azazel could speak and said, me and Azazel have an agreement. He tells me if there is a fallen angel mission in Devil Territory, whereas I do the same for Devils in Fallen Territory. He was never failed before Issei's incident, which indicates that it was a rogue contingent. Ain nodded in understanding and said, I apologize Azazel Dono. Forgive my rudeness. She politely said. Pish posh, it's no problem. Also congratulations on getting together both of you. So tell me Hakuryuku, have you done it with the Fire Princess yet? Azazel asked with a perverted leer on his face as he wiggled his eyebrows at the teens. Both Issei and Ain blushed red at his question and quickly sputtered out refusals. Both Surziches and Grafia looked amused at the embarrassed couple's plight. Before Azazel turned slightly serious and said, the real reason I am here was to tell you that Kakabiel will make his move soon, so you need to be prepared. He then turned around and waved to Surziches and Grafia before leaving. Well, we will be leaving as well. Though can we expect nephews or nieces anytime soon? Grafia asked teasingly. Ni-sama, Ni-chan. Both Issei and Ain shouted together as Surziches laughed while Grafia chuckled wholeheartedly before they left the blushing couple alone. When they left, Ain went to the kitchen to cook dinner for herself and while Issei took a shower. When he came out of the washroom he was only wearing a casual trouser. Making his way to the kitchen he saw Ain in casual wear, having a kiss the chef apron on as she hummed while cooking. Smiling, Issei sneaked up on her and hugged from the back and pulled her into his chest. Electing a smolly up from her. So beautiful, what are you making, pancakes? She answered as she melted into the warmth and safety of Issei's arms. He then pushed her long silver hair to one side and kissed her exposed neck, causing her to shiver at the feel of his soft lips and warm breath on her neck. He then moved towards her neck and whispered, I love you. Before nibbling on her ear, causing Ain to shudder. He then let her go and helped her with the cooking. When they were both done, Ain decided to get even with Issei and sat down on his lap and put her hands around his neck. She then huskily whispered into his ear and said, spoil me now so that I can spoil you later. It was Issei's turn to shudder and go red. He then picked up a knife and fork and began feeding Ain and himself. He was again reminded of her heavenly cooking. When they finished, both of them started washing the dishes. As soon as they were finished, Issei picked her up bridal style and carried her to their room. After laying her down they kissed passionately. I love you, my princess. Issei said in a tender voice. I love you to my king. Ain replied as both of them cuddled before falling asleep. Kakabiel. The next few days had Issei on the edge. The only one he had confided in about Kakabiel was Siegfried, and that was because both of them trusted each other. During the talks they had learned several things about each other. Issei vividly remembered the whole conversation he had with his childhood friend. It gave him a little peace. He hadn't lost his friend after all. It had been several days since the unexpected visit by the faction leaders. Flashback breaker. Issei had just dropped Ainov at the apartment and was currently out shopping for groceries. On the way he saw a sight that in his opinion could be best described as a comedy skit. There in front of him were Irina Zinovia begging for money. And Siegfried just standing with a wall looking at them impassively. "Please lend us some alms in the name of God," Zinovia said. "Feed the hungry followers of God," Irina said. Sighing, Issei walked over to them and said, "What are you two idiots doing here? We accidentally spent all of the money given to us by the church. And we are hungry," Irina explained. "Come with me, I will treat you. Let's go to that cafe," Issei replied with a sigh as he led the trio away. Zinovia tried to refuse but was immediately shot down by both Irina and Siegfried, who told her that this was better than begging. After treating them to their heart's content, Issei asked them to let Kiba help them and to allow him to break one of your fragments. "I am sure the church will be able to build it again." They agreed, after which Irina and Zinovia left with Siegfried staying. So Issei mind answering, "Why you were so harsh with your master? I should have known that you'd pick it up, you were always the intelligent one of our group." "Fine, I will tell you everything in change that you tell me why we're suddenly picked up by those officials 7 years ago," Issei said. "I knew you were still holding on to that." "Fine, you have got yourself a deal," Siegfried replied with a sigh. Issei then proceeded to tell Siegfried everything that had happened to him in the last few months. From his date, to his death, to his reincarnation, to his beating the fallen in the church, to learning the truth about his training, then the fight he had versus Ruvel. He had left Ain out of the story. Regardless of being his friend, Issei wasn't going to trust anyone with information on Ain. Unsurprisingly, Siegfried was seething inside. He should have come back earlier to help his friend. Now he was working under some bitch he didn't even like. So Siegfried then asked, "Why don't you leave and join any other faction?" "Pretty simple. The church in heaven will never let me join because of me being a devil. The current leader of the fallen angels won't accept me because of his agreements with the devil hierarchy. Also, thanks to me beating Ruvel Phoenix, I got a good deal. Mao Lucifer agreed to set me on a fast road to high class. I will be taking on Kakabiel on my own for my promotion. It's the only way to be free. Now enough about me. It's your turn to spill the beans," Issei said. "Fine. You know the original Siegfried, right? It turns out I am his heir. When the Vatican learned of this fact and of my sacred gear, they took me to their training facilities and started training me. It was brutal. In the end they gave me all 5 of the demonic swords. The rest are fine, but Graham isn't. That thing is a complete son of a bitch. Overusing it means death. Being honest, I hate the church. They took my life away from me and handed me a cursed object that is kin to bind it to me," Siegfried said. "Damn, looks like life gave both of us the short straws, didn't it?" asked Issei. "It sure did," Siegfried replied as both of them fell into a comfortable silence between them. "Hey Sieg, would you like to join my peerage once I become a high-class devil?" asked Issei. "Why would I want to join a peerage?" Siegfried asked back in a confused voice. "One, you said you hate the church. 2, you aren't religious. 3, your swords will be easier for you to control if you have a source of demonic magic coming from you," Issei calmly replied. "That sounds pretty nice, to be honest. Added to the fact I won't have to be careful and will have a very long life. And will also be with my best friend. Fine, I accept. I will do something that gets me exhumated and then I will join you when you become high class," Siegfried replied. Issei smiled before he fist bumped his friend. "However, there is a condition," Siegfried continued. "What condition?" Issei asked. "My best friend in the church. She suffered the same fate as me. I want her to join me in your peerage." "That's non-negotiable," Siegfried replied. "I don't see any problem with it. You got yourself a deal," Issei said with a smile, which Siegfried returned in kind. Flashback breaker released. It was currently evening and Issei was cuddling with Ain inside their bedroom. That was until a magic circle was formed near his ear and from it Akeno urgently spoke and said, "Issei, we need you now. Kakabiel has started his attack. The church trio are here as well." "I will be right there," Issei replied. He then clicked his fingers and entered his battle attire, and then both Ain and him left the home flying towards the school. When they arrived, they saw the Citri family maintaining a barrier outside of the school. Issei knew that if he and Kakabiel went all out, the barrier would break. Turning to Ain, he said, "Ai-chan, can you stay here and augment this barrier? It won't survive if I go all out versus Kakabiel." "Alright, darling," Ain answered, and then she went up to the Citri peerage and explained her part and got to work as Issei entered the barrier. As soon as he entered, Issei saw that Kakabiel had killed one of the bishops who was working for him and announced that God and all of the original Mayu are dead. This caused most of the group except Kiba, who had unlocked his balance breaker, and Siegfried, who was fighting 3 Cerberus dogs at once. Issei then channeled his magic into his hands and shouted, "Ice Dragon Emperor's Eternal Blizzard." A great storm of ice enveloped the devils and churchgoers. It killed all of the Cerberus attacking, while it didn't even scratch the others. Everyone including Cacabiel and his two subordinates who were 4 and 6 winged respectively were shocked. To see someone having that much control over a single element was unreal. He then landed in front of a kneeling Zenobia and faced Cacabiel. He then without turning around asked, "Are you guys alright? We are fine, but it seems like Ryazakeno and Kaneko are tired from facing the Cerberus." Kiba answered, "I am fine. Irina was injured by the priest who Kiba defeated today. And Zenobia seems completely out of it after hearing the news of God." Siegfried answered, "It seems it's just the 3 of us. Kiba, I will leave the 4-winged fallen to you. Sieg, you take on the 6-wing and I will take on Cacabiel," Issei said with a smirk as he cracked his neck. "Okay, got it," Siegfried and Kiba said as they attacked their opponents and broke off. Issei versus Cacabiel. "Ah, so you are the fabled White Dragon Emperor. You shall at least be able to give me a challenge because of your balance breaker," Cacabiel taunted. Issei on the other hand stopped cracking his neck and said, "Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker." Issei was then covered in a bright flash of white light. When the light dissipated, Issei stood in the grandeur of his balance breakers. He looked at Zenobia and saw she was still phased. Picking her and Durandal up, he flashed and kept her along with the other injured. What surprised him was that he was able to hold and use Durandal like an ordinary Bakken. It didn't even try to resist him. Issei grinned at the acceptance the sword had shown him and then flew up to meet a serious-looking Cacabiel, who said, "It seems that even that troublesome sword has accepted you as its wielder. This will be interesting. I will go all out from the start." He then removed his cloak and threw it away. As he did that, a golden armor in the shape of a star formed around him, making his power rise by several times. Issei looked on in awe. He was a little bumped when he saw Cacabiel the first time. But now he was sure that they were equal in power, and the one having an advantage in this battle would be Cacabiel because of his experience. Cacabiel then materialized a sword made of light and both of them charged at each other. The first collision sent shockwaves around the area. The shockwaves caused Zenobia and the others to look up in shock. Issei was moving as fast and was matching Cacabiel move for move. What surprised Zenobia was the skill with which the White Dragon Emperor was using Durandal. How can he use that blade? He is a devil. She mentally raged. How strong are you, Issei? Riaz and the others thought. Back in the fight, Issei pushed Cacabiel back with a big diagonal slash and shouted, "Ice Dragon Emperor's roar." A much bigger wave of ice energy left his mouth and shot towards Cacabiel and hitting him. The hit caused him to crash into the ground. He soon flew out of the crater and laughed, saying, "Ha ha 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 ha, damn brat, you are good. I haven't felt this good since the Great War itself. You are making me feel alive. Now accept my thanks, divine javelin." Issei calmly looked at the javelin made of light heading towards him before he stretched his wings and divide. Albion called out and the javelin was reduced to nothing. Issei looked at the frowning face of Cacabiel. Grinning, Issei channeled the energy into Durandal and sent a destructive wave at Cacabiel, who barely dodged. "You brat." He growled at Issei and charged at Issei, and this time using his experience, he soon got in a few good hits and then kicked Issei hard into the ground. Before firing a barrage of spears at him, Issei groaned but quickly called, "Diffract." All of the spears went of their original path and landed in areas surrounding Issei. Cacabiel then grinned and clicked his fingers and said, "Katsu." The spears exploded, catching Issei in. Everyone looked on horrified. However, the smoke cleared in a moment and they saw Issei behind a blue barrier. Just then Albion's voice came out, "Reflect." Cacabiel was barely able to block the force of the reflection of the explosion. He then looked at Issei with a maniacal gleam in his eyes and said, "You know what, after I beat and kill you, I will have some fun with that fire princess of yours. It will be fun hearing her scream." Just as he said that, the temperature of the surrounding area decreased to levels not thought physically possible. Even the sky had gained a bluish glow and it had slightly started to snow. Ice then looked at Cacabiel and said, "Ice field." The whole area was then covered with snow and Issei had seemingly disappeared. Cacabiel was now sweating. This move was one of the original moves of the Vanishing Dragon. Suddenly he heard Issei's voice from every direction. "Dragon dance." Cacabiel's only defense was his battle instinct that allowed him to survive, but he nonetheless took a few hits that left him bleeding. Suddenly he felt the feeling and his feet leave him and flew into the air. Issei then called out, "Frozen Fissure." A cold wind then picked up around Cacabiel, partially freezing him. Issei then appeared in front of him and slugged him hard in the stomach. Albion then called out, "Divide x10." Cacabiel felt all his energy leave him. Along with cold, he felt his body going numb. Suddenly Issei hit him with Durandal, sending him crashing down unconscious. He was then going to kill him when Kiba vs 4-winged fallen Kamiel. "You should give up, devil. There is no way a high-class fallen angel will lose to a low-class devil like you." Kamiel sneered at Kiba as he threw a few spears at him. Kiba on the other hand expertly used his speed to dodge before using his sword of betrayal to make a quick downward slash at the fallen. The hit connected a little, causing the fallen to stumble back a bit before he straightened up and snarled. Creating a sword made of light, he charged at Kiba, and both of them started a battle of swords. Camille was one who believed in the use of power, whereas Kiba being the one who believed in technique and finesse. Carefully, Kiba used his blade to slide the fallen sword of his and direct the attack towards the ground, leaving the fallen angel vulnerable. Kiba then impaled the fallen angel in the chest, causing him to cough out blood before falling back down dead. Kiba sighed and was about to move to the main group when Siegfried vs. Six-Winged Romiel. Siegfried pulled out Baling and Thaling and launched several torrents of sharp wind waves. The fallen angel growled when this continued for several moments. He then created several light weapons and threw them at Siegfried. Siegfried just twitched his Baling a little bit and used its air manipulation to control all of the light weapons. He then launched them all back Romiel, who hastily got out of the way as the weapons were much faster than when he had thrown them. He growled at Siegfried, who had a bored look and a lazy smile on his face. Siegfried then tensed his muscles and in a burst of pace, disappeared before reappearing behind Romiel and sliced him in half, killing the fallen angel. He then sheathed his sword and turned to see Issei. He was surprised to see him use Durandal so casually. That sword was one of the most juicy ones made. He made his way to Group 1. Back with Issei. Issei was about to kill Kakabiel when a red ball of light broke through the barrier and flew towards Issei, who promptly jumped back. The light then dissipated, revealing the balance breaker form of one Red Dragon Emperor. "What are you doing here, Red One?" Issei asked as Ain and Citri Peerage all ran into the clearing. "I was sent by Azazel to come and collect Kakabiel. It was decided that he will be sealed inside Cocytus. He won't be causing any more problems," Vali said. Issei in response raised his aura and said, "And how do I know you weren't in league with the trash?" Vali didn't take being threatened and raised his aura to match Issei's and said, "You don't, but you will know soon enough. Now I will get going." He then picked up Kakabiel and the corpses of the other two fallen angels before flying away. Issei sighed and dispelled his armor, revealing a torn shirt and a few bruises here and there. Ain gasped, and before Riaz and the others could move, she rushed to him and started checking him for any other injuries. Issei smiled at her concern and kissed her on her forehead and then pulled her into a one-handed hug. Siegfried smiled at the scene. Riaz, however, seethed at the closeness shared by Issei and Ain. He then said, "I am fine, Ai-chan. These injuries are nothing I can't handle, don't worry." Ain only nodded into the hug, not willing to leaving her love so soon, and specifically after he fought someone as renowned as the Star of God. Before anyone else could respond, Zenobia spoke up and asked, "How can you hold that blade, White Dragon Emperor? You are a devil." "I don't really know. It seemed to accept me when I wielded it, and during the fight it seemed to guide in what to do. I guess it has chosen me as its wielder," Issei said with a shrug. This surprised the occult research club as well as the churchgoers. Before Zenobia could do anything rash, Siegfried said, "Well, Issei, we will still need it back. It is the property of the church." Nodding, Issei pointed the hilt towards Zenobia. As soon she touched it, her hand was cut, surprising her greatly. Siegfried then sighed and said, "It seems it really hot use in you. Fine, you can keep it. But expect your top brass to have a headache regarding it. Now Zenobia, let's collect the Excaliburs and leave. We also have to find the reason as to why the fact of God's death was hidden from us." Zenobia only somberly nodded, and after Siegfried picked up the unconscious Arena, they left. Zenobia's mind was running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Why didn't God help her? Why was she saved by someone she hated? A devil. Why did her weapon that made her a prodigy accept another person as a wielder, specifically a devil? With these thoughts she left the area. Issei sighed before looking at Kiba and saying, "Congratulations on your balance breaker, Kiba. Also, I am glad that you moved on from your hatred." Kiba gave him a thankful nod as he knew that it was Issei who had convinced the church trio to let him help. Kiba then turned to Riaz and went on one knee before saying, "I am sorry for what I did earlier. I promise it won't happen again. I promise to be your faithful knight and never betray you again." "It's okay, Kiba. Anger clouds our judgment. I won't hold it against you," Riaz said before she looked at Issei expectantly, who was trying to convince Ain that he was fine. She wanted him to love her just like he loved that LUCIFUGE girl. She wanted him to accept her. She just couldn't understand why he hated her. She saved his life and gave him a purpose. Not to mention another whole lot of advantages. So why? Before she could speak, Grafia appeared with a platoon of devils ready for combat. She looked at Issei and Ain and said, "It seems the threat is passed to beat Kakabiel." It was Issei. He appeared and defeated the several Cereburuses that Kakabiel had bought with him before he faced Kakabiel in combat. During the fight, the sword Durandal accepted Issei as its new wielder. Issei then used 2 new eye spells before he knocked Kakabiel out. Riaz explained in a regal voice. Grafia looked impressed. She was looking for Issei to just hold Kakabiel off until she arrived, but beating him was another thing. She already knew that someone had taken him away from the fallen angels, as they had been informed by Azazel beforehand. Graphia then nodded in approval and said, good work then. All of you can return to your homes, we will take care of the rebuilding. Also Issei, great job, I will be visiting you later. Also for that sword, try sensing it with your sacred gear and merge them together. Is that possible? Issei asked out loud. It is. Sacred gears work according to the will of the wielder. If your will is strong enough, the gear will respond. Albion answered. Nodding, Issei let go of Ain, who stepped back. Before he sensed his power with that of the sword. Slowly but steadily the sword was absorbed into the sacred gear as Albion called out, blade. Issei grinned at his success and happily took Ain's hand and pulled her towards him. He then picked her up bridal style, causing the poor girl to blush. He then disappeared in a blue magic circle heading towards his home. Graphia smiled when she saw the scene. She saw the love and care in the eyes of Issei and knew her sister was in safe hands. Also Issei was becoming more prominent by the minute. First, the simple news of him being reincarnated was the talk of the underworld. His fame had only increased thanks to him beating Ruval Phoenix in battle. And now he had defeated a cadre level fallen angel in one-on-one combat. There was little the devil elders could do to stop his promotion now. And he was being endorsed by all four Mau, thanks to a favor pulled by both Surziches and Ajuka. She then shook her head and began the rebuilding of the school. She really couldn't wait to go back and report the success of her to be brother-in-law to the Mau and the Devil Council. Middle class promotion. A week of holidays were announced in the school on the cover of a renovation. This holiday allowed the Occult Research Club and all of its members to relax. It was the first day of the week and Issei was seen lounging on the sofa of his apartment. He was currently a little bored and was thinking up a new training exercise for himself when Ain entered the room wearing a nightgown and an embarrassed look on her face. Issei dear, I want to tell you something. Ain started as she went red in the face. What is it, princess? Issei curiously asked her as he looked up and blushed slightly when saw how beautiful she looked. Well, I wanted to say that I know you are hurting a lot from your past experiences. You helped me so much and bought me out of shell. I want to help you too, so I wanted to say you can use me in any way you want. Ain said as she blushed madly and adjusted her nightgown to show a little more of her cleavage. Issei sighed, for some reason he had expected Ain to do this. She was a righteous person who would do anything for the people she held dear. Just like Issei was. It was because of this that he loved her even more than usual. Standing up, he went over to the embarrassed Ain and brought her into a warm hug. He made sure not to touch her anywhere that would indicate anything perverted. Placing his chin on her head, he said, Princess, I love you. You are the only one I want to share my first time with. But right now both of us are not ready. I don't want us to rush it. We will do it, but only when both of us are completely comfortable. Understand? He asked in Ain, who wasn't expecting this response, only nodded thankfully. Issei then lifted her head by the chin and said, and Ain, don't ever say that you are mine to use. You are my equal, my better half and the love of my life. So don't you ever presume you are a tool to me. Okay. Ain now couldn't hold back as her eyes teared up and she tightly hugged Issei. Issei smiled softly and rocked the girl of his dreams, calming her down. He then brought his lips down and softly kissed her, trying to convey everything he felt for her. They soon broke apart and stared into each other's eyes lovingly. Her red met his blue, and both of them were lost in each other's eyes. They moved closer until their lips met each other again, and this time it was a deeper kiss. However, they were interrupted when a magic circle was formed around Issei's ear. From it, Graphia spoke and said, Issei, please come to the Occult Research Club. I have an important announcement. Bring Ain with you as well. Alright, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Issei replied before the circle disappeared. Issei then looked down at the pouting face of Ain and chuckled. She was sometimes too cute for her own good. She then left to change while grumbling about older sisters having very bad timing. Soon both of them appeared in the Occult Research Club. As soon they appeared, Ria's smile turned to a frown and she said, Issei, I want you to stop associating with that girl. It's my order to you as your king. Graphia rose a solitary eyebrow at that and watched as Issei looked at Ria's blankly. He then scoffed and said, remind me when I told you that I consider you as my king. I already told you the only authority you have over me is in the rating games, nothing out of it. So mind your business, Gremory. Ria's raised her aura at his blatant disrespect but was stopped when Ain raised her own aura, which quite easily surpassed Ria's, shutting her up completely. Graphia then said, now you three, I am here on a good news, don't ruin the mood. What is it, Graphia? Ria's asked grumpily. The Devil Council has decided to promote Issei to a mid-class devil, considering how he single-handedly protected this territory from a cadre-level fallen angel and ultimately defeating the said fallen angel in combat. The test is in a week. So I suggest you prepare. Graphia said with a smile. She was happy that her to-be brother-in-law was finally speeding up the ranks where he would gain his freedom. That's amazing, Issei, congratulations, good work, as expected of someone of my peerage. the orc members said as they congratulated their comrade. Issei then returned the congratulations of Kiba, Akeno and Kaneko, while ignoring both Rainer and Rias. After he was done, Ain latched onto his hand and said, "Well, Issei, let's head back, I will help you prepare for your exam." However, before they could leave, Rias stood up and protested, saying, "You bitch, leave him alone, stop stealing him away from me. I am his master and I will help him prepare for the exam." Before Ain could reply, Issei tilted his head backward and said, "You don't own me, Gremory. And what is this about stealing me? As far as I am concerned, I was single before I started dating Ain. If anything, you should stop interfering and get the message that I don't need you. Like I said before, I will perform all the duties expected of me. But you don't even for 1 second presume that you own me." Saying that, he grabbed Ain's hand and led her out the door, leaving behind a heartbroken Rias who was silently crying as she saw Issei's retreating back. Grafia inwardly sighed. As much happy as she was that her sister was free of her shell, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her sister-in-law. She made a mental note to get Lady Vanellina and Surziches to talk to her. They needed to get her out of the crush she had before it damaged her permanently. She then bid the Occult Research Club goodbye and disappeared in a magic circle to Surzich's office. Entering, she sighed Tyree, causing him to look at her and say, "Dear, what's wrong? It's Rias, I am worried about her. She is still holding on to her crush on Issei, and his constant rejections will soon start affecting her mentally." Grafia tiredly replied. "I was fearing that it would happen. I know you want me and Mom to talk her out of it, but it won't really work. She is as stubborn as they come. What she actually needs is someone to come to her and give her their love. I don't know who to send." Surziches sighed as he answered, making Grafia nod. Both of them then sighed and hoped that something or someone would enter Ria's life like a ray of hope and change it for the better. However, for now they could only hope. With Issei and Ain. "Alright then, Issei, for the preparation of the exam we will start with the history of devil kind. Then move on to the general facts about the devils. And lastly, I will have you learn the devil language. I know that you can understand and read nearly every language, but that's because of you being a devil. Now then, we have a week to prepare, and I won't let you rest until we complete the preparation. Any questions?" Ain asked as she entered her lecture mode. Issei smirked a little before he stood up and snaked his arms around Ain and said, "Is there any incentive in for me? You know, to ensure that I give it my hardest all along the way." "Oh, that's an interesting proposition. How about this? After everything you do correctly, I will kiss you. How is that?" Ain asked back with a smirk of her own. Issei grinned before moving his head and kissing her before saying, "Now that's a proposition I am interested in. Let us begin." Nodding, both of them sat down, and Ain started to teach him from one of the 3 books that he had to thoroughly cover before the test. Time skip 1 week. Issei and Ain then appeared in the Phoenix Terroratory for the promotion exam via magic circle. Issei, being the honest guy he is, couldn't help but feel nervous about the whole situation. He had disrupted an important event for them and had beaten their strongest fighter in one-on-one combat. They had every right to hate him and had every reason to harm him. However, the reaction he received was something altogether different. As soon as the pair walked into the estate, a series of odd whispers broke out, confusing the young white dragon emperor. "I can't believe I am seeing the hacker Yuku in front of me," a girl with orange hair said. "He is hotter than the sun itself." Another blonde girl said. "I know what you mean, just look at that figure, those eyes and that hair. He is a Mayu among men." A female devil with blue hair spoke. "And look at the girl with him, she is perfect," a male devil said. Wait, I know who she is. That's Ain LUCIFUGE, the underworld's fire princess. What is she doing here?" Another guy stuttered out. Now Issei was confused and he turned his head to Ain and asked, "Am I missing something here?" "Nope, not at all. Everything is perfectly normal." Ain replied in a sing-song voice that confused Issei even more. "Excuse me, would it be alright to have your autograph?" asked a girl with golden hair as she runs up to Issei and Ain with pencil and notebook, making them blink. With who?" Issei asked, confused. "With both of you. I heard a lot of stories about Ain, the Princess of Fire, and your battle with Ruval Phoenix. You are now quite famous in the underworld, White Dragon Emperor." The golden-haired girl replied, getting Ain to nod as she took a pen and a notebook in her hands and put her signature on it. "Come on, Ice, you have a fan here. Why not make her happy and sign it?" Ain said, softly hugging him on the shoulder. "Sure, why not? Here you go." He said as he signed it and gave it to her with a smile that made the golden-haired girl happy. "Oh my, I didn't introduce myself, how rude of me. My name is Kisara, low-class devil, the bishop of the Ami household. Nice to meet you, princess and hacker Yuku." Kisara bowed to them, making them do the same. "It is pleasure to meet you, Kisara. My name is Issei Haidu, the current hacker Yuku and low-class devil, pawn of the Gremory family, and this beauty next to me is Ain LUCIFUGE, a high-class devil and heiress of LUCIFUGE clan. Also my girlfriend." Issei introduced them as Ain waved her hand at Kisara with a soft smile on her face. Oh, and what he didn't tell you is that he will soon be head of Issei clan. Ain added with a wink, making Issei go wide eyes, while both girls just giggled at his, in their opinion, cute expression. Well, I would be looking forward to seeing a proclamation of the new head of LUCIFUGE house. But alas, I must get ready for the written part. It was a pleasure meeting you. Kisara said with a smile as she bowed and left, leaving the couple alone. Turning towards his lover, Issei could only formulate one question, and that was, "What didn't you tell me, Ain?" Giggling a bit, Ain answered him with a huge smile on her beautiful face, and she said, "Well, as you said, I'm the heiress of the LUCIFUGE clan, and as such the one that I marry is going to become the head of the clan. Since my sister is married to Surziches and my brother is dead, I'm the only LUCIFUGE left. As such, I will not change my surname but add yours to mine." Hearing her explanation, Issei just nodded after a minute of absorbing the information that she told him. He was a bit surprised when he heard that when he married Ain, he will become a clan head, but he felt that there was a catch to it. That is really cool. So when we marry, I will become the head of the house. That sounds cool, though I need to ask, what is the catch here? Issei asked her, getting a nod from Ain. But then the smile on her face suddenly turned into a frown. "Yes, dear, you got it right. For us to marry you, we'll need to get to at least high class, and we need to do a ritual to see if you are worthy of my hand. And before you say or do something, that was something my late father decided when it became clear that the war would start and there was a high chance for a lot of us to die." Ain told him as Issei quickly pulled her into his chest and hugged her tightly, making her widen her eyes a bit. "If getting to high class is what is needed to ensure that we will be really forever together, then that is even a bigger reason to advance today and hopefully soon to the higher class," Issei told her softly before kissing her on the lips. "Ice," Ain whispered as her eyes started to water a bit. She couldn't describe what she was feeling. She was happy to be with him. But to hear that he would work hard to get to the point where he could get a chance to ask for her hand was something that made her happy beyond belief. It was things like these that ensured Ain that Issei was the one for her, and she'd be damned if she'd let him go. "I love you, Ain. And for you I will work my ass off to get to high class and then take any test or go through any ritual necessary to have you as my wife," Issei sincerely said to her, making her cry from happiness she felt. "I love you to Issei more than anything in the world," Ain told him with tears running down her cheeks as Issei just wiped them with his thumb while smiling at her, which made her heart skip a bit. It was everything about him that made her calm. His ability to smile even after constant betrayal was something she admired, and it was that smile that warmed up her world whenever she felt cold. Issei then let her go before giving her another soft kiss. He then made his way to exam room. It was the same one in which the Gremory Phoenix engagement had taken place. An engagement that he infiltrated and destroyed. He was still nervous in case he ran into one of the Phoenix siblings, but relaxed after he realized that he could handle them more or less. Not 10 minutes later, the exam hall was completely filled with the candidates for the exam. When the last one entered, the doors of the hall were closed and the lights dimmed down, with the only light being near a small balcony. From there, a magic circle appeared, and from it a few people arrived. All of them dressed formally, though what surprised Issei were two people in particular. One of the said two was none other than Riser Phoenix, in his still overconfident posture and a smug grin on his face, which made Ice grin as he wouldn't mind wiping it out for him. After all, if the strongest Phoenix lost to him, currently there wasn't a way for Riser to beat him. The other was Ravel Phoenix in her pink dress that she wore during the wedding. She had an aura of a true noblewoman that Ice found attractive, as Ravel sure looked and acted like a mature girl. However, she did have her moments where Issei wasn't sure if she was a mature girl or a real tsundere. Though the person that took the stage left Issei in bewilderment. The person looked a lot like Ravel, with her golden hair tied in a ponytail that reached her waist, only more mature. Though where Ravel had baby blue eyes, this woman on the center stage had crystal clear blue eyes that gave off the feeling like they were going to read your very soul and heart while exploiting them. The woman was wearing a beautiful crimson dress with white accessories. "Welcome everyone to this middle class promotion exam. I, Layla Phoenix, the matriarch of Phoenix House, welcome you and wish you all good luck in the upcoming test. I presume you were all informed on how the test is going to be conducted. But in the case you weren't or you forgot, here is the basic rundown on it. First, all of you will take the written exam and you will be given 2 hours to complete it. Next, you will all have an hour of rest before the second exam, where your magical skills will be measured and tested. You will be required to use 3 different spells of your own liking to pass this one. And finally, the 3-road test will be a one-on-one fight with another competitor. Your opponents will be randomly selected." Layla explained it to the group of low-class devils in a motherly tone to ease their stress and nerves. "Before we begin with the test, I would also like to point out that those fine men and women behind me will be there to make sure that there is no cheating or funny business during this exam. I hope that you've all studied and trained hard. The test will commence in 10 minutes. Please enter the room to your left, we will have our exam over there. Layla finished her speech before retreating into the next chamber. As Issei and others entered the hall that Layla had directed them to, he found it to be like a regular human schoolroom, with a lot of desks and seats with pieces of paper on them with a pen. Taking one of the free seats, Issei waited until he was given further instructions about what to do next, as he was unsure what to do next. Luckily for him, the wait wasn't long as the Phoenix family and the people that were with them entered the room, getting the loud crowd to calm down before a man and a woman stepped forward, explaining what to do next. As it was said by Lady Phoenix. You will have 2 hours to finish your test. We will patrol the room for any type of cheating or unfair advantages that any candidate might condone. You may now take your pen and start answering the questions. I repeat, you have 2 hours to finish your exam. Best of luck and begin. The man spoke as all of the candidates took their pens and started answering the questions. After 2 painstaking hours, Issei was found laying on the ground with his eyes closed. The test had been rather simple. He cold completed it earlier, but Albion advised him to double-check them to ensure that he had answered them correctly. Albion had also helped Issei in answering the questions, as he argued that no rules stated one could use the help of a sentient sacred gear. As he was laying, his senses picked up someone coming towards him. Opening his eyes, he saw Ravel Phoenix walking towards him. Sitting up, he looked up and waited for her. Oh, if it isn't the fried chicken's cute little sister. How can I help you? Asked Issei with a lazy smile on his face. Ravel blushed at being called cute and said, Hacker Yuaku, this is for you. Ravel, call me Issei or Ice. I am around your age, so relax. Issei answered with a smile as he took the box that Ravel was offering him. Alright, then Ice. Ravel said as her blush intensified. Smiling, Issei motioned for her to sit next to him and opened the box. The box had a homemade chocolate cake that looked utterly delicious. With the corner of his eyes, he saw that Ravel was looking at him with a worried look. He immediately understood that she was thinking about how he would like the cake. He took the fork in the box and had a bite, which sent his eyes widening. The only time he had tasted anything better than this was when Ain first cooked for him. This is amazing, Ravel-chan, you really are good at this. Issei said in an honest voice with an honest smile, causing the said girl to blush even move. Thank you, Ice. Would you be willing to have tea with me sometime in the future? Ravel shyly asked, her blush becoming more pronounced. Sure, if you keep making things as delicious as this, how can I say no? Anyways, thanks for the cake, Ravel, could you hold on to it for I need to go for the 2 exam. Issei said as Ravel, who still had the blush, was now smiling ear to ear. Issei then stood up and was about to walk off when Ravel said, Ice-kun, my mother said she would like to have a talk with you after the exams. Kunha, I guess I will let it go, she is really cute. Issei thought before answering. Alright, Ravel-chan, tell her I will be there. Issei said before walking off. Time skip. Issei's turn in second exam. Alright, Haidu, Issei, show us 3 of your spells. They can be any type you want. The examiner said as Issei nodded before he looked at the targets. Ice Dragon Emperor's Roar. Shouted Issei as he fired his signature wave, completely destroying one of the targets. Ice Dragon Emperor's Laser Beam. Shouted Issei as a laser-like attack escaped his hands and demolished another target. Issei then looked at the examiner and said, could you step back? The next move is slightly devastating. The said examiner gulped. He knew that Issei was very strong, who had managed to defeat cadre-level opponents. He shakily nodded before stepping back. Issei took a deep breath and focused his power. Soon the examiner felt his power. His aura had now changed from whitish blue to azure. Issei's eyes sharpened and he shouted, Dragon Censored Arts. Azure Loftus of the Ice Dragon. A giant figure of an azure-colored dragon appeared and roared loudly. The power of the attack was enough to shake the very foundation of the building. Issei showed great control and stopped the attack before any permanent damage was caused. The examiner nodded and signaled for Issei to go to the next hall for the 3rd and final test. Thanking the examiner, Issei left, leaving the examiner to sigh in relief. Issei was now standing in a ring with another pawn. Both of them were informed of the rules, which were no killing or maiming. The winner would be decided by a ring or knockout. As soon as the match was signaled to begin, the other pawn had immediately promoted to queen. Issei grinned before disappearing in a burst of speed before appearing in front of the other pawn and punching him as hard as he could in his base form. His opponent was blasted out of the ring and into a wall, from which he fell down on the ground unconscious. The examiner sweat dropped before declaring Issei the winner. Issei bowed in thanks before going to the waiting area for his results. Soon all of the tests were done and the results pasted on a board. Issei had been placed as number 1 in the placements and had successfully been promoted to a mid-class devil. Smiling to himself, he made way to meet Ravel just like he had promised. Ravel and her mother both were standing at the entrance waiting for Issei. What do I owe? A pleasure of meeting you, Lady Phoenix. Issei asked in a respectful tone, making the matriarch of the Phoenix household to smile at him. First, you don't need to call me that, you can call me Layla. Secondly, I want to congratulate you on your promotion to middle class. I would like to thank you. Your third spell compelled most of the candidates to go all out from the beginning. Because of that, we saw a lot of potential and even discovered some hidden powers in others. I thank you for that, and your king should receive your promotion sheet tomorrow morning, Layla said. There is no need to thank me, Layla-sama. Though I thought you guys would hate me for what I did at the wedding party. Issei said in a happy tone. Oh my, you don't need to worry about that. Well, we are not happy for the missed marriage, we are not going to blame you on it. In fact, we are a bit happy, because of your display both of my younger have started taking their training seriously and are putting in hard work. Also because of that both of them are now less. How could I put it in your human terms? Ah yes. Less of a jerk towards those of lower classes. In fact, he is behaving nicely towards others. Layla happily explained, making Issei sigh in relief. That is good. To hear, really. Issei said, feeling a bit at ease. Ice. There is also one more thing that my mother called you here for. Ravel shyly said, her face going even redder. Issei hummed, making Layla giggle a bit. Why yes, you see, after that battle with Riser, I traded my bishop piece with him for Ravel, so in essence, Ravel is now free. What I want to say is that when you hit the high class, I would gladly trade her with you, as I have a feeling that you will be a good influence to her, and LUCIFUGE could help her learn a lot. Yes, I saw Aina and know her very well, and I'm glad that she is now back to her former self. Layla told him, making his eyes go wide before he nodded his head. You sure that is a good idea to have Ravel in my peerage? I will be glad to have her with me, but I think it's better for her to choose if she wants to have me as her master, rather than forcing her to accept it. Issei said, making Ravel go wide eyes at his declaration. While Layla just giggled once again. I see that you respect what other people think and feel. That's a quality rarely seen in people today. I'm sure that Ravel will be very happy to join you. And I have a small gift for you, Hakuryu. Layla tried to finish it, but Issei stopped her. Please just call me Issei or Ice, I'm not one for titles. Issei told her, getting a nod in confirmation. Very well, Issei, like I said, I have a gift for you, think of it as my husband's and mine way of saying that all is well between the House of Phoenix and Haidu. With that said, Layla nodded towards Ravel, who quickly stood up and left the room before returning with a small package, giving it to Issei. Here Ice, this is for you. Ravel shyly told Issei, who smiled and patted Ravel on the head, prompting her to have atomic blush and steam coming from her ears at his gesture. Thank you very much. Issei said, getting Ravel to nod. You can open it if you like. Ravel quickly said, getting Issei to nod. Opening the package, Issei was left speechless. In his hand he was holding 3 bottles of Phoenix Tears that, from what Ain had told him, were very rare and expensive. Quickly looking towards Layla, Issei tried to say something, but she beat him to it. Before you say anything, know this. While they are rare and expensive, we do have a storage of them for emergency, and 3 bottles of them are not going to harm us or the market, so take them. They will be more at use with you than sitting here. She told him, getting Issei to just nod his head before smiling. I have no words to describe what I feel. Thank you very much for this. If you need my help, I will gladly help you all. But sadly, I must return home, I wish you farewell. Issei said as he stood up and bowed to Layla before Ravel escorted him towards the exit, where he called Ain to come and collect him. Ain soon arrived in a magic circle and asked how was the test. Issei passed with a number 1 ranking on the test. I will officially be middle class by tomorrow morning. Issei said with a very big grin. Ain on the other hand just squealed in delight before launching herself at Issei. Issei then caught her in midair before spinning her around and kissing her square on the lips. He didn't care if they were in public. Neither did she, both of them knew that they loved each other and would do anything for each other. I am so happy. Ain giddily said. So am I, princess. So am I, Issei answered with a smile as he twirled her around in circles. Issei then put her down and said, Ain, this is Ravel Phoenix. She has asked to join my peerage as bishop when I become a high-class devil. And I have accepted it. Ain then turned to Ravel with a genuine smile and said, hello Ravel. It's nice to meet you. Hello Lady LUCIFUGE. It's an honor to meet you. Ravel replied in a regal tone. Well, we will be going now. Since I am a little tired. Ravel, drop by my apartment once in a while for the team I promised you. Issei said as he took Ain's hand and teleported away. Leaving a happy Ravel, who sighed dreamily before leaving. Layla, who was watching from a distance, just giggled at the scene. She now had primary teasing material that she could use on her daughter. Oh, the fun days to come. The date. So Issei, what do you need as an award for winning? Ain asked as they cuddled on the sofa. How about a date, just you and me? We go around, have some fun. Issei answered with a smile. I like the sound of that. Anyways, the official documentation of your promotion will be delivered tomorrow. I wonder how your king will react. Also, when should we go on the date? Ain said with a sigh. Who cares how she reacts? When do you think we should tell Nisama of our decision? Also, I think 4 hours from now will make a good time for the date. Asked Issei. When we next see her together we can tell both her and Surzich's. Ain answered. That sounds fine. Issei said before both of them stood up at the same time. Both of them looked at each other in a confused manner before speaking at the same moment. I am going to visit Nisan, my parents. Both of them nodded before they hurriedly left. Issei out the door and Ain through a magic circle. Both of them had one question in their minds. What do we do on a date? Thought Ain. What do I wear? Thought Issei. With Ain. Nia-san. Ain shouted as she raced towards Surzich's office. And burst through the door. Ain. What's wrong? Grafia asked with a surprised look on her face which was shared by Surzich's. Nai-sama, could you please give Nisan the day off, I need to talk to her. Ain said in an embarrassed tone. Surzich's just nodded at his sister-in-law's strange request, still having a confused expression of his face. Ain wasted no time before grabbing Grafia's hand and disappearing in a magic circle. Surzich's stood there dumbfounded before he shrugged and resumed his work. At the LUCIFUGE mansion. As soon as they appeared in the lounge, Ain looked at Grafia and in a very fast said. Havidadutasi with Doida. Grafia sighed before she grabbed Ain by her shoulders and gave her a thorough shake, causing her to relax a little. Grafia then clicked her fingers making her French-maid outfit disappear. It was replaced by a full-sleeve white shirt and black jeans. Even her hairstyle changed from the usual one to a high pony. Grafia then said, now then tell what happened slowly. Taking a deep breath, Ain said, Issei asked me out on a date. It begins in a few hours. I called you to help me get ready. I have literally no idea what I should be doing right now. Grafia's eyes widened at the admission. This date had a lot of things writing on it. Ain had never been on a date before, whereas Issei had been murdered on his first one. She then smiled thinking about how both of them were willing to do it even after their past experiences. She'd make sure that this date would be successful. Oh, my little Ai-chan has finally grown up, I am so proud. Grafia teasingly said as she wiped an imaginary tear from her eye, causing Ain to glow red in embarrassment. Nia-san. Ain groaned, making Grafia chuckle a little. Grafia then straightened up before grabbing Ain's hand and heading to a room while she said, let's get you ready for your date. With Issei. He walked up to his old house and knocked the door before patiently waiting for it to open. A few minutes later his dad opened the door and said, Issei. What are you doing here? Dad, I need your help. I've got a date and need your help in deciding what to wear. Issei said in a slightly panic-stricken tone. A date, huh? It's time for me to pass on my teachings to you. Come on, follow me. Issei's father said as he led Issei into his room and began shuffling through clothes that would be appropriate to wear. Time skipped 3 hours. Issei returned to his and Ain's apartment 3 hours later. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and a black jeans. He had a white dress shirt that he was wearing over his blue, leaving the buttons open. Overall, the way he looked would make almost any female blush at the sight of him. He knocked on the door hoping that Ain would be ready. A few minutes later the door was unlocked and Issei felt his breath leaving him. Standing in front of him was Ain. She was wearing a purple sleeved shirt with a small coat over it, along with blue jeans. She had her hair made out in a high pony. She blushed when she saw the way Issei looked at her. Their silence was broken when Issei said, wow. I knew you were beautiful, but this is wow. I don't know what to say. Ain blushed before she muttered baka. Issei, however, thanks to his advanced senses, picked it up before he smirked. He then snaked his arms around her and pulled her towards him before saying, but I am your baka, you know. Ain blushed in his embrace and buried her face into his chest to hit her blushed. Issei then let her go before grabbing her hand and leading her away. They first went to Carrot Booth. However, as luck would have it, a spotlight shone on them, making them the first couple of the night that had to perform a live song. Issei looked ready while Ain looked nervous as hell. Sensing her nervousness, Issei gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before he selected a song for the two of them. Song Unpredictable singer Ali Mers. As they finished, everyone started cheering. The duo had lit up the building and everyone had stopped to see the duo lighting up the stage. Ain blushed at the cheers, not knowing how to react. Issei then held her hand before waving at the crowd. After that, the two of them left the stage before they left the booth. That was so embarrassing. Ain squeaked as she hid her face in her hands so as to hide her blush. Issei smiled softly at her. He was glad that she was back to her normal self. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Ai-chan. You have a beautiful voice. You should sing a little more. Issei soothingly said as grabbed her hands and made her look at him. He then kissed her on the forehead before leading her to a high-end restaurant that his mother's sister's friend owned. As they entered, Issei went up to the manager and said table for two under the booking of Haidu. The manager checked his list before smiling. He then led the two teenagers to a secluded table by the window and set them down. Before placing the menu in front of them and bowing out, they soon ordered their food and ate it in comfortable silence. After which Issei paid the bill before they left for the amusement park. At the amusement park, Issei watched on in amusement as Ain stared at nearly every ride with stars in her eyes. He decided at that moment that he would make sure that she got on every ride. So they went on from the roller coaster to the haunted house, from the cups to the cars. After a few hours, a tired Ain and a still relative fresh Issei made their way to the last ride. The Ferris wheel. As they sat down, Issei bowed Ain's head to his shoulder and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, keeping her warm. As she stared at the sights from the top, the calmness of the view and the warmth provided by her boyfriend were too much for the poor to handle, and she fell asleep. Issei smiled when he felt her rhythmic breathing before he picked her up bridal style and left the ride when it stopped and starting making way to their apartment. Ain snuggled into his arms as he carried her and laid her head on his shoulders. He soon teleported both of them back to their apartment, where he laid Ain on the bed and clicked his fingers, causing her dress to change from the outgoing to her usual nightwear. He then proceeded to take a bath, after which he wore his pajamas without a shirt and joined Ain in bed pulling her clothes as he smelt her intoxicating scent before letting sleep overtake him. The next morning, Issei awoke with a start before he spotted Ain sleeping while using his chest as a pillow. Issei smiled before laying back down and running his hands through Ain's long, silver hair. He did this for about 30 minutes before Ain woke up. Issei smiled at her before planting a kiss on her lips. "Good morning, Ai-chan." "Good morning, Ice." Ain replied as she snuggled into Issei. "Thank you for yesterday, it was the best day of my life. I never had that much fun in my life before." Ain continued. Issei kissed her head before saying, "Think nothing of it, Ai-chan, I already told you. You the one I value the most, I will do anything to keep you happy. Now let's get ready, we have school." After then both of them took their showers before having breakfast and left. They walked to school with Ain having her head on Issei's shoulder. Unbeknownst, a pair of brown eyes frowned at scene. "Something seems very off, but what? Oh well, must be my imagination." Murayama said as she ran into the school. The rest of the day was pretty normal. After school, Issei and Ain both made way to the occult research club as they were awaiting Graphia to bring in Issei's results. Entering the club room, they were met with Ria's peerage and surprisingly Graphia and Surzich's. They each have a smile on their faces when they saw Issei and Ain entering. When the greeting was over, Surzich's opened the parchment where Issei's results of the promotion were. Clearing his thoughts a bit, Surzich's read what was the result. Council of high-class devils, heads of remaining pillars and elders, are proud to announce to the devil of the House of Gremory. Isseiharem, the pawn of high-class devilry as Gremory, is hereby promoted to middle class. The content of the test is knowledge of devil's history and martial combat. Knowledge rating: 97, 100 pass. Martial combat: 100, 100 pass. Magic component: 100, 100. The result of the promotion of 24.05. Test. Signatures. Surzich's Lucifer, Ajuka, Beelzebub, Seraphol, Leviathan, Falbium, Asmodeus. Hearing that, everyone cheered and hugged Issei tightly as they congratulate him for his success. As the cheers died down, Ain cleared her throat, indicating that she wanted to announce something important. "Ni-sama, Ni-sama, everyone. Both Issei and I have decided to take the ritual when he reaches the high class, and that during the time in this world, my full name will be Ain Haidu, while in the underworld Ain LUCIFUGE Haidu." Ain told them, making both Surzich's and Graphia go wide eyes as they quickly looked from Ain to Issei, seeing him nod and chuckle a bit while everyone else was confused. What? Surzich's and Graphia yelled in union, scaring everyone, while Ain just giggled and Issei chuckle turned a little louder. "Yes, he said it himself, ask him if you don't trust me." Ain mentioned to them as they looked at Issei, who was having a hard time stopping his chuckle from developing into a full-blown laugh. "Yeah, what she said, it's true. Both of us have decided to take the next step when I become a high-class devil." Issei answered with a grin, prompting Graphia to hug them both tightly out of happiness, while Surzich's just had a huge smile on his face that radiated his happiness around the room. "What are they talking about, brother?" Riaz asked, dreading the answer. But she wanted to know if she still had a chance to steal her ice back, even if it's something outrageous. Oh that. Well, long story short, when Ice gets to high class while getting his pieces, he will also have a chance to take Ain's hand in marriage. Of course, they will then get engaged, but you get the picture. The ritual is a part of the LUCIFUGE clan's tradition for whenever heir is ready to take the next step into their relationships. Surzich's explained, getting a gasp from everyone present at the news. While some very happy, other not so much, with Riaz being the one that voiced her and some of her peerage's thoughts. "What? How can that be possible? He is my pawn. And that means that he needs my confirmation for it to go through. And I will not allow it." Riaz said in authority with a smug look on her face, but that look was replaced by the look of confusion when Issei burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. It seems that you did not read the rules set down relating to reincarnated devil relationships. Let me give you a review. Relationship Rules Clause 7 Segment B. If a reincarnated devil wants to pursue a relationship outside of his peerage members, it needs to be permitted by some of higher standing in his house. Since Gracie and Isama, Surzich's Nisama, and Lady Vanellina already approved of my relationship, you have no right in telling me to stop. Issei answered her with a shit-eating grin that completely wiped out her smugness. Ain chuckled a little, causing Ria's seethe in rage before she fired a concentrated blast of her power of destruction at Ain, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Before Ain could react, Issei was in front of her, his divine dividing flaring, divide. Albion called out, and the blast was reduced to a harmless ball that Issei crushed. Suddenly the room's temperature had dropped by several degrees. Both Ain and Grafia were giving Ria's death glares. The aura the two sisters were emitting caused both Issei and Surzich's to back away and huddle together. It was then that Grafia said, Ria's, I love you like my own sister, but do something like this again I won't hesitate. Am I clear? Ria's fearfully nodded her head. The proceedings were cut when the door opened and Zenobia, Siegfried and an unknown blonde appeared. Ria's then cleared her throat and said, Nisama, this here is my new knight Zenobia, she was the one I wanted the sword for. Surzich's nodded towards Zenobia, who did the usual Zenobia-style greeting. Siegfried then spoke and said, Yo Issei, we were banished from the church after we learnt of God's death. So I brought my friend Jean here with me. Zenobia quickly became a devil with the Grimoires since she wanted a place to belong to. Issei nodded before he greeted Jean, who had a blush on her face. As soon as Issei saw, his eyes widened. It's you. He shouted as he pointed at Jean. She at first didn't recognize him, but then it clicked, cow and a guy named Issei. Issei. She shouted back, much to the confusion of everyone in the room. True potential unlocked. You. Issei shouted. Issei. Jean shouted. She then rushed and engulfed Issei into a tight hug, which he readily returned with a big smile on his face. Issei then kissed her on the forehead and said, I missed you, Jean-chan. I missed you as well, Ice. How have you been? I was so surprised when Siegfried mentioned everything to me. Jean chirped, still in Issei's arms. Ain then stepped forward and said, Issei darling, who is she? This is Jean. I rescued her once when my family and I were touring Italy. She was about to be raped when I got there. After that we talked and sort of hit up from there. However, before things could escalate, our tour ended. I haven't seen her since. Issei replied with a smile. Also, she is going to be one of my knights when I get my pieces. Issei added. Ain smiled while the rest of the Grimoire peerage frowned. It was as if Issei already knew he was going to be promoted. His new confidence unnerved them greatly. Ain then pulled Jean to his side and said, you love him, right? Jean tried to speak, but wasn't able to. Ain then smiled as she saw that Jean's feelings were genuine before saying, it's okay, you can pursue him. He will have a harem, so it's fine. However, if you break his heart, know this, that I will kill you. Jean nodded a little fearfully before she said, I can say the same to you. Ain smiled before saying, now that is out the way, I am Ain LUCIFUGE Issei's to be wife and queen. I hope we get along as peerage members. Jean returned the smile before shaking hands. After that, both of them sat down on a sofa and started a general conversation. Issei sweat dropped at the scene. When everyone had settled down, Riaz cleared her throat and said, well, is that all you came here for, Nisama? Not exactly, me and Grafia are also here for your and Ain's parents' day at your school. Surzich's answered with a grin. At the same time, both Ain and Riaz looked at Surzich's and Grafia with a horrified expression. What? Both of them shouted together. You can't do that, Nisama. What about your work back in the underworld? Riaz pleaded. I never thought I'd agree with her, but she is right, you shouldn't waste your time on something so trivial. Ain said to Grafia. It's not like they are coming for trivial reasons, am I right? Issei asked as Siegfried nodded knowingly. That's right, how did you guess, Issei? Asked Grafia. It would been foolish to not expect something to happen after what Kakabiel did and revealed. It was kinda simple, the question is what is going to happen? Issei said with a smirk, which Surzich's returned before replying. A peace conference. If all goes well, we will have an alliance with both the angels and fallen angels. Hence bringing back the Christian pantheon together. Surzich's answered. That will be amazing. We all have relations and other factions in one form or another. Peace will be a very good thing. Issei said. By the way, Lord Lucifer, where will this conference take place? Siegfried asked. Ah, you must be Siegfried, Issei's friend, right? Asked Surzich's. Also his future knight. Siegfried said with a nod. Well, that's great then. The conference will take place here at Kuo Academy. Surzich's stated in a matter-of-factly tone. What? Why here? Riaz screeched. She couldn't understand why she had so little authority in her very own territory. Calm the hell down, princess. Let Nisama explain himself. Ain said, causing Riaz to grumble, but nod nonetheless. Well, since your territory has been the center of some major supernatural activity, we decided for it to be the best place for the conference. The Parents' Day merely gives us a chance to study the place and make any last-minute security arrangements. Also, Riaz, I think it's time for you to release your other bishop. Surzich's said. Are you sure, Nisama? You were the one who sealed him in the first place. Riaz said worriedly. I believe you are ready, you have a bigger peerage, so I believe you will be able to handle it. Surzicus said before he bid everyone farewell and left in a magic circle. Issei then turned around and said, Nasig, where are you and Jean-chan staying at? We are in a hotel, we still don't have anywhere to go. Sieg answered in an uncaring tone. How about you go to my parents' place? I don't think they'll mind if you guys stay for a while. Issei said. That seems like a good idea. Let's go, Jean. Siegfried said as he left with Jean soon following after giving Issei a kiss on his cheek. Issei then turned to Ain and said, let's go home, today has been a happy day. Ain nodded before Issei grabbed her hand and was about to leave when Riaz said. Issei, where are you going? Don't you want to meet the other bishop? Nope, not exactly. Like I said to you before, the only time I need to talk to you guys is during a raiding game. Out of that we aren't friends and we never will be. So stay out of my life, I will stay out of yours. Now excuse me. Issei said as he left dragging Ainov with him. Kibble looked on a little sadly. He still hadn't thanked Issei for his help with the Excaliburs, and with the history he had, it was no surprise that Issei wanted nothing to do with them. Not that he could blame Issei, everyone had agreed to go through with Ria's plan on his reincarnation. Kaneko was unaffected. She did lightly feel guilty for letting him die, but not enough to make her go out of the way to make it up to him. So she decided to remain neutral and let things play out accordingly. Rainer was a little sad at Issei's new coldness. She knew that his hatred was a combination of both her and Ria's actions. In the start she was furious at him for converting her into a devil, but after spending months with the group and being treated like a proper person, she found herself enjoying it all. It was really nice for her to not be on the run all the time. She wanted to thank him and seek forgiveness, but she knew well that the boat had long sailed. And there were absolutely no bridges to rebuild. Akeno was afraid of Issei, he seemed to hate the peerage, and his history with fallen angels made her think that he would hate her even more. She was afraid to go near him and feared that he would retaliate and one day take his revenge. With Issei and Ain. Both of them had just made it back to their apartment and were surprised to find Surzicus and Grafia waiting for them. Ni-chan, Ni-san, what are you doing here? Ain asked in a curious tone. What did you really expect us not to visit after the bomb you dropped on us earlier? Grafia asked teasingly, causing both of the teens to go red in the face. However, before Grafia could embarrass them even more, Surzicus came to their aid and said. Now Fia-chan, stop teasing them. We are here because we were wondering if you'd let us stay with you until the conference. He said looking towards Issei and Ain. I don't have a problem with that, Ni-san. This is your apartment as much as it is mine. Issei answered with a smile, causing Surzicus and Grafia to beam at him. Surzicus then turned a little serious and said. Issei, you will have to go to the underworld. Ajuka told me he is done with the project for your pieces. You should go to him too so that he can add the latest modification. Issei excitedly nodded before he followed Grafia into a magic circle, leaving Ain and Surzicus alone. Surzicus looked at her and said, so should we start cooking? They should be back around in an hour. We can make a little pasta. Ain smiled and nodded before she began working with her brother-in-law. Both of them wanted to surprise their lovers by the time they came back. With Issei and Grafia. As they exited the magic circle, Issei found himself in a room filled with machines and computers. There he found the Mayu-Ajuka Bezelpub, one of the 3 super devils, asleep on his desk. His head on the papers he was seemingly working on. Issei sweat dropped and looked at Grafia before saying, do all masks have certain quirks? Grafia gave a tired sigh before nodding. She then summoned a frying pan from a magic circle before giving Ajuka a good whack on his head, causing the super devil to fell out of his seat and groan in pain and annoyance, as he knew only one person who could ever wake him like this. Do you really have to do that, Grafia? Ajuka asked as he stood up while rubbing his head in a passive manner. You did call us here for Issei's new upgrade that you completed. So here he is. She said as she casually pointed at Issei, who was looking at the interaction with a sweat drop on his forehead. Ajuka immediately got up before rummaging in his drawer and pulling out a key. He then moved to Issei and in a serious voice said, this is the key to your true potential. Give it an unlock as soon as possible. It should connect the promotions with your armor. Directly. Issei's eyes widened, but he readily nodded and let Ajuka put the key into him. Issei then closed his eyes and mentally said, Albion, pull me into the mental scape, this could be big. Got it. Albion replied back as Issei was pulled into his mindscape, where he saw Albion standing in all his glory. He then materialized the key and looked at Albion before asking, where do you think this key goes, bro? I think it's that weird looking box on that table over there. Albion answered back as he pointed to a small box that was on a table. Issei moved towards it and inserted the key, opening it. From the box an azure colored diamond emerged. As soon as he looked at it he felt drawn. He then brought it near to his chest before pushing it into him. As soon as KT entered him he felt a pulse of energy going around him. It was something he had never felt before and it was damn good. Albion then analyzed the changes before looking at Issei with a smile and saying, it seems that we have 3 new armors. One for the knight, one rook and one bishop. Isn't there one for the queen? That way all other armors would combine into one, giving me power equivalent to the Juggernaut drive. Issei curiously asked. By the looks of it, something is blocking the queen mode. Albion said. That's right, we are blocking it. A voice said from behind them. Turning around, Issei saw several hooded figures with glassy eyes looking at him. He felt Albion tense behind him and understood that the matter was serious. So am I right to presume you won't release it if I ask you to? Issei asked. No, we won't. You are a heavenly dragon, you will follow in with the destiny and fall with the Juggernaut drive. Now repeat the chant after us. The old host said. Issei looked at them with a bored look and said, not interested. How about this? I will take on all of you and beat you down like the shit you are. After you lose you can activate my form. Issei then released his dragon form and lunged at the old hosts. In one swift punch he sent several of them flying back and unconscious. While the others entered their basic balance breaker states and started circling around Issei. As Issei was facing the old hosts, Albion was keenly watching from afar. He noticed a figure to his right and one on his left. He then said, it's a surprise to see you again, Rodan. Nero, aren't you going to join in? Who do you take us for? Albion, all three of us know that those hosts won't last a minute against us. The current has a lot of potential, that's for sure, but even he won't be much of a problem if we fight. Nero replied as Rodan remained silent and intently watched Issei, as if trying to figure things out. Issei was using his draconic senses to dodge the ongoing onslaught by the former White Dragon Emperors and was so far successful. He then jumped into the air and called out ice field. Just like usual, the whole area was converted into ice and Issei disappeared. The old hosts were standing still but were frantically looking around from under their armors. From there Issei's voice echoed around them and he called out Dragon's Dance. In bursts of speed and unseen white flashes, he took out several other hosts, leaving behind only a few. Oh, he is really good, Albion. If he keeps this up he may even join our ranks in the future. Nero said with a smirk. I don't doubt that he will, Nero. Though I am curious, what are you thinking, Rodan? Ask Albion, see how our new host performs on it before we decide to help him. As much as I hate to admit it, the Juggernaut drive is a fearsome power. He won't be able to counteract it without a major boost in his power. Rodan answered, still keeping his eyes on Issei. Frozen Fisher. Issei called out as 10 of the previous hosts froze on their feet, only to be knocked out by Issei, leaving behind only 6 hosts. These hosts wasted no time and immediately entered their Juggernaut drives. The sheer power being radiated by them was enough to send Issei on his knees. Do you see, this is real power, the power of a heavenly dragon. You cannot fight it. One of the hosts said to Issei. Issei on the other hand wiped the sweat that had formed on his forehead before standing up and shouting, balance breaker. He was engulfed in a bright white light and was using his own aura to resist the darkness being emitted by the Juggernaut drive. From afar, Rodan nodded. He knew that the current host had passed the test with flying colors. Turning to Nero he said, let's go, he has already proved himself. Now it's our turn. Saying that he entered his balance breaker state and flew towards Issei at high speeds. Finally, I was getting bored with just watching. Nero replied with a grin as he donned his armor and followed Rodan into the fight. It wasn't much of a fight after that. Both Rodan and Nero ripped the Juggernaut drives like they were nothing, and soon only Issei was left and he was in a defensive stance. Oh, chill out, Gaki, we aren't going to hurt you. Apparently Rodan here wanted to test you, and since you passed with flying colors, we helped you take the rest out and release your own potential. Nero lazily said. I am thankful for your help, but what is this about a test? Issei asked, still in his defensive stance. To see whether you give in to the power or resist it. Since you fought it off, you passed the test, thence why receiving our help. Rodan answered. Alright, but who are you? Issei asked. These are the 2 you will have to surpass if you ever want to be recognized as the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. Rodan being the strongest and Nero coming in as a close second. Both of them were my only hosts who mastered the balance breaker completely and never activated the Juggernaut drive. They also died of old age. During their primes both of them fought off and killed deity level opponents. Albion answered as he landed beside Issei. Issei then stared at an impassive Rodan and a grinning Nero with wide eyes. He then bowed and said, thank you for your help, senpai. You earned our help, there is nothing to thank us for. Now you have your own form unlocked and ready. What are you going to name it? Asked Rodan. Issei focused a bit and unlocked his new armor, which was azure in color and had pure white wings. Imagine the design from the last episode of DxD Hero Cardinal Crimson. I think I will call it the illegal move Triana and the Heavenly Azure Emperor. Issei said. That's a good one, Gaki. Now get out of here. Also remember, we will be waiting for you at the top. Nero said as he and Rodan faded away. Now that was confusing, wasn't it, bro? Asked Issei, to which Albion replied and said, you got that right, I never thought both of them would come out again. Issei nodded before he left his mindscape and found himself back in his bedroom. Looking around for a bit, he saw Ain sleeping right next to him. She was a little far and seemed to be shivering a little. Issei then turned around before scooping his arms around her and pulling her into him. The new source of warmth caused Ain to stop shivering. She gave a relaxed sigh and snuggled into Issei as he once again let sleep overtake him. The next morning, Ain barely opened her eyes and after a few blinks found that Issei was holding on to her as he slept and was using her breasts as pillows. Smiling to herself, she hugged his head and pulled him closer. They stayed like this for a few moments, after which Issei woke up and felt his face covered in some very warm and soft pillows. He brought his hand up and unconsciously touched the pillow. Ain, who was awake, felt him squeeze her breast, went red in the face, but didn't say anything. After a few squeezes she moaned, which prompted both Issei and Ain to go red. He gingerly opened his eyes to see a very red Ain looking at him. He immediately said, "I am sorry, I thought that it was a pillow." Ain then looked away while saying, "It's okay, I don't mind if you touch them." Issei then brought his hand towards Ain's face and turned it towards him. He then moved towards her and captured her lips in a warm kiss. Soon she meted into the kiss and kissed him back. However, before they could continue, they heard a knock on the door. Turning around, they saw an amused Grafia standing there. "Come down for breakfast in 15 minutes. Saying that, she left, leaving the two teens alone. Issei and Ain sighed before looking at each other. Ain was about to get up, but Issei grabbed her and did a 180-degree turn, making him go on top of Ain. He smirked at her now to made a red face and huskily said, "It will only take 5 minutes for us to get ready. I bet she gave us 10 minutes to have fun." He then kissed her full on the lips, not giving her a chance to reply. Issei wasted no time and started kissing her on the neck, electing another moan of pleasure from Ain. He then slowly and steadily moved from her neck and back to her lips, planting kisses all the way there. They were both down at the table after 5 minutes. Ain was still red in the face while Issei had a small smirk. It was the day of the peace conference. Unbeknownst to them, a storm was coming. Peace Conference Part 1. The next morning, Issei and a nervous Ain were making their way to school. Nervous, why? Because of the parent visiting day. She had recently started school and was not sure whether she was ready for her sister to see her in class. Issei, being the good guy he was, took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She nodded thankfully before they entered the school. As they were about to go to class, Murayama confronted Issei and said, "Hey Issei, can we talk for a bit?" Issei nodded and looked over to Ain before saying, "You go on, Ai-chan, I will catch you in a few moments." Ain nodded before she made her way into the class. Turning to Murayama, he then said, "Lead the way." Murayama nodded and the two of them went inside the kendo dojo. As they entered, Issei already noticed that the other girls were hiding as if in wait for something. He amusedly thought of whether to entertain them or not. In the end, he decided not to and see why was he here. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" Issei asked. Issei, "Haidu, the girls of Kao Academy have decided that you are not good enough to be in a relationship with Queen Ain and hence want you to break up with her," Murayama said. Issei stared at her blankly before he threw his head back and roared in laughter. His fit ended a few minutes before he looked at Murayama and said, "And why the hell should I listen to you girls? What you girls decide is on you, not me. Let me tell you something, you guys have literally no power over me." Murayama grew angry. She was among the enforcers of the opinion in the school and had never failed before. She immediately charged at him with a kendo stick and sent a vicious strike to his stomach. He smirked before he caught the stick in his hand before snapping it in half. Murayama looked on in shock as Issei looked at her coldly. He let out a small amount of his aura, causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. He then said, "Attack me again and I will have you and your friends arrested for charges on assault. I am warning you, and your friends try something like this and I won't hesitate to retaliate in full force." Murayama and the other girls flinched at his cold tone before all of them hastily nodded their heads. After he left, Cadis and the other girls came out, all of them having expressions of shock. "What happened to Haidu? When did he turn so cold?" a random girl asked. "I don't know," Murayama whispered back. With Issei. As Issei was walking, Albion decided to talk to his host and find out why his host had reacted in that way towards an ordinary human. "So partner, mind telling me what that was all about?" "What do you mean, bro?" Issei asked in a confused voice. "You released a little of your aura on a simple human and that is not something normal. Would you do it?" Albion asked. "I don't really know, for some reason I don't like taking shit from others anymore. I feel happy being free." "Any idea why?" Issei asked back. "I think that's because of the fact that you are majorly a dragon now. Though I would exercise control if I were you. You could kill people with an aura outburst," Albion explained. "You got it, chief," Naruto answered as he walked into his class. Inside the class, he saw Ain talking to a few girls. He smiled softly at the scene. It was good for her to have friends other than him to talk to. He decided to give her the space she needed for the day. Soon the teacher entered the room and said, "People, as you know, today is Parents' Day. We will be mostly doing things and exercises that express your hidden talents. Also, all your parents are here. You can come in now. As soon as the teacher finished, the door to the classroom was opened and the parents shuffled in, all wanting to see their kids live in action. Issei stoically spotted both his parents and Graphia. Since Urzich's was missing, he figured that he must have been visiting Ria's class. The teacher proceeded to give everyone 3 slabs of clay before saying, "Alright class, I want you guys to create any shape or form you imagine with the clay provided. It can be anything you think of." Everyone shuffled and started making, while Issei just boredly stared at the 3 slabs, not really knowing what to do. It was then that Albion intervened and said, "Partner, close your eyes and imagine a picture. Use the first person you see and use your arms." Issei mentally nodded before he closed his eyes and touched the clay. In his mind, a picture of his standing on top of Albion while holding Ain in his arms appeared. Unknowing to him, his hands had automatically started moving. This sequence had continued for a few minutes before the teacher stuttered out, Haidu-kun, that is amazing, who knew you were so talented?" Issei snapped his eyes at the exclamation before he saw that he had managed to create the exact same image with the clay. He smiled to himself before he eyed Ain and saw that she was blushing. He then looked at her figure and saw that it was one where both of them were sitting together with her having her head on his shoulders. It was then that his parents spoke and said, "Oh, look, he has been improving so much lately. It's really hard to believe that he used to be a useless pervert just a few months ago." Issei's mother exclaimed. "I know, right? It must be because of that camp and Ain-chan, they both must set him straight." His father said, equally excited. "That's not really the complete version. He worked very hard to get the control over his urges. I think that's commendable. By the way, I am Ain's older sister Graphia. Nice to meet you." Graphia interjected in to save her future brother-in-law from unnecessary embarrassment. "Oh, nice to meet you," both Issei's parents said as they started engaging Graphia in a conversation. Just then an announcement was heard which called Issei into the student council room. Issei shrugged before he stood up and handed Graphia his sculpture. She looked at him and he said, "For safekeeping until I get back." Graphia nodded in understanding before waving Issei off. Making his way to the student council room, he soon found himself in front of its door before knocking it. The door was opened by a girl with long black hair. She wore square spectacles and was fairly tall. This was Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council. The 5th great lady of the school. Looking at Issei, she said, "Ah, please come in, we were expecting you, Haidu-kun." Nodding, Issei entered the student council room. What caught him off guard was that the lights were currently turned off and the rest of the members apart from the president and vice president were missing. "So Haidu-kun, do you have any idea why you are here?" Sona asked. She, like Tsubaki, wore glasses, had jet black hair that were made out in a bowl hairstyle. She also had purple eyes. She was ranked as the 4th hottest girl in the school, with Akeno being number 3, Ria's number 2 and Ain number 1. "Not in the slightest, Citri senpai, how may I be of assistance?" asked Issei. "Well, we haven't had a talk or met properly since you became devil, so let's just say I wanted to talk with you." Sona answered as she offered him some tea, to which he obliged. He wasn't afraid of any poison or anything of sort. The normal immunity system of a dragon was immune to nearly all of the venoms except Samuel's venom. "So what did you wish to talk about, senpai?" asked Issei. "Oh, the general. Your feelings towards Ria's and her peerage, along with whether you are a threat to the devil race or not. Also about how you got your power in your short time away." Sona asked. "To answer you in that order. I despise Ria's and hate the majority of her peerage except Kiba and Kaneko, who are alright, and Zenobia, who is new and kinda cute in her own foolish way. 2. I don't think I would be a threat to my fiance's race, specifically given the fact that my fiance happens to be the sister of the wife of the current Mayor Lucifer. And I don't know how this concerns you, but Albion changed part of me into dragon, giving me my additional abilities." Issei calmly answered as he enjoyed the looks of shock on the faces of Sona and Tsubaki. "I did not see that coming." "Very well, Haidu-kun, thank you for the talk. You may go now. Your 2nd class is about to begin," Sona said as Issei nodded before standing up and leaving. Issei then made his way back to the class where he saw that nearly everyone was done and was looking between his sculpture to Ain's. He smirked but didn't say anything. As much as he loved to tease Ain, he did not want to embarrass her in front of everyone. Soon the bell rang and the class was told to head over to another room for the next assignment. The next class was quite similar as it involved painting on a canvas instead of making out of clay. Issei used the same method from before and managed to paint Albion in all his glory. Standing in front of Albion, who was in his balance breaker without his helmet while he held Durandal like a knight waiting for battle. Ain was seen sitting on Albion's head as she held a serene smile on her face as she looked at Issei. Once again the teacher went over the top in her reactions along with the rest of the class. Issei chuckled at their dumbfounded expressions, which brought the teacher out of her stupor. She then told Issei that he was free for the day and could do as he liked. He once again handed his canvas to Graphia before he left the room. Ain looked on a little confused. Normally Issei would give her all of his attention what was up today. Issei then made his way to the roof where sat down and leaned against the wall as he closed his eyes. Suddenly he felt two signatures coming from above him. Releasing his divine dividing he flew into the air and approached the signatures, one of which he recognized. A few minutes later he spotted Vali who had his balance breaker wings out and a small girl who was floating near him. He nearly had a heart attack when he felt the girl's power. It was limitless like an infinite void of nothingness. "So Vali, what are you doing here?" asked Issei. "Here on Azazel's orders to check the site for the meeting, you know how it goes." Vali answered with a shrug. "So who is Miss Infinity here?" Issei sarcastically asked. "She is exactly as you said, the Dragon of Infinity office." Vali answered with a smirk as he saw Issei pale a bit. "Why in the freaking hell is the Ouroboros dragon here?" Issei whispered shouted. "Oh relax will you, she just needed to talk to you," Vali said with a wave of his hand. "Okay. So Office-chan, what do you want to talk about?" Issei said as he turned to talk to Office. This Issei smirked a little when he saw Vala's slightly gobsmacked face when he called arguably the strongest being in the world by the chan suffix. "I want you to join me in my quest," Office blankly said. "What quest?" Issei asked with slightly narrowed eyes. "To kill Great Red," she answered blankly. "Let me get this straight, you want us to join you in order to fight one of the beasts of the apocalypse, someone who is certifiably stronger than you, and you are stronger than other being on the planet with a handsome margin at that?" Issei asked disbelievingly. "Yes," Office answered. "Well, I will have to decline then," Issei simply answered. "Why?" Office asked. "Because it is a little stupid, to be honest. I am a mere ant compared to you, and with Great Red it's an even smaller comparison. I simply do not want to die," Issei answered with a shrug. This time Office didn't answer, and Drake used the opportunity to speak before saying, "Is it hard to have a coward as host, Albion?" However, before Albion could answer, Issei in an annoyed voice said, "Oi, did you ever think about facing Great Red alone?" "Of course not, even if I am a heavenly dragon I recognize my limits," Drake answered. "Doesn't that make you like you previously insinuated me to be a coward?" Issei asked with a smirk. Drake didn't answer and merely made grumbling sounds as Vali chuckled and Albion roared in laughter. "I can offer you power to make you strong," Office offered. "Nah, I like to earn rather than take. I will get stronger but on my own accord. And in my own time," Issei answered as Vali smirked. "Hell, looks like I have a noble rival," Vali said. "You do know I could say the same, right?" asked Issei with a grin. "Well, we will be going. Oh, before I go, expect the peace conference to be a little lively," Vali said as he turned to fly away. "What do you mean by lively?" Issei asked suspiciously. "You'll find out in time," Vali said as he and Office both disappeared. "What do you think is coming, bro?" Issei asked Albion. "I don't really know, but it's best to be on board," Albion replied, to which Issei nodded before descending back to the school. As he landed, he started walking opposite direction to the gym. He saw a group of boys from the photography club run towards the gym, shouting about a magical girl. Issei tried to ignore it, but his curiosity got the best of him, and he moved towards the gym. Entering the gym, he saw a short girl with decent-sized breasts posing for boys who were snapping away on their cameras. Issei sighed before moving forward and saying, hey, break it up, photos aren't allowed." "Stop or I go to the student council," the photography club grumbled before leaving the gym. Issei then looked at the short girl in front of him. She had a beaming smile on her face that made Issei slightly uncomfortable. Instantly he recognized her. She was the Mao Leviathan. What was she doing here? "Hello Leviathan-sama, what are you doing here?" asked Issei. Instead of an answer, he was bopped on the with a stick she was holding. He looked at her to see she was pouting. She then replied, "Call me Leviathan." "You sure?" Issei asked back. As she readily nodded. "Okay then, how may I help you, Leviathan?" "I am the current White Dragon Emperor Issei Haidu," Issei said with a short bow of his head. "Oh, you're the famous White Dragon Emperor. Nice to meet you, Ice-chan. My name is Magical Girl Leviathan," Seraphol said with a beaming smile. She then eyed him carefully before saying, "You are tall." "Nope, you are just short," Issei replied with a grin, causing Seraphol to gasp before she hugged him tightly. Surprised by the action, he looked at her confusedly before lightly hugging her back. He then asked, "Leviathan, what was that about?" asked Issei. "You are my friend, you are the first one who doesn't call me Leviathan-sama and sees me as an equal," she excitedly said. Issei nodded in understanding, but wasn't able to say anything as Surziches, Graphia, Ain and Lord Gremory entered. Issei, I see you have met Seraphol. It seems you have garnered the favor of yet another Mao. Nice going," Surziches said with a chuckle when he noticed Seraphol's smile. "Haha, it wasn't much. How was your day, I-chan?" Issei asked Ain after answering Surziches and moving to stand. But Ain shifted under his gaze a little before looking away and quietly saying it was fine. He looked at her confusedly before asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." she whispered back. Sighing, Issei snaked his arms around her waist before he pulled her into a warm hug. He rubbed her back soothingly and soon felt a few tears on his shoulder. He tightened the hug hoping to soothe her. The adult, seeing the situation, had already left the room, leaving the two teens alone. "Hey, what's wrong?" he softly asked. Are you angry at me?" she stuttered into the hug. "Baka, why would I be angry at you?" he whispered back as he soothingly rocked her in the hug. "You didn't talk to me whole day and you just went off, so I presumed you were angry," she quietly stated. "You know, sometimes you are way too cute for your own good. I saw you conversing with the other girls in the morning and decided to give you a little girl time for the today. After all, there are a few things that you can't talk to me about," Issei answered with a chuckle. Ain blushed a bit at being called cute before she broke the hug and meekly said sorry. Issei just chuckled in response before he kissed her square on the lips. After they broke apart, Issei tapped her nose and said, "I can never be angry at you, Ai-chan. Now let's go, we are free and can roam for the rest of the day," Issei said as he took Ain's hand and led her out. The two of them stayed together for the rest of the day, helping around the school. Serafal had introduced Sona to Ain and they both seemed to hit off. Ain did say that Sona was much better than Riaz and was more fun to be around. Sona liked Ain since she was able to see reason in most of the cases, unlike Riaz who blindly charged because of her overgrown ego. Currently school was over and the supernatural were buzzing with activity. As they walked the premises, they came across Saji from the student council and the orc minus Kiba, Akeno, and Riaz training a cross-dressing boy with something. Most likely a sacred gear, Issei thought as he spotted Azazel there. "Yo Azazel, what are you doing here?" Issei asked as he and Ain walked towards the group. "Yo Hacker Yuiku and Fire Princess, I was here to visit the wielder of the holy demonic sword. Since he isn't here, I decided to help this Vitra gear wielder and that forbidden Baylor view wielder in controlling their gears," Azazel nonchalantly answered. "I see you do know we have names, right? You don't have to call us by titles all the time." Issei gave a shrug as Ain nodded before the two of them observed Gasper, the wielder of the forbidden Baylor view. After a few minutes of examining him, Ain spoke up and said, "It seems he has a major confidence issue that causes a flux in his power. His complex is activated when he feels that someone is watching him. I think I know how to help him," she finished with a big grin. "Ho, and how so, Ain LUCIFUGE?" Azazel asked with interest. "Like this," Ain said and pointed a palm at Gasper. A magic circle appeared on his head and when it disappeared he was wearing a paper bag with 2 holes inside it. Gasper blinked once, blinked twice before he started walking. He then said, "I like it." His eyes then gave an eerie glow before he got back to training. "You know, you may have unleashed a new pervert in the school," Issei said as hugged Ain from the back. "Maybe I did, maybe I didn't," she answered in a sing-song voice. Time skip midnight. In a large room around a large meeting table sat the 3 great factions. The devils were represented by Surzich's Lucifer and Serafal Leviathan. The Gremory and Citri peerages were there to report on the incident of the Kakabial attack. Issei was seen casually leaning against the wall. Standing with him were Ain, Siegfried and Jean. The angels were represented by 2 of the 4 great seraphs, Michael and Gabriel, along with some high-level exorcists. The fallen angels were being represented by Azazel, Samhaza and Vali. When all was in order, Surzich's cleared his throat and said, "Let the conference begin." Peace Conference Part 2. This meeting pertains to the Kakabial incident that recently took place in Riaz Gremory's territory. As such, I would like reports on the incidents, Surzich said as he sat down with his leader mode on. Both Riaz and Sona stepped forward and presented their testimonies, along with giving all the leaders written reports over the incident. When all was reviewed, Serafal said, "So Azazel, what are your thoughts relating to the matter? It was your faction member that did the deed after all." "Meh, I've got nothing to say. Kakabial was a rogue element who hated me for my passive approach," Azazel lazily answered. "You say passive, but as I have heard you have been collecting certain strong sacred gear users. Care to tell us why?" Michiel asked. "2 reasons. One is, you know, I am a sacred gear enthusiast. I like researching them. Training wielders allows me to research on the gears. 2, it's a backup. We all know that fallen angels are the least when it comes to numbers. Having strong sacred gear users acts as a war deterrent," Azazel answered. "You know, let's just skip this useless blame game and announce peace already. That is what this meeting was for," Issei said in an annoyed voice, garnering looks of shock from around the room. The result was completely unexpected. Nearly all of the leaders broke out into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you certainly do know how to lighten the mood, don't you, Issei?" Surzich said as he chuckled. "Well, the boy does have a point. We fallen angels declare peace," Azazel said. "We angels concur this standoff has gone on long enough. We agree to peace," Michiel stated. "The devils agree as well. Now then, since you did help in our previous standoff, would you like to take this meeting forward?" asked Surzich as he wanted to see how Issei would do under pressure. If he handled this well, his resume for high class would be better. Nodding, Issei stepped up and said, as for the terms of the peace treaty, what would each faction give to the alliance? Since the devils called the conference, they need to go first. Issei asked in a leader-like tone that Ain had beaten into him. The devils will share our reincarnation technology that is used in our evil pieces. Surzich said with an approving nod. The fallen angels will provide the alliance with our sacred gear research and will help train users. Azazel announced. The angels will share their medical facilities with the alliance. Michiel announced as Issei nodded. Alright then, as the chosen arbitrator, I announced the alliance ago. The three previous great factions will now be known as the Christian Pantheon. Issei announced as the leaders signed the agreements. Though this room has several individuals with world-changing potential. Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, what are your takes on peace? Azazel asked. Meh, I don't really care as long as I get good opponents to fight against. Vali answered with a shrug. Well, you can have strong opponents even in times of peace. What about you, White Dragon Emperor? Asked Azazel. I desire peace. Was all that Issei said when suddenly a pulse of magic was felt and time seemed to stop. It seems like we have a few visitors. Issei said as he looked out the window to find several magic circles appearing and figures exiting them and attacking the frozen alliance soldiers. Turning to the bosses and others, he said. Surzich Sama Graphius Sama Michael and Gabriel Dono Ain-chan, please create your strongest barrier around the forces. Sieg, I want you and Kiba to go over to the club room and rescue Gasper. Issei instructed. Take this to seal his power. Azazel said as he threw a bracelet over to Kiba, who caught it and left. Navali, wanna have a friendly competition? Issei asked with a smirk. Oh, interesting, what do you suggest? Vali asked back. The person who kills the higher number of bugs wins. Issei said as he activated his divine dividing and flew off with Vali following close behind. Both of them released their auras at the same time before their dragons roared and shouted, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. In bright flashes of red and white, two draconic armors appeared and attacked the invaders. They were moving at high speeds, with Issei using his Durandal to cut down multiple opponents at once. Vali, on the other hand, was using pure force to kill his opponents. Despite hardly knowing each other and being opposite existences, both of them were working together in a flawless manner. They were further assisted by Azazel, who was blasting away at the invading devils and magicians alike. Suddenly a magic circle appeared and from it a busty brunette with purple eyes and glasses appeared and smirked at the leaders. Good day, fake Mayu and angel scum, my name is Kateria Leviathan. What are you doing here? Kateria Surzich asked. Isn't it obvious I am the exact opposite of you? Since you desire peace, we desire destruction. And since the original Mayu are dead, we the descendants have a right to pass judgment. Kateria replied. Now that is stupid, Cat-chan. Seraphol said. How dare you talk to me, Seraphol? First you had the gall to steal the Leviathan name from me, and now you resist me. Kateria snarled. A judgment on the world that is a goal worthy of your organization. Azazel said as he flew up to Kateria's level. What organization are you talking about, Azazel? Surzich asked. My third in command Barakwheel has been hearing whispers of a group called Cow's Brigade. The most troubling whisper is that the leader of that organization is the Ouroboros Dragon Office. Azazel said, electing gasps from the others. That's right, we are a part of the Cow's Brigade. Office has given us power to complete our goals, as long as we help it completing its goals. Kateria said as she brandished an infinity symbol. How interesting, yo. Surzich's mind if I take care of this fight? Asked Azazel. By all means, be my guest, Azazel. Surzich said. I don't care either way, you will all die today. Kateria said as she charged her power. Azazel released all 12 of his wings, and both of the fighters started throwing waves of magical attacks at each other. The battle was a stalemate for a while, after which Azazel sighed. You haven't changed a bit, you are still that weak old brat from that time. How dare you, Azazel, I am the descendant of the great Leviathan, how dare you belittle me? Kateria shouted. You're a little power up from office, and you count yourself equal to your father and grandfather. How pitiful. Leviathan would be rolling in his grave if he saw you today. Well, I should get serious. Azazel said. He then pulled out a small spear. Kateria raised her eyebrow at that. What's that supposed to be? This is my very own creation. An artificial sacred gear. The only thing I respect God for is the sacred gear. It's not complete, but it is 75% ready. This is my downfall dragon spear. Balance break. Azazel said as he covered in a golden light. It was around this time that Gasper had been rescued and the Alliance soldiers had started pushing the invaders back. Issei then dispelled his balance breaker, landed next to Surzich's before he felt a pulse in his gear and looked in Azazel's direction. As the lighting died, Azazel was covered in golden draconic armor with purple gems embedded in it. Issei could only watch on in awe. Wow, he is amazing. To be able to produce a draconic gear and use the incomplete balance breaker is nothing short of amazing. Issei said, causing others to nod. It seems Fafnir has a contract with him. This will be interesting if he ever manages to fix and complete that gear. Albion quipped in making Issei nod. This is my balance breaker downfall dragon another armor. Now let's continue shall we? Azazel said as created a golden spear and in burst of super speed charged at Kateria getting in a 3 critical hits. As she was falling she extended her arm and capture Azazel before cackling and saying even if I die I will ensure that I take you down with me. So a self-destruction spell Too bad it's useless. Azazel said before he used his godlike speed to phase out of Kateria's grip. Making her eyes go wide before she screamed profanities and exploded. It was then that Azazel's armor had dispelled and the spear destroyed. He then picked up the purple gem and said oh well it's reference for the future right Fafnir. Just as he finished he was sent flying into the ground, much to the shock of everyone. I must be getting rusty for someone to actually get a hit on me. So Volley what gives? Asked Azazel as she stared at Volley who was mid-air in his balance breaker state. Sorry Azazel this side seems to be more interesting. Volley answered. Is that so? And here I was thinking that you needed a seed as the current considering that you are the descendant of Lucifer. Azazel said much to the shock of everyone present. Is that even possible? Rhea shouted out. Volley didn't answer but released his 8 bat-like wings proving his claim as a descendant of Lucifer. So Volley do you want to fight me I can still take you on without my balance breaker. Azazel said however before Volley could respond, Issei flew up with his divine dividing out and said. Mama Azazel let me take care of this after all who better than the white dragon to take on the red one. I agree I want to see how strong is my rival. Volley said. Azazel shrugged and flew towards the ground as Issei grinned before saying balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Yelled Albion as Issei donned his scale mail. Both the dragon emperors raised their auras and stared at each other, after which they charged at each other in high speeds. They were like red and white streaks flying through the sky that collided with each other. Ain tried to go to Issei's aid but was stopped by Surziches who shook his head, knowing that the rivalry between the two dragons could not be interrupted. If a fight broke out it meant it would continue. Punches and kicks were flying around in every direction with shockwaves being produced on nearly every contact. Both the dragon emperors were just getting a feel of the uncharted territory. Suddenly Volley managed to break through Issei's defense and punched him hard on the stomach, making Issei cough out a little blood. Volley then fired a dragon force ending Issei hurtling towards the ground and creating a small explosion upon his contact with the ground. Ain and the others looked on worried as Issei had taken the attack from a close range, however their worries were unfounded when Issei flew out of the smoke, unaffected and unfazed by Valis' attack. Issei then said I guess you can chalk up round 1. Now let's begin round 2. Ice Dragon Emperor's roar. Issei shouted as he fired a large blast of ice energy at Volley, who countered the move using a strong demonic shield. However Issei continued his attack while muttering promotion knight. Vanishing Sonic Knight. Albion called out as Issei's armor thinned and he grew a new blaster. Going at full speed he caught Volley off guard and reared his fist to punch Volley as Albion called out, vanishing Draconic Rook. His fist thickened considerably as he punched Volley very hard in the stomach, causing Volley to go hurtling into the ground, cratering it as he made impact. Issei straightened up and went back to his simple scale mail as Albion announced, divide. The call caused Valis' armor to disintegrate as he struggled to stand up. Hey I'd expect nothing less of my rival. You completely blew away my sacred gear. Volley said as he wiped the blood of his face before entering his balance breaker again electing gasps of shock. Issei heard the gasps and said it's not surprising after all that is how we dragons fight. There is no winner until one is permanently down. Volley then nodded and said, how about we take this to the other level? The level of the Juggernaut Drive. I am game however I don't think this place will hold if we go onto those levels of auras. Issei said. However before Volley could reply Drake said he has a point Volley going Juggernaut Drive right now is not at all necessary, both of you still haven't used your true powers with Balance Breaker or your blades, so don't rush it and enjoy the fight. You won't get someone like him in a long time. I agree with the red boob loving asshole. Take your time since you have both just scratched the surface of your true potentials. Albion added in agreement to his rival. What did you call me you butt sniffer? Drake roared. I called you the boob dragon you boob sucker. Albion retorted. Butt kisser. Drake retorted. Boob grabber. Albion shot back. Ass licker. Drake called. Enough you fucking idiots. Both Issei and Volley shouted. Both of the dragon emperors were blushing heavily at the insults. They'd be lucky if they retained their titles as dragon emperors. Volley had little doubt that Azazel would use this idea to give them both ridiculous titles like Chichirite and the Ketsuryuku. While Issei had a slight inclination that this would reach the underworld in one way or another and he would then lose all his hard-earned respect. Both rivals shuddered at the thoughts and sent each other apologetic looks. Down with the peerages and the leaders. Azazel, Surziches, Siegfried and Seraphil all were howling in laughter. Grafia, Jean, Michiel and most of the members in the other peerages were chuckling. Walaine and Gabriel were blushing heavily while Zenobia remained as clueless as ever. Back to the fight. I want to die. Right now. The sky please swallow me up before I die of embarrassment. Issei groaned out. I can sympathize with you. This has to be the most embarrassing day of my life. I didn't expect our dragons to reveal their sexual interests so dynamically and that too during our fight. Vali said. So wanna continue? It will help get our minds out of this nightmare. Issei said. Yeah, let's. Vali said as both he and Issei got into their stances. Ice Dragon's Emperor Iron Fist. Issei called out as he sent a fist coated in ice to Valis armor. Solid impact. Vali called out as he sent his fist towards Issei. The resulting collision caused the barrier to crack a little. Twin Dragon Shot. Vali called out as he fired 2 quick energy blasts at Issei. Albion came to Issei's aid as he shouted, reflect. The blasts were sent back towards Vali who dodged before rushing at Issei in full speed and punching him on the face. Issei in retaliation head-butted Vali, causing both of their helmets to break down. Issei then fired a concentrated blast of energy at Vali, while Drake started calling out boost 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 boost. Explosion. The influx of energy gave Vali the strength needed to punch through the attack. However, before both of them could continue, the barrier broke and a figure landed in between them. The figure was a handsome boy around the same age as Vali and Issei. He had black hair and dark blue eyes. He was clad in an armor from the time of the 3 Chinese kingdoms. This was Biku, the descendant of Sun Wukong. What are you doing here, Biku? Asked Vali. Yohaku Yuaku, nice to meet you. Also Vali, I came to get you since it's time to attack the northern factions. Biku said. Oi, we were busy, who are you? An irritated Issei asked. He is Biku, the descendant of Son Goku, the victorious fighting Buddha. I have to admit your partnership with the Red Dragon Emperor looks damn good. Azazel said. Kekakekakekaki, thanks, it's all inherited, I look good with any and everyone. Let's go, Vali. Biku said. He then jumped up and slammed his staff on the ground, creating a portal into which both he and Vali disappeared into. Get stronger, my rival, we shall have our fight another day. Vali said with a smile. Same goes for you, I won't have it if I easily kick your ass. Issei answered with a smirk. Which Vali returned before he disappeared into the portal. Issei then sighed before dispelling his armor and returning to the alliance. It was then the leaders informed their followers of their decisions. All the followers nodded wholeheartedly as they chanted for their leaders. Before they left. Surziches, however, stayed and told Issei to expect a surprise in the coming days. Issei, however, was pulled away by both Ain and Jean, who frantically started checking him for injuries. Issei simply hugged both of them before he teleported them away, leaving a seething orc. A dumbfounded South Carolina and an incredulous Siegfried. Promotion to high class. It had been a week since the 2 dragon emperors faced off. Issei's popularity was sky high in the underworld. After the public learned that he fought and kept the descendant of Lucifer, who was the Red Dragon Emperor, at bay, they started demanding that he be promoted. Currently the 4 Devil Lords were all sitting down and discussing whether to offer Issei promotion or not. So what are your takes on his promotion? Surziches asked. As much as he wanted to say yes, he needed to make sure that the other Devil Lords were on the same page. That way covering tracks would be all the more easier. I say yes, he is my first friend and has the strength to back up his status. I say we go on ahead. Seraphol said in her usual bubbly tone. I agree as well, he has opened up a whole set of new possibilities for the evil pieces. I concur with Seraphol to go ahead and nominate him for the promotion. Ajuka stated. I agree. His promotion will force other low-class devils to look up to him and train harder, ultimately making the devil race as a whole grow stronger. Falbium stated in a sleepy voice. I agree as well. He defended the devils very strongly and with honor. He deserves this promotion more than anyone. Surziches as he stamped the official document. Grafia, please go and let Ice-kun know about the good news and tell him to start preparing, he will need it. Surziches said as Grafia nodded before disappearing in a silver magic circle. With Issei. Heavenly Azure Emperor. Issei shouted as he trained to better his control, his strongest armor better. He held the form for 30 minutes before he felt his body break from the strain. He then released the armor and fell down panting with his mouth bleeding a little, signifying the strain on his body. Damn, this armor puts a lot of strain on my body. Currently my safe time with it is 10 minutes. Bro, what do you think we should do? Issei mentally said to Albion. I think it's best for us to up your physical regiment. The sturdier your body gets, the better your body will be handle the power and strain. Albion answered thoughtfully. It was at this moment that Grafia entered the training before her eyes widened at the sight of the blood on Issei's face. Immediately rushing towards Naruto, she began checking him. Her older sisterly instincts going into overdrive. Ni-sen, I am fine. I was just training, and it seems my body can't handle the strain of my Triana completely. Issei said in a placating manner. But still you shouldn't do something that can harm your body so badly, Baka. Now wash your face and meet me in the lounge, I have news for you and Ain. Speaking of Ain, where is she? Asked Grafia. She's out shopping with Jean and Ravel, who came to visit yesterday. I decided it would be good for them to just relax and be ordinary girls. Speaking of that, I've got to go pick them up. I will see you soon, Ni-chan. Help yourself with anything you need. Issei said as he clicked his fingers to clean of his sweat and change his clothes as he ran out of the apartment. Grafia sighed in exasperation before giving a small smile. She then chuckled before clicking her fingers and changing into casual wear before she started making lunch for her sister and to-be brother-in-law. Issei soon entered the shopping district and then made his way to where Ain had told him to come. Making his way, he saw the girls standing with a few plastic bags, obviously having the articles they had previously bought. Chuckling, he made way to the trio and said, "I-chan, Jean-chan, Ravel-chan, are you guys free? We are Issei, let's go." Ain said as the quadruple started walking back to their home. On the way, many of the boys tried to oogle at the girls but ultimately failed because of Issei's killing intent. In the reverse, many girls blushed atomically at the mere sight of Issei. The girls in response all smiled in sweet demonic manner, promising pain for all those who would try and get close to Issei. This continued until a trio of boys all walked up to the group and tried to talk only to shit themselves when Issei released a tiny bit of his draconic presence. Issei then sighed, and as soon as the group turned around the corner, he created a magic circle taking everyone home. Back at their place, they found Grafia setting up lunch on the table. She looked up at the group and said, "Good you are here, let's have some lunch before I give you the news I came to deliver." "What news, Ni-chan?" asked Ain. "First the food, then the news," Grafia said, amused as she saw Ain pout. The group sat down and started eating, randomly talking about each other's day. Issei wisely decided not to tell Ain about the strain he had earlier. He also caught Grafia's eye and she nodded in agreement. Both of them did not want to worry Ain, she had just started to get back to normal. Any unnecessary worry was not needed, considering he would be back to 100% after a single night's rest. After lunch was done, Issei asked Nissan, "So what did you want to tell us?" "Oh, just that the council has approved of your recommendation for promotion to high class. And that you will be taking the test in the Bale Terroratory in 1 month. Just before your summer vacations," Grafia stated with a grin as Issei jumped up. "Are you serious?" asked Issei. "Yes. But I must warn you, this test will be even tougher. Your tactical skills, diplomacy skills, theory and combat, all will be tested. You would do well to prepare. Anyways, I should get going," Grafia said as she stood up and disappeared in a magic circle. Turning, Issei looked at both Ain and Ravel. Both of them had their teacher modes on and were ready to drill the material into his skull. Grinning at them, he said, "What's the incentive this time, I-chan?" "The very same as last time. This time, however, there will be a little more depth." "Think you can handle it?" Ain asked with a smirk. "Bring it," Issei said as he moved to them to start his preparation for the biggest test of his life. Scene change with Riaz. "You can't be serious," Riaz said, the shock in her tone clear as day. "I am," Grafia stoically replied. "But he just turned into a middle-class devil, why is he being promoted so soon?" Riaz desperately asked. "He killed half of the invading army before fighting the Red Dragon Emperor to a standstill." "What did you do during the invasion besides being frozen up?" Grafia asked with a little irritation dripping into her tone. Riaz looked down and didn't reply. She knew Grafia was right. By status she was higher than Issei, but he was a high-class devil in everything but name. He was stronger than her by a large margin and always pulled through in his fights. She was nothing in comparison to that. She was bought out of her thoughts when Grafia said, "Also, Lord Bale and the elders have set up a new marriage contract with you. He will be here by the time to deliver Issei's results for talking with you." "But I thought I would be given a choice," Riaz shouted in outrage. "No, you wouldn't get a choice. Issei stated the same bet as you. You bet that if you won you'd be free of that marriage contract. Not that you'll be given a choice. The words of the elders are final. Oh, and before I go, don't challenge Isseiharem, he is in a league of his own," Grafia said before she stood up and disappeared in her classic silver magic circle, leaving Riaz to slump down on her seat. Little did she know that this contract would one day change everything. Time skip 1 month. "Yosh, let's do it. I am going to be high class by the end of the day," Issei said as Grafia came to take him to the test site. Since his popularity had skyrocketed, the Bale family had decided to have him teleported directly to the test room to stop any disruption with proceedings. Because of that, we find Issei sitting in the waiting room with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Soon he was called in for the test. The first was being conducted by Lady Bale and Isseiharem Bale, who was in line to be the next great king. However, during the written test, Issei and Isseiharem had managed to cross eyes. As soon as their eyes met, Issei battle instincts flared to life. They were urging him to go and challenge Isseiharem to a fight. He however was a master of his urges and simply shrugged them off. The rest of the written test was easy enough. He was able to solve most of it rather easily, and the ones he called were helped on by Albion, who, like in the previous test, had no qualms when it came to helping his host in the test. After all, finding loops and rules was the reason rules were created in the first place. When the first test was concluded, the candidates were one by one called into rooms to conduct diplomatic meetings between two sides that weren't able to reach an agreement. About an hour later, Issei was called in for his turn. Entering the room, he saw a brunette mid-class merchant devil sitting across Lady Phoenix. Both smiled at Issei, who returned the smiles with the same emotion. As soon as that was out of the way, Issei turned on his leader mode and in an authoritative voice said, "Good afternoon, my name is Isseiharem and I shall be the arbitrator for today. Now please introduce yourselves and identify the problem," he instructed. Layla had to bite back a smile. This was perfect, he was doing very well. She knew for certain that if he kept this up, becoming high class would be a breeze for him. So she got up and said, "Layla Phoenix, argument over the prices of the materials provided by our phoenixes," she said. "Here is in Saratobi, argument over the overpricing of the Phoenix products," the brunette said. "Very well then, what are the rates in question?" asked Issei. "The House of Phoenix charges us nearly 70% of the profit that we earn from the products we sell. The products in question are manufactured using the materials provided by the Phoenix. I was here to negotiate a decrease of at least 15%. But Lady Phoenix hasn't been budging," Hiruzen said. "Well, I can understand why she isn't budging. A direct decrease of 15% will be completely shifting the balance in your favor. That's not how business works," Issei stated calmly. Lady Phoenix didn't say anything but was inwardly very impressed. So was Hiruzen. So far both of them had failed many candidates. It would seem that he would be the first one to pass in their test. "Then what would you recommend, Issei?" asked Layla. "I think it would be best for you two to agree to a circumstantial contract that revolves around an increase or decrease of 5%. If for example Hiruzen Dono here gets a larger profit than usual, he shall pay the original 70%. However, in case the profit isn't up to the mark, he shall pay 65%, Issei said. "That is agreeable," Layla said as Hiruzen nodded in agreement. After that, Layla stood up and said, "You pass, Ice. Go back to the waiting room and await your third test." Issei nodded in a respectful way before he made his way back to the waiting room. It was then after another hour he was called once again for the third part of the test, which was to be a battle of tactics. Entering the allocated room, Issei saw the Sarerg sitting across a chessboard waiting for him. Looking up at him, Sarerg smiled and said, "The third test will be a test of tactics. You will have to survive at least 15 mins against another experienced high-class devil while playing chess. It sounds fair. I hope I get through. It will actually be around the 10th game of chess I have ever played," Issei stated as he sat down opposite of Sarerg. "I don't think that will affect your result today. After all, you are a very unpredictable sort of fighter," Sarerg said. "How do you figure that?" asked Issei. "It's pretty simple when you look at your battle history. Beating an ultimate class even if you were being underestimated. Then fighting and beating a cadre class fallen angel. Before holding the Red Dragon Emperor to a standstill. Anyways, that's unnecessary. Let us begin the test," Sarerg said as he moved the first piece on the board. Issei nodded before he moved his pieces as well. A few minutes into the match, Sarerg realized two things. One, that Issei had near no strategy. Two, his instincts were off the charts. He was moving his pieces seemingly without thought and almost immediately. It was making it tough for Sarerg to counter some of his moves. This continued for about 10 more mins and the 15 required to pass were up. The game was currently in a complete standstill. When the clock announced that the required time was up, Issei smirked before moving his rook to cover Sarerg's king. The move had been completely unexpected and Sarerg could only look on in shock. He had lost the game. Issei stood up and smirked before saying, "I really did only play 10 games of chess, but I never did say that I ever lost one. Good day, Bale-sama." Sarerg stood stunned before his face morphed into a grin. Isseiharem would indeed make a wonderful rival one day. He marked the pass on Issei's exam. After all, Issei had managed to outsmart him. Isseiharem, how interesting, thought Sarerg as he called in the next candidate. Issei was walking back to the waiting area when he felt a huge surge of magical energy. This frightened him. The power easily beat his balance breaker state. He, however, was not a coward. Gearing up, he ran to the source and found a large purple western dragon, realized a large fireball at a group of children. Not even thinking, he released his own draconic form and in a burst of speed was in front of the children. Channeling his ice magic, he started spinning and released the magic. It created a solid barrier around the kids, protecting them. Soon the fire died down and Issei stopped rotating as he stared the large dragon down. Turning to the kids, he said, "I want you guys to run along to safety. I will hold him of." The children nodded and with a collective shout of thanks, Nai-chan ran away. Issei then looked at the dragon and coldly said that was bad of you to do. Vanishing dragon balance breaker, Albion roared as Issei's scale mail appeared. However, before he could attack, Issei heard clapping. Turning to his left, he saw a man walking towards him. This man was clad in royal robes and looked to be immensely old. He was the previous great king, the oldest devil alive, Zekrom Bale. That was really impressive, managing to stop an attack from the Blaze Meteor Dragon and to defend the kids. You passed the 4th test. Zekrom said. Excuse, was this really a test? Asked Issei. Indeed, this test had started the moment you felt Tannin's power. In most cases, people run away when they feel his aura. You, on the other hand, rushed to check if there was any trouble. The second part was when you saw him attack the kids. A true high-class devil protects his territory by stopping that attack from an enemy much stronger than you. You proved that you are worthy. Congratulations on passing. You will know your results by tomorrow. Good day. Zekrom said as he clicked his fingers, making Issei disappear and reappear in the room he was assigned at the start of the test. As he sat down, Graphia appeared and smiled. She then asked, how did it go, Issei? Pretty well, though we won't exactly know until tomorrow now, won't we? Asked Issei as he stood up and went up to Graphia, who created a magic circle taking him back to Kuo. Back in the apartment. Aine was sipping tea as she stared out the window. Issei's test was almost over and he would be back any minute now. She knew he would do well but couldn't stop herself from worrying about it. Suddenly she felt a familiar source of magic behind her, and a moment later 2 arms snaked around her waist, pulling her closer. How was the test? Aine quietly asked. It went very well. Issei replied as he kissed Aine on the cheek. Both of them then continued staring out the window, taking in the sights of a beautiful sunset. Peerage. It was the day after the high-class promotion tests. The House of Grimoire were awaiting the results. Issei and his group were relatively relaxed, most of the Grimoire peerage were unaffected and uncaring of what happened. The most nervous person in the entire ordeal was Rias. She didn't want to lose Issei and believed that she could still mend her relationship with him over time if he stayed in her peerage for the right amount of time. However, with his current rise in the ranks, she would soon have no control or say in how he lived his life. Also, he would have certain political pull thanks to his record. He also did not have to worry about marriage contracts since he already had a high-class devil for a girlfriend with whom he would soon be doing the engagement ritual with. Currently, we find Rias pacing through her room trying to figure out what she would do when she was brought out of her musings when a magic circle appeared in her room. From the circle, Sererg appeared dressed in his usual regal attire. Looking at Rias, he said, I am here with the results for your pawn's results. Please call in your peerage. Rias only wordlessly nodded as she sent a message to the rest of her peerage members. All of them except Issei appeared together in a single magic circle. Issei appeared in his own magic circle. As soon as he stepped out, his battle senses kicked in and he entered his dragon mode. As soon as he did, he was forced to block a very strong haymaker from Sererg, who smirked at Issei's fast reaction. Don't you think that is a little over-enthusiastic for a simple introduction, Sererg-san? Issei asked as he matched Sererg's smirk. Just putting a few things into perspective. Sererg said as he straightened up. As I said earlier, I am here to announce Issei's result. I want to congratulate you on passing the high-class promotion test with high colors. Please report to Maubazelbub for your evil pieces. Sererg continued. I see, thank you for that, I hope we get to spar in the future. Issei said as he shook Sererg's hand in thanks before disappearing in a magic circle. As he was leaving, he cast a sideways glance at Rias and saw a look of despair on her face. Smirking to himself, he decided that she deserved every bit of what she was feeling. Turning away, he flashed away to Ajuka's lab. Exiting the circle, he saw that Surziches and Graphia were waiting for him with smiles adorning their faces. Well done, Issei-kun. You have already been listed as a high-class devil, now let us go and get your evil pieces. Surziches said as he led Issei through the rooms. They finally found Ajuka, who was waiting with a set of white chess pieces. Alright, you are here. I have created these pieces just for you. Channel your magic into them and they will be bonded. Also, we need to lose the evil pieces in your body. Ajuka explained. Issei nodded before channeling his magic into the pieces, which glowed until a tinge of azure was added into the pure white. Soon the glow died down, indicating that the ritual was complete. Issei then turned to Ajuka and said, so will the removal of the evil pieces affect my survival and demonic energy or no? Evil pieces are designed so that they leak the demonic energy they possess into their host. I will only speed up that process from your pieces. Once all the energy has been absorbed, the pieces will be ejected on their own, making you a free devil. Ajuka explained. Issei nodded in understanding. After which Ajuka placed a palm on his chest and began channeling a green hue into it. As the moment went on, Issei felt his magical reserves growing. It was then Albion noticed something different but chose not to comment. A few minutes later, the process was complete and all of the evil pieces emerged without any color. It was then that the wings of the divine dividing appeared on Issei's back and Albion spoke from it and said, "Issei, try channeling your demonic magic and shape it into an orb." Everyone was confused at the ancient dragon's order, but nonetheless waited to see what happened. Issei then balled up his palm and channeled his distinct demonic magic. What happened next surprised everyone as the orb turned into a blue and white one that had the exact same composition as that of the power of destruction. "How is that possible?" a stunned Supremacy asked. "I believe I can answer that. The immediate influx of a large amount of demonic energy caused your demonic part alter itself. Since the pieces came from some with the power of destruction, your cells were reconfigured to be able to wield said power. Now I believe we have something else we need to train in. I would ask for your help and guidance in this, Lucifer," the ancient dragon informed the group. "Well, I'll be damned. Kid really has the luck of the devil," Ajuka dryly commented. "It would seem so. Issei, you know this remains a secret until you master the power, right?" asked Graphia, to which Issei nodded. Supremacy, however, was grinning ear to ear. "You know, that actually does make you my half-brother. I will be sending my books and notes with moves and spells on how to control the power of destruction. Hopefully you can do better than Rias." "What do you mean, Nyson?" asked Issei. "She doesn't train her power of destruction and throws it around like garbage. The reason I am the strongest devil alive is because of my complete mastery in the manipulation of the power of destruction. At full power I become the power of destruction itself," Supremacy replied. "That's awesome, I can't wait to learn how to control the power of destruction," Issei said giddily. "Yes, that's good and all, but you should take your pieces and go back to your home. The others are probably waiting for you to return," Graphia interjected. Nodding, Issei disappeared into a magic circle, going back to his apartment where the others were waiting. In his apartment, Issei appeared inside his apartment with a big smile on his face. Another one of his goals had been finally accomplished. At the apartment, Ain, Siegfried and Jean, all of them were sitting and waiting for him to come with the results. "So Koi, what happened? Did everything go well?" Ain asked in a worried voice. I passed. I am officially a high-class devil with my own evil pieces. Speaking of pieces, when do you guys want to join my peerage?" Issei asked. Ain's first answer was squeal, followed by launching herself at Issei, who was prepared as he wrapped his arms around her and swung her around before planting a soft kiss on her lips. They broke away a few moments later, after which Issei took out his queen piece and made Ain the first official member of his peerage. Siegfried and Jean quickly followed suit and were no devils under the Haidu LUCIFUGE clan. Issei then said, "I think we should go and collect Ravel as well. Then we need to visit Sona to get Sieg, Jean and Ravel into the school as students. I guess we will also need to create our own club, after all we are a different family." "I agree, let me contact the House of Phoenix, then we can visit. Also, do we have a plan for the summer vacations?" asked Ain. "I guess we will have a training trip. From what I read, we may have to greet some other high-class devils soon, so coming on strongly will be a requirement," Siegfried said. "That is a good point. I guess I can arrange something after talking to Ni-chan," Ain said thoughtfully. "Alrighty then, I am off to get Ravel with Ain-chan. After that we are going out to eat," Issei announced with a clap of his hands. With that, both of them disappeared into a magic circle created by Ain, leaving Siegfried and Jean alone. Phoenix territory. Appearing in front of the Phoenix territory gate, both of them were greeted by a maid who then led them into the sitting area for guests. The maid then informed that Lady Phoenix would be coming soon and then left to bring tea for the guests. 15 minutes later, Lady Phoenix appeared along with Ravel. Looking at Issei and Ain, she said, "Issei-san, Ain-san, what are you doing here?" "Layla-sama, I was promoted to a high-class devil, and as such I received my evil pieces. I came to ask if Ravel still wanted to join. After all, if she did, she'd have to come to Kuo and stay with the rest of us," Issei said as he explained the situation in a friendly manner. I believe congratulations are in order then. And I think it will be a nice change for Ravel to live in Kuo. She will be able to learn and pick up quite a number of things," Layla replied. "That is quite nice, however, like I said last time, I want this decision to be Ravel's completely. If she truly wants to join my peerage of her own accord, I will be happy to oblige." "So Ravel, what are you going to do?" asked Issei. I will go with Issei-sama," she stuttered out with a small blush. Issei then kindly smiled at her before saying, "Alright, let's get this over with." He then pulled out a bishop piece and held it out to Ravel. The piece at Ravel glowed an azurish white before the glow died down, and Ravel officially became his bishop. "Now Ravel, please go and get your things ready. Me and Issei will be waiting for you right here," Ain said, to which Ravel nodded before running off. The next half an hour went by rather quickly with pleasant conversation with Lady Phoenix about a few topics relating to the Devil Society. Ravel then came with a few bags of the things she might have needed. After that, the three bid Layla farewell before disappearing into a LUCIFUGE family magic circle. Back in the apartment. After reappearing in the apartment, Issei said, "Sieg, Jean, come over here for a moment." Both of his knights soon came out of the living room and stood with the group. Issei nodded before saying, Ravel, these are Siegfried and Jean, our knights. Jean, this is Ravel, our bishop. Ain, as you know, is our queen. Now let's visit Sona to get all of you instated into the academy. The others nodded before the group made way to Sona's citrus residence. It didn't take them long considering that Ain had become fairly acquainted with Sona over time, who wanted to know another strong heiress on a personal level. Soon they reached the residence and knocked on the door. Soon the door was opened by Tsubaki Shinra, Sona's queen and best friend. Hey Tsubaki, you mind if we come in? Issei has something that he needs to talk to Sona about. Ain cheerfully said. Tsubaki raised a solitary eyebrow at that and said, and what would Haidu-kun like to talk about? Oh, just about getting my new peerage members into the academy and the formation of a new club. Issei said with a shrug. Hearing that, Tsubaki raised her second eyebrow as well before saying, how can you have a peerage? Last I knew you were a middle-class devil. Oh, I was promoted to high class this morning. These are my peerage members. Ain, Ravel, Siegfried and Jean. You can reaffirm my claim by confirming it with Ravel. Issei replied. Seeing Ravel nod, Tsubaki sighed before letting them all in and leading them to a sitting area. She then left to call her master. Sona arrived a few moments later and found Issei to be patiently waiting for her. Entering the room, she said, greetings Haidu-kun, how may I help you? Ah, please call me Issei or Ice. I assume that your queen told you about my promotion? Asked Issei. Nodding, Sona said that she did. Issei. What can I do for you? Well, I was hoping to get Siegfried, Jean and Ravel into the academy. Siegfried will take my surname considering we have the same hair. Well, Ravel and Jean will be cousins moving in from America. Issei said, getting Sona to nod at the acceptable covers. That is acceptable. Anything else? She asked. Yes, I wanted to start a new club and wanted your suggestion on what to name it. Issei stated. Why do you wish to start your own club? She asked, slightly confused. Oh, you see, since you and Riaz both had your own domains, I thought it was something common between high-class devils. Issei said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sona, for all her stoicness, couldn't suppress her giggle. She then said that was a refreshing change. Anyways, I think the Mythological History Club will suffice. What do you think? That's actually pretty nice, you know. So are there any rules that I need to know about being a high-class devil in this territory? Asked Issei. Just a few. Me and Riaz do normally meet up weekly to discuss things, and this time you'll be required to come as well. 2. If you scout a potential peerage member, you will have to inform both of us. Doing that will place your target as yours. That's about it. Anyways, I will also arrange your summoning paper for the LUCIFUGE clan. Once they'll be ready, you can start taking on requests. Sona said. Thanks a lot. I will keep what you said in mind. I guess we should take our leave. I will see you at school, Sona. Issei said as he and the other members of his peerage stood up and started walking away. I will have the necessary paperwork ready, Issei-kun. It was nice talking to you. You are not the same old pervert that everyone talks about. Sona said with a smirk. I learned how to control my perversion. Apart from nowadays, it's mostly reserved for some people special. Issei replied with a smirk of his own as he snaked his arm into Ain's shorts and gave her ass a sequoise without anyone else noticing it. Ain bit her lip to avoid an outburst, but luckily for her, Issei retracted his hand from her shorts before holding on to her hand. He then bid Sona farewell before leading the group out so that they could spend some time together. With Riaz. Nai-sama, are you sure that there is nothing that can be done? Asked Riaz as she nervously stood in front of her family. For the last time, Riaz, he was nominated by the council for both the tests. Not to mention that he passed both tests with flying colors. Not to mention his achievements are nothing short of amazing given the time he spent as a reincarnated devil. The decision of him becoming a high-class devil will not be reversed. Surzich tiredly said. As much as he loved his sister, he couldn't help but feel irritated. She had been constantly pestering him to revoke Issei's status as a high-class devil, arguing that it was way too early for him to be promoted. However, all of her attempts were put down by not only Surzich's, but also their parents, making her feel powerless. At least set me up with a marriage contract with him. I love him. Riaz pleadingly said. Sighing, Surzich's stood up to his full height and said, Riaz, enough is enough. He has already told you that he isn't interested in you. He fairly and squarely earned his promotion to his current status and is a fellow young devil to you now. As far as marriage contracts go, he is already in one with Graphia's sister. I am sure you have already seen it, but both of them are head over heels each other. Finally, you already are in a marriage contract with the heir of the Bale clan. I will in no way entertain your childish tantrums. Both these contracts will go through. But Nai-sama, you supported me before. Riaz argued. That was because of Reiser's reputation. Sarah is stronger and much more nobler than Reiser. He will make a perfect husband for you. Now leave, I have to prepare for your and Issei's peerage training. Also, Riaz, do you have any new members you want for your peerage? After all, you have 8 free pawn pieces. Surzich's asked. Suddenly images of 5 people entered her mind and she smirked. Turning to Surzich, she merely nodded before leaving. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.